Dreamscape presents The Millionaire Makeover by Naima Simone, narrated by Ava Lucas and Philip Alcez.
Prologue. Oh, fucking hell. He was wrecked. Groaning, Neil Hunter clapped his hands to his pounding temples and rolled over, and immediately wished he'd remained still, or comatose. Comatose was good, especially when his head shrieked like a damn banshee. Christ, he mumbled, and with more caution than his first ill-advised attempt, levered off the mattress and eased his legs over the side of the bed. White sheets tangled around his hips, the scent of alcohol, the reason behind the pickaxes happily hammering away at his skull, sweat and sex greeting him like a morning-after brand of coffee. He scrubbed a hand down his face, the scratch of hair over his palm reminding him his razor wasn't just decoration for the bathroom. At some point he needed to use it. "Stop being such a pussy," he muttered, pushing to his feet. Given alcohol had been his go-to-bed partner in the past month, he should be well accustomed to this god-awful state. Sometimes a woman joined him and made the twosome a nice little menage. Him, a faceless, nameless one-night stand, and a bottle of whiskey, but only alcohol could quiet the relentless grief and guilt that clawed at him day and night. Not shut it up, just quieted it for a little while. Snatching his discarded pants from the previous evening off a chair, he dragged them up his legs, leaving the waistband unbuttoned. On bare feet he shuffled across the floor toward the door, casting a cursory glance toward the bed. He would need hot, strong coffee before tackling the, "Hey, had a nice time last night, got a cab waiting for you downstairs" talk. Holy shit! The harsh growl rumbled out of him and exploded into the room, seeming to bounce off the white walls. But the woman with the sheets gathered around her waist, the delicate expanse of her bare back taunting him like a red flag, didn't even flinch. She continued to sleep like a babe, her light snores a testament to her exhaustion. As if the sight of all that creamy skin flipped a switch in his head, memories flashed into his brain. 3-second freeze frames that converged into an erotic, hot-as-hell collage. His mouth latched around a dark brown nipple, his tongue circling and tugging on the beaded tip. His lips skimming down a softly rounded stomach to the glistening, plump folds between long, graceful legs. His hands holding those same legs wide as he buried himself over and over in the tightest, sweetest flesh that had ever squeezed his cock. He shut his eyes, but that only caused the pictures to stream quicker, brighter, and that was wrong, so goddamn wrong. Because the woman whose breasts he'd sucked, whose pussy he'd feasted on and thrust into for the better part of the night, had been Chloe. Chloe, who'd been a virgin. Chloe, who was his best friend Michael's little sister, the best friend who had died barely a month ago. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Blinding pain burst behind his sternum and he sucked in a ragged breath. What the fuck have I done? He escaped the room and the woman in the bed who tempted him even now. With the visions from the previous night fresh in his head, his dick didn't give a damn that it or Neil shouldn't have ever touched her. All his little head cared about was a repeat performance. What the hell had he been thinking? He winced as he descended the staircase to the first level of his home. That's just it, he hadn't been thinking. At least, not clearly. When Chloe had shown up on his doorstep, surprising him by flying into Dublin from Boston, he should have sent her to the nearest hotel with the promise of getting together over breakfast the next morning, when he was sober. But instead, his alcohol-addled head had invited her in, and her visit of friendship had turned into a night of the most mind-blowing sex he'd ever had. She'd been innocent before she'd appeared at his house, before he'd taken that wide-eye innocence and filled that emerald gaze with passion and knowledge Michael would have killed him for placing there. Any woman. He could have fucked any woman. But Chloe? He shook his head, the flare of agony at his temples sending black and gold dots scattering before his eyes. He stumbled, stubbing his toe. Pain blared from his foot, and he hopped to the side, leaning against the corridor wall. God damn it! He glared down at the large brown box that blocked the hallway leading to the kitchen. Why in the hell would he leave the thing right there? Again memory dawned, and grief welled up inside him, a fresh, hot geyser that overwhelmed him, plowing him down until his ass hit the floor, his back thumping against the wall. Right, the box, or rather what occupied it, had been his most recent reason for getting ossified. He'd finally cleaned out Michael's office and had brought his best friend's personal items home. Neil had also cleared his own office of everything that reminded him of the man who'd been like a brother to him. It seemed blasphemous, almost sad, that the essence of the kindest, strongest, most honorable man Neil had ever known could fit into a drab cardboard container. Fingers trembling, Neil reached for a flap, dragged the box closer. Pictures, books, ticket stubs, physical mementos greeted him like old friends. This time Neil didn't fight the deluge of memories. He picked up a pile of photos. Images of him and Michael as teens at dances, at school, then later as adults in college, in the New York offices of Dure Music, the record label Neil's family owned and ran. He softly snorted. Yeah, Michael's parents hadn't been happy when their son had abandoned his plans of becoming an educator to follow his heart into the music business, nor had they been fans of Neil, who in their eyes was no better than the snake with Eve, tempting their son away from the path of stability and respectability into the world of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. They hadn't seen the passion for music in their son that had originally connected him and Neil. Grinning, Neil palmed a dirt-smudged baseball. Coming to live in Boston at 13 years old had exposed him to America's favorite pastime, and the Red Sox. Exposure to what had become two of the biggest loves of his life had been worth the move across the Atlantic. With a low hum of pleasure, he reverently withdrew the first edition of The Great Gatsby, his favorite book, the novel that had been a gift from Michael for Neil's 27th birthday. Hearing the outraged squawks of book collectors everywhere ringing in his ears, he smoothed his fingertips over the clear book jacket that covered and protected the mint-condition dusk jacket and opened the novel. A smile hitched the corner of his mouth. He could so easily become sucked into the world belonging to Nick Carraway, Jay Gatsby, and the village of West Egg. Through the years, he often had. Michael had witnessed Neil's headlong fascination with the tale of decadence, idealism, and ultimately disillusionment, and his gift to Neil had been the best he'd ever received. He gently thumbed through the pages, every so often pausing to read, then continuing. As the familiar outrage at Tom's hypocrisy rose in him, he flipped past the scene and stared at the thin, white envelope that fluttered from the book and glided to the floor like a paper airplane. What the hell? He frowned, bending to swipe up the card-sized mailer. He flicked it over. Fuck no, he breathed. His heart stalled in his chest, then revved into hyperdrive as he studied his name written in a bold handwriting, a handwriting he knew as well as his own. Though his pulse hammered in his ears like a mallet striking an anvil, he carefully opened the envelope and removed the single sheet of paper within. Neil. Jesus Christ. If he hadn't been sitting on the floor, his knees would have buckled under the shock that plowed into him with the force of a wildly swung haymaker. Jesus Christ, he silently repeated. It couldn't be. It fucking couldn't be. But as he scanned the letter on Dure Music's stationery, he couldn't deny he was reading a message from his best friend like a visit from beyond the grave. Neil, considering your reading this letter means I was right about you not being able to resist toying with this first edition of The Great Gatsby I plan on giving you for your birthday next month. Not that I ever doubted you would do the exact opposite of what I said. He laughed softly. Neil's hard-headedness had been a running joke between him and his friend. A hard head makes for a soft behind, Michael had often remarked. To which Neil would accuse him of checking out his ass, and they would be off and running. The teasing from Michael's letter was spot on, though. He was surprised he'd lasted this long without opening it. Anyway, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and you're knocked out next to me while this plane is trembling so much it feels like it's about to drop out of the damn sky. I hate fucking flying. So, with the seatbelt sign lit up and the wind playing dodgeball with this steel coffin, I have the right to be a little maudlin. We just celebrated Chloe's 21st birthday, and God, she was so happy. She deserves to be happy like that every moment of every day. She's one of those honest-to-God pure spirits, beautiful inside and out. I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. Well, if this plane decides to stay in the air, I don't. But if something should happen to me, Neil, take care of her. I don't consider you my best friend. You're my brother. And Chloe's, too. Mom and Dad, they love us, but they have their ideas of what our lives should be, and I don't want her to end up trapped in someone else's mold, trying to make them happy while she's miserable. And with her selfless heart, that could very well happen. Chloe needs a man who will love her with everything he is, who will devote and commit himself to her, and provide the home and family she craves. A man better than us. Watch over her for me, Neil. Protect her from being hurt and used. No man will ever be good enough for her, but promise me you'll be there to kick the ass of anyone who even faintly resembles us. She needs better, deserves better. You're the only one I trust with her happiness. Love you, Neil. I don't say it enough, and you'll probably never hear me say it aloud if I'm sober, but I do. Michael. Protect Chloe from being hurt and used. She deserves a man better than us. He stared at the paper until the words wavered, jumbled, and then straightened out. Pressure coalesced behind his sternum, building until his lungs, heart, and arteries were replaced by air. Though Neil had been the one born and lived for over half his life in Dublin, sometimes it seemed as if Michael was the more Irish out of the two of them. Neil's grandmother had often said Michael had the sight. Not that Neil bought into that mystic tripe, but even he couldn't deny his friend's often uncanny intuition about people, business dealings, and acts under their label. And a month before his death, he'd given Neil his passwords to his various accounts, as well as shown Neil where he'd stored all his important papers, such as insurance and his will. At the time, Neil hadn't thought anything about it, but Jesus. The paper crackled in his tight grip as the words from the letter reverberated in his head. He'd failed the last request of his best friend. Instead of protecting Chloe, he'd fucked her. Shit, he muttered, laying the letter on the floor beside him. Just shit, he growled, scrubbing his hands over his face. He'd truly screwed up. God, he had to make this right. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he squeezed his eyes shut. The only unselfish thing he could do was not allow her to delude herself into believing there could be more between them. She knew him, knew his reputation when it came to women. He wasn't cut out for long-term commitments, for relationships. Chloe needs a man who will love her with everything he is, who will devote and commit himself to her and provide the home and family she craves. He couldn't give her that. Michael knew Neil couldn't give her that. As his friend had mentioned, she deserved a man better than Neil. He'd already failed his friend by taking the innocence of his sister. Shoving to his feet, he stared for several long moments at the box and the letter before heading for the stairs. The very least he could do from here on out was honor Michael's wish, watch over Chloe, protect her, even if it meant from himself.
Chapter 1. 3 years later. Remind me again why I agreed to this asinine idea? Chloe Richardson paused in the entrance of the cavernous ballroom that glittered from the crystal chandelier to the bejeweled guests. She clutched her purse to her stomach as if the ridiculously small and sparkling bag could calm the nerves playing kickball with her intestines. God, she felt like such a fraud. She belonged in a small, messy office filled with computers, modems, and technical manuals. Not in this brilliantly lit room where the formally attired men and women of Boston's social elite congregated and socialized. Beside her, Morgan Lett, her best friend, co-worker, and enabler, plucked a fluted glass off a passing tray. She sipped with an appreciative hum. Oh my God, this is better than sex. She purred. Then, arching a perfectly waxed blonde eyebrow, she said, "And the answer to your question is we're here so you can avoid spinsterhood like it's a cubic zirconia." Actually, there were some pretty nice fake diamonds out there. But since Morgan probably wouldn't appreciate the observation, Chloe instead murmured, "Oh yeah, that's right." Still, attending the Rhodonite Society annual masquerade Bachelor auction just smacked of Match.com meets flesh peddling. And desperation. Couldn't forget desperation. This scheme of Morgan's to find Chloe a date at a Bachelor auction, of all places, reeked of impulsiveness, lunacy, and a whole lot of Hail Mary. The exact antithesis of Chloe's usual predictability, sanity, and OCD-ish need to plan, chart, and graph. But love did that to a person. It stripped away common sense, persuaded a woman who reveled in algorithms and code to buy a formal gown, death-defying heels, and take part in this spectacle. More specifically, love for Bennett Charles. Brilliant, successful, handsome, sophisticated, and Chief Operating Officer of System Solutions Unlimited, the firm she and Morgan worked for. An image of the company's executive unfurled in her mind's eye. She'd been adoring him from afar for the past 6 months. But other than the occasional conversation before a staff meeting or a friendly but slightly vacant smile, Bennett didn't seem to notice she existed. And if not for a terrifying car accident a month ago that she'd miraculously managed to walk away from with little more than scrapes and bruises, she might have been content with moseying along, quietly crushing on him. Her older brother Michael had died in a car accident 3 years earlier. Her brush with death and knowledge that tomorrow wasn't guaranteed had jolted her awake from a catatonic emotional slumber. Not one more second would she sit on the proverbial shelf, a spectator in life, and gathering enough dust to create a sandstorm. Trouble was, she didn't have a great resume where men were concerned. One had stolen a project idea from her, received a promotion as a result of her hard work, then took off for a new European office, breaking up with her via a PM on Facebook. The other? Well, the other had stolen her virginity and broken her heart. Anyway, Bennett, with his genteel, warm manner, brilliance, and kindness, was her chance at a life filled with affection, companionship, and stability. All she had to do was get him to realize how perfect they could be for one another, and buying a date at this auction and taking him to her company's annual gala so Bennett would realize that someone, a handsome, wealthy someone, wanted her would be the perfect wake-up call. Well, according to Morgan, it would be. Honestly, Chloe had her doubts this crazy plan would work. But here she was, going along with it. Desperate times, desperate measures, and all that. Here. Morgan liberated another glass of wine from a passing waiter and pressed the flute into Chloe's hand. Drink this. It'll help you look more, let the festivities begin, and less, headed to a dinner date with Hannibal Lecter. Chloe lifted the drink, carefully stepping on the ballroom's gleaming ebony and marble inlaid tiles, not trusting her newly purchased heels on the slick floor. Maybe I look that way because, damn it, she grumbled, quickly steadying herself after her heels skidded and she lisped to the side. Because it's exactly how I'm feeling. When I mentioned hiring a date for the gala, I was joking. Sort of. But I definitely didn't mean... She waved a hand in the direction of the brightly lit stage. This! Morgan looped an arm through hers and guided her through the throngs of people. First, we're buying, not hiring. Big difference. She smiled and murmured a hello to an older woman with so many diamonds around her neck, very likely not cubic zirconia. Chloe was certain there was an insurance adjuster somewhere praying as he white-knuckled a policy on those gems. And while this might seem extreme, desperate times call for desperate measures. And sweetie, she patted Chloe's hand, I love you, but you're desperate. An immediate objection leaped to Chloe's tongue, but after a moment she swallowed it. What could she say? Morgan was right. Hadn't she just thought the same thing? Still, attending a bachelor's auction to lease a hopefully hot date poked too close at a wound that remained sore to this day. Morgan, who had probably been born with her expertly streaked blonde hair, perfectly straight teeth, and gorgeous body, wouldn't know anything about begging her brother to take her to the prom so she wouldn't end up with the monosyllabic, arachnid-obsessed son of her parents' fellow professor at Cambridge College. Chloe slid a glance at her beautiful best friend and tried not to feel like Quasimodo in a dress. Not that she was a hunchbacked, warty recluse, but next to her friend's regal, cool loveliness, Chloe had to fight the urge to change her career path to include bell ringing. Middle class to Morgan's wealthy Boston Brahmin roots. Quiet, where Morgan was outspoken. Unassuming to Morgan's boldness, and duckling to Morgan's swan. She and Morgan should have been the unlikeliest of friends, but underneath the stylish clothes, ennui, and dry, sometimes cutting wit, existed a woman with a heart of gold. Dented maybe, but still gold. And if Chloe suspected a little bit of pity dwelled beneath her friend's insistence on taking her beneath her perfectly coiffed wing, well, she tried to ignore it. "No need to rub my woeful lack of options in," Chloe grumbled. "How much do people bid at these things anyway? All I have to spend is my vacation money, $3,000. That's my limit." Just the thought of squandering away her hard-earned and saved fund on a single date twisted her stomach into knots a nautical engineer would have been hopeless to untangle. "Don't worry about the cost. Since the auction was my idea, it's my treat." Morgan waved off Chloe's concern and avoided directly answering the question, which caused another vicious wrench in her belly. "Let's go grab our table down front. The festivities are about to begin." Smothering a groan, Chloe followed her friend to a round table surrounded by 6 chairs. A reserved placard with "Let" printed underneath identified the setting as theirs, or rather, Morgan's. She pulled a chair out and gingerly lowered to the seat. "You're still looking worried," Morgan admonished, leaning back from the table, dark eyes gleaming. "Get into the spirit of it, the mystique of not knowing who you're bidding on. It's exciting, if you'll allow it to be. Just think, you could end up with a gorgeous Joe Manganiello, or a debonair Cary Grant." "I hope not, since Cary's dead," Chloe mumbled, lifting her glass of champagne for a quick sip to wet her parched throat. Morgan snorted. "Good point, Chloe," she murmured, covering Chloe's claw-like clench on her purse with her own hand. "I know this is out of your comfort zone." Now there was the understatement of the, millennia. "But you have to stay focused on your endgame. What better way to guarantee landing a hot man, shocking the hell out of everyone at that party, and finally getting Bennett Charles to notice you as more than the nerd in the second office from the left?" Ouch. The truth didn't just hurt. It threw a freaking haymaker like the playground bully, then waved, "Na na 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 boo boo." Bennett just needs to see you as a desirable woman. Then he'll realize his perfect mate was right under his nose all along, and the number one thing a man finds desirable about a woman? Another man wanting her. Morgan emphasized her statement with a decisive nod, and her conviction almost convinced Chloe. Her friend should know, since her beautiful taste in style and men were often commented on in the society pages. Still, Chloe gulped down more wine and battled the nerves, the doubts. "The auction's starting." Morgan claimed the ivory paddle with the number 82 emblazoned across the front before facing the stage, dominating the end of the room. The lights in the room dimmed, the large spotlight on the platform the main source of illumination. "I do get a say in who you bid on, right?" Chloe whispered. "Of course," Morgan assured her, gaze fixated on the stage. Music that sounded as if it had been pirated from Dancing with the Stars rolled through the ballroom. The spotlight widened and contracted before stretching to include the entire platform. A woman with a slit in her dress so high she risked exposing her Victoria's Secrets with each step emerged from backstage and sashayed out, waving to the crowd with a big smile. Oh boy. Chloe fought not to roll her eyes. Welcome to the Rhodonite Society's 11th annual Masquerade Bachelor auction, she announced. And a wonderful night filled with luxurious dates, fun, and 10 of Boston's most handsome, eligible bachelors. Every penny of the proceeds will benefit the Blake Literacy Foundation, which raises awareness of illiteracy as well as provide programming, tutoring, and technology to Boston's underprivileged youth. The room filled with applause and chatter. Chloe refrained from rolling her eyes. Who would have guessed literacy caused so much excitement? So, let's bring on the bachelors, the woman proclaimed, and within moments a tuxedo-clad man strolled onto the stage. Shoulders straight, head tilted at a cocky angle, he paused in the center of the platform, his self-assuredness as evident as the tailored cut of his black formal clothing. Even the white mask concealing his face couldn't hide his confidence. Our first bachelor may be a transplant from the West Coast, but he proudly calls Boston home. In the 10 years he's lived here, he's become a bleeding heart liberal, is a rabid Patriots and Sox fan, and understands that war and driving are hell. Laughter erupted in the room, and Chloe grinned at the stereotypes that many associated with native Bostonians. A busy investment banker, he's been accused of being married to his job, but he would one day love to divorce the 15-hour workdays to fall in love with a woman of humor, wit, and a philanthropic heart. The woman lucky enough to win him for the evening will travel west with him to enjoy a charming weekend getaway in gorgeous, picturesque Aspen, Colorado. 3 days of skiing, romantic sleigh rides, fine dining, and wine before crackling fireplaces. And of course, shopping. Their female MC, whom Chloe had named Peekaboo, smiled at the ripple of animated murmurs and continued reading off her card. This sounds absolutely dreamy, doesn't it? Let's open the bidding at $5,000. Someone in the audience immediately responded, and Peekaboo nodded in acknowledgement. We have 5,000. What about 6? 6? 7? Morgan lifted her paddle at 7,000, and Chloe's chest seized in horror. $7,000? She hissed, latching onto her friend's arm when she went to hike her arm again. Are you crazy? I can't let you spend that much money on a date. Who does that? Morgan shot her an exasperated look, but Chloe shook her head, adamant. Heaving a loud sigh, her friend lowered the paddle. After a round of whirlwind bidding, the first bachelor went for $14,000. Good God. She'd allotted $3,000 for this fool's errand. No wonder Morgan had waived off her financial limit. Hell, the bidding didn't even start at her limit. She might be going home bachelorless after all. The evening progressed, bachelor after bachelor striding out onto the stage and standing stoically as women waged war over them with paddles, money, and looks at rivals that promised painful retribution. Morgan jumped in on bachelor number 4, whose favorite movie was Mildred Pierce. How could he not be awesome? And number 6, whose idea of a romantic getaway was days holed up in his home on the Cape, talking, sleeping, and making love to his special woman. Wow. The heat level had ratcheted several degrees with that tidbit. But for each man, the price had risen well over $10,000, and she couldn't justify allowing Morgan to spend the money for her. Morgan's sighs had segued into mutterings and growls of impatience. Soon Peekaboo announced the last bachelor of the evening. Chloe's heart thudded against her chest. Sweat dampened her palms. This man was her last hope. Either she won him, or she'd go home alone with no chance in hell of finding a date for her company's gala, which loomed 6 short days away. At 5 feet 5 inches tall with dark brown hair, she kept bound in a ponytail or a knot at the back of her head on more formal occasions, like tonight, and a body that carried 10 more pounds than was fashionable in her breasts, hips, and ass. She was more Paula Deen than Paula Patton. She didn't inspire lustful fantasies. which was why she needed to buy a man who pretended to have them. And our final bachelor of the night. A man appeared from the left wing. Unlike the other men, he didn't saunter or swagger. He stalked, with purpose, with intent, with might. Each long-legged stride ate up the distance to the middle of the stage. Her breath stuttered in her throat. Oh, my. He wasn't the biggest man to grace the platform tonight. That honor belonged to Mildred Pierce-loving Bachelor number 3. But his tall, lean frame fairly hummed with power, and a grace reserved for hunters and predators on 4 legs. Unlike the other men, he didn't wear a tuxedo. But his flawlessly cut black jacket and pants, coupled with an equally dark shirt, emphasized his stunning masculinity and sexuality. She blinked. Okay, where had that thought come from? Though Bachelor number 10 has offices on both sides of the Atlantic, he claims Boston as his hometown. A man of culture, he enjoys a night at the opera as much as an evening in the local pub. His favorite musicians include Luciano Pavarotti, the Dubliners, and U2, and in his estimation, no movie tops The Godfather. The woman who eventually wins his heart will possess interests as varied as his own, will be adventurous and well-traveled. Well, that left Chloe out. Most of her life revolved around her job. Her idea of adventure was online gaming, and she'd been to Dublin, Ireland exactly once. And the less said about that trip, the better. The fortunate woman to win him for her date will spend 2 days and a night in glamorous New York City, where she will enjoy romantic dinners for 2 at 5-star restaurants, a Broadway play, a concert, museums, and a personal appointment at Harry Winston's Fifth Avenue location. A wave of low voices rose and ebbed at the mention of the famous New York jeweler. Peekaboo's smile widened as if she could sense the money this date would rake in. We'll open the bidding at $5,000. Morgan's arm shot up, paddle in hand, as did another woman, and another, and another. 5 minutes later, her friend was fully embroiled in a bidding war that didn't exhibit any signs of slowing. A bead of sweat moseyed down her spine. Morgan's full mouth firmed into a straight line, and her light brown eyebrows arrowed into a V over glinting eyes. Chloe had witnessed this particular look before when someone crossed her friend at work. She'd labeled it Morgan's "back off, bitch" expression, and woe to anyone who got in her way. 12,000, Peekaboo crowed. 12? Do I have 13? Morgan lifted her arm. 13. Morgan, Chloe gasped. You can't. She grabbed the other woman's arm, but Morgan shook off her hold. That's too much. You're not going home empty-handed. Forget it. 15, she called out, tipping her paddle. 15,000, the MC cooed, and before she could raise the amount, another hand shot up. 16. Chloe's stomach bottomed as the amount continued to increase. Oh, God, was Morgan serious? Jesus, that much money could buy her a car. Hell, 2 cars. She swallowed. An image of Bennett wavered in front of her eyes, then faded. The idea of him seeing her as someone other than the dowdy, shy programmer on the 3rd floor had been a dream, a beautiful dream. But she had to let it go. Her existence as it stood flashed in front of her like a dreary montage. Her quiet apartment, dinner for 1, her empty, cold bed. The loneliness. Then visions of what she could have replaced the bleak tableau. A warm home full of laughter, noisy dinners with kids, a man warming her back as he cuddled behind her in bed. Love. Damn, it hurt. But still, no way she could, or allow Morgan to, plunk down so much money on a pipe dream. Morgan. $20,000, her friend stated, jumping the current bid by 2,000. Peekaboo blinked, but quickly recovered her toddlers and tiaras pageant smile. 20,000. My goodness, the highest bid of the evening. Do I have 21? Murmurs undulated in the room, but no further numbers were yelled out. 20 going once? 2. Sold to number 82 for $20,000. Congratulations. A dull roar filled her ears. She'd done it. Holy shit, Morgan had done it. As if from a distance, she caught Peekaboo's closing comments. Oh my God, I'm not going to Hawaii, and my friend is 20 grand lighter, but oh my God, she did it. Morgan turned to her, satisfaction etched on her face. Now, that's how you win a Bachelor, she stated. The only thing missing was a fist bump. Bemused, Chloe couldn't respond. Frozen in her seat, she stared at the stage as the other bachelors filed back out. Instantly, she sought out number 10, her date. He'd slid his hands into the pockets of his slacks, and her gaze slid over his wide chest and slim hips, emphasized by a thin black belt. Heat flooded her face and stretched down her neck beneath the high collar of her gown. She resisted the urge to ease a finger beneath the suddenly constricted material and tug it away, granting her more air. With a body like that, what would his face look like? Would his bone structure be bold and prominent? Or would it be angular and elegant? And his eyes? She inched forward in her chair. Those she desired to glimpse the most. Would they be soft, gentle to counterbalance the almost overwhelming maleness? Or would that gaze be as flinty as the rest of him? The breath snagged in her throat. She needed to know. Now, what you've all been waiting for. A drum roll vibrated on the air as the lights in the room brightened. Bachelors, please remove your masks. She didn't pay the other men on the platform the slightest bit of attention. Every sense, every nerve was pinned on the lean male animal slowly lifting the disguise to reveal himself. Without intending to, she shifted closer to the edge of her seat. He pulled the mask free. Holy Mary, Mother of God! The breath expelled from her lungs on a loud whoosh of air. A horde of black and gold dots swarmed her vision. She swayed and grabbed the table just in time to prevent a faceplant to the floor. She couldn't see his sharp gaze from her seat, but she didn't have to. Blue. His eyes were a vibrant blue that rivaled the brightest summer sky. She knew that face. And the man. The last time she'd seen him had been 3 years ago, when she'd fallen asleep beside him on tangled sheets after he made love to her for hours. No, not made love. Screwed. Because a man who made love to a woman didn't usher her out of his house the next morning with an indecent and humiliating amount of speed and then never call or speak to her again after taking her virginity. She just allowed her friend to pay $20,000 for a man she hated with a passion. Well, shit.
Chapter 2. God was a woman, Neil Hunter decided. Had to be. When a man wanted payback, he just beat the shit out of the man who wronged him, had a beer with him afterward, and then they went on their merry way. Women, on the other hand, let a man think everything was all hunky-dory and allowed time to pass, and all the while they stewed and plotted. Then, when a man least expected it, she kicked him in the nuts, bringing him to his knees. 5 feet in front of Neil sat Chloe Richardson, God's blow to the balls. Jesus H. Christ. What was she doing in a place like this? The ballroom filled with rich, more money than sense idiots wasn't exactly her crowd. The fact that he was one of those idiots didn't escape him either. He ground his teeth together, narrowing his eyes at the younger sister of his best friend. It didn't matter that Michael had died 3 years ago. She was, and always would be, the sibling to the finest man he'd ever known. The one woman who remained beyond his reach, untouchable, except for the one night when he'd been drowning in alcohol and grief and had spent hours in her arms and inside her body. The night he would go to hell for. Damn it. Familiar guilt and anger roiled in his gut as if he'd downed shot after shot of whiskey on an empty stomach. He'd known this, returning to Boston from Dublin, Ireland after a 3-year absence, participating in this meat market for vain-bored socialites, had been a bad idea. When his publicist had arrived in his office with the invitation in hand, his hell no had been immediate and adamant. Standing on a stage, masked and trussed up like a 5-course meal, only to end up arm candy for some spoiled and avaricious rich woman? Fuck no. Been there, done that, had the divorce decree, lighter wallet, and lump of coal in his chest to prove it. Besides, as CEO and owner of Dure Music, the foremost leading record label in Ireland, he rarely had time to eat, much less spent several days abroad. But his publicist had been aware of Neil's hot buttons to push. His mother had been a loyal member of the Rhodonite Society when alive. Earlier in the year, the group had honored her with a dinner and he hadn't attended. And the proceeds of the auction would benefit literacy, a cause Michael, as an almost educator, had been passionate about. After a lot of grumbling, he'd relented. He should have followed his instincts and kept his ass on the other side of the ocean. Chloe slowly rose from her chair, her wide gaze fixed on him. Damn, she was beautiful. He scanned her from the dark brown strands he knew from personal experience were soft and thick to the tips of her shoes and back up to the gorgeous green eyes that haunted his dreams. Even in the ugliest dress he'd ever seen, she outshone every woman in the room. The thing might have had a collar as high as a nun's habit, and the dark material skimming her body had all the shape and appeal of a potato sack, but he remembered the body underneath in startling, vivid detail. 3 years hadn't dimmed his memories, not when he fucking thought about her naked and writhing underneath him with a regularity that bordered on obsession. Breasts large enough to fill his palms, a tiny waist that accentuated the sensual flare of her hips. Hips he'd gripped as he'd dragged her up and down on his cock, as her toned, lightly muscled thighs quivered with the exertion her virgin's body hadn't been used to. Well, hadn't been used to before that night. A bead of sweat rolled down his spine as every pint of blood in his body seemed to flow south and congregate in his cock. Somewhere there was a woodshed with his name on it for the lessons he'd taught her that night. As much as he'd been drinking, he shouldn't have been able to move, much less fuck. But he'd taken her like a man possessed, over and over, on her back, her stomach, her side, on his back, and he recalled each and every moment as if the sheer heat of those hours had burned away memories that should have been fogged by alcohol. Maybe that was part of his punishment for laying a hand on Michael's much-loved baby sister, damned to never forget the most explosive, mind-blowing sex of his life, and doomed never to repeat it because of his friend's last request before his death. Yeah, God was definitely a woman. Only a female could be that fucking diabolical. Ladies, please step to the front of the stage and meet your bachelors. The evening's hostess, with a slit in her dress almost as high as her other slit, summoned the winning bidders to the front of the ballroom. He gritted his teeth, the reason for his being at the gala rematerializing with the force of a sledgehammer. Right, arm candy, cattle for the slaughter. Hell, he silently growled, he wouldn't be surprised if the woman who won him inspected his teeth or fondled his dick to discover if she'd bought worthy goods. Following the other 9 men off the platform, he once more sought out Chloe. But she no longer stood beside the table he'd spotted her at earlier. He frowned, again wondering why she was attending the society fundraiser. The newly graduated 22-year-old he remembered from 3 years ago had favored quieter, much less populated venues, like get-togethers with friends at coffee shops. As a matter of fact, the only parties she'd attended had been those boring-as-hell gatherings of her parents. Michael, 6 years his sister's senior, could often beg off attending, but Chloe hadn't attained that measure of independence then. When they could manage, he and Michael would try to help her escape, but those times had been few and far between. Carter and Rosalind Richardson had already failed to keep their only son away from Neil's corruptive, indolent, hedonistic, their words, not his, influence, and they'd refused to take chances with their daughter. Had Chloe finally managed to unearth herself from under their protective, stifling wings? He grimaced as an image of that awful dress flashed in front of his eyes. At 25, she might not live with them any longer, but their sway seemed to be as strong as ever. Not that it mattered, he concluded, emerging from the back of the stage area and into the ballroom. None of it. Chloe's presence here, her questionable fashion sense, parents' control or lack of it. It had been 3 years since he'd climbed out of his bed while she slept, hair a thick mahogany tangle over his pillows, her beautiful body curled into a ball like a sleeping kitten, soft, adorable snores escaping her parted lips. 3 years since he'd sent her away, racked by guilt over fucking his best friend's sister while he'd been drunk and she'd been vulnerable. 3 years since he'd seen her, touched her, talked to her. Once he had this ridiculous date over with and out of the way, it would be more years. That night had been an aberration. He'd betrayed Michael's friendship and memory by taking advantage of the one person his friend had loved and valued above all others. And from the way his gut clenched and his cock throbbed, if he remained in Boston longer than was necessary, he might commit that treason again. "Bachelor number 10?" a sultry voice murmured, and cooled the need pulsing inside him as effectively as an abrupt dousing of freezing water. He lowered his head and met the gleaming appreciation in a direct, bright blue stare. The woman's polished, flawless beauty reminded him of a perfectly cut and brilliant diamond, and left him as cold as one. Diamonds were exquisite, but possessed all the warmth of a witch's titty. His ex-wife, Veronica, had shared the same cutting loveliness. "So nice to meet you." She extended a slim hand toward him, almost as if she expected him to kiss the back of it. "Morgan Led. And you are?" "Neil Hunter." He accepted her hand, pumped it once, then released it. "I'm assuming I have you to thank for the 20,000 bid." "The one and only," she replied. "Well, thank you. A donation that size should really help the foundation." She waved off his gratitude with a flicker of a bejeweled hand. Of course, it was nothing. From the size of the ruby weighing down her ring finger, the hefty price probably was nothing to her, and didn't even dent the trust fund she undoubtedly owned. "Is that an Irish accent I detect?" She smiled, and a picture of a female lion licking her chops leaped in his head. "I love accents," she purred. "That's fortunate, since you'll hear a lot of it during the time we spend in New York. Speaking of—" He glanced down at his watch. 9:30. It wasn't too late in the evening, but he had a return flight to Dublin leaving at 7:30 in the morning. It would be nice if he could make it back to his hotel room at a decent hour and get some sleep. "We should set when you'd like to—" "Yes, about that. I won't be going on the date with you. I placed the bid for a friend. She will take my place instead." His eyebrow jacked up. "A 20 grand favor? That must be some friend." "Okay." He shrugged a shoulder. One woman was as good as another. That had damn sure been his motto for the last year since his divorce. "Where is she? I'd like to make arrangements with her before I leave for the evening." "Oh, she's right." She glanced over her shoulder, as did Neil. Nothing but air occupied the space behind Morgan. A scowl darkened her lovely features. "She was right here. Where could she have gone? I'll be back in a moment." Morgan didn't wait for his assent, but pivoted and quickly disappeared in the throngs of people. He sighed, sliding his hands in his pants pocket. Whoever this mysterious friend was, she had about 10 minutes before he left. He'd crossed an ocean and several time zones to be at this auction, and in the matter of days he'd have to repeat the process. A glass of something stronger than the frou-frou champagne being served here, and sleep, topped his list of priorities. Even as he imagined finally returning to the hotel and solitude, he scanned the crowded room for a particular face of delicate lines, a wide, sinful mouth, and stubborn chin. Seeking Chloe out. Another bad idea. But damned if he couldn't stop searching. And not just because her beauty drew him like southern heat lured birds fleeing winter's cold. In a room full of strangers, she was a familiar beacon, a reminder of the 13 years he'd lived in Boston with his best friend, of the love, warmth, and friendship he'd found with the Richardson siblings. To Michael and Chloe, Neil hadn't been the son of one of the most powerful, influential, and wealthiest men in Ireland. They hadn't cared about his exclusive Boston address, his mother's lineage, or his family's money. They'd cared for him. Imperfect, sometimes brusque, often rebellious Neil Hunter. He hadn't known that kind of unconditional acceptance since Michael's death and those dark, sweaty, passionate hours with Chloe. In the quicksilver moment when he'd first spied Chloe, he'd felt like he'd finally come home. But that instance had evaporated, and now so had she. Not that he could blame her. She'd been a virgin, a fucking virgin at 22 in this day and age, and he'd rejected, then abandoned her without a word as if he'd picked her up on a street corner. She didn't know he'd been protecting her from himself, as well as honoring a promise to her brother. Still, she had good reason to despise the sight of his face. Another peek at his watch revealed 5 minutes had elapsed since Morgan had gone in search of her friend and his date. 5 more minutes, he promised himself. Then I'm out of there. Heat surged through him, spread across his chest, and bottomed out his gut. A wee thing, he'd almost missed her, but she hovered by the room's entrance talking to— Holy shit, Morgan. Dread tripped and stumbled down his spine. No way in hell. But as Morgan grabbed Chloe's arm and dragged her in his direction, he couldn't deny what his mind roared had to be a mistake. Chloe was Morgan's friend. He remained frozen in place, unable to move as the two women neared. One wearing a determined expression, the other a scowl hot enough to raise the building down to its foundation. Within moments they stopped in front of him, and he stared down into eyes as green as the hills Ireland was famous for. Here she is, Morgan gritted out, baring her teeth in a ferocious smile. Neil Hunter, I'd like you to meet— Hello, Chloe, he murmured. Neil, she muttered in return, her frown remaining. His palms itched to draw her into his arms and hug her close, but the fire snapping in her gaze warned him not to try, unless he liked writhing on the floor with his balls rammed to the back of his throat. Oh! Morgan glanced from her friend to him. You two know one another. Yes, Chloe said, paused. Unfortunately. The verbal jab stung. He inhaled, braced himself against the throb of it. Her brother, Michael, was my best friend. She tipped her chin up. Morgan, I appreciate your help tonight, and I really hate that you've wasted $20,000, because I'd rather have a Brazilian than go on a date with him. And you? Her eyes narrowed on him, and the fury there scorched him. You can go to hell. She whirled around and stalked away without a backward glance. Wow, a Brazilian? Morgan whistled. Whatever you did, you must have really fucked up. And wasn't that the understatement of the decade? But he couldn't change a thing about it, because breaking a promise wasn't an option.
Chapter 3. Monday mornings were a bitch, especially when Saturday and Sunday had been spent in a pralines and cream, barbecue potato chip Diet Coke binge. After that third bag of chips and second quart of ice cream, the hours started to grow hazy. This morning she'd woken up with a queasy stomach, swollen fingers from all the soda, and the fire and brimstone sermon of the early morning television evangelist ringing in her ears. Not that she had to worry about going to hell for fornication. The only foreign thing in her bed was potato chip crumbs. Thank you very much, Neil Hunter. The reminder of her brother's long-lost best friend sent another nauseous wave lurching against the wall of her stomach, and the mercury on her temper shooting for Hulk smash degrees. 3 years. It had been 3 years since she'd seen or heard from Neil. 36 months since Michael's death, and she'd impulsively traveled to Ireland and Neil's home to check on him, as well as seek comfort and to escape her parents' grief, anger, and claustrophobic smothering. 156 weeks since she'd opened her eyes to find a messy tangle of sheets, tenderness in places in her body she hadn't known existed, and a cold stranger who wore Neil's face telling her she should leave and go back home. She'd given him her virginity, and he'd given her a coyote ugly send-off. Sighing, Chloe slipped a mechanical pencil from her bun and tapped the end against the desktop. Yes, Neil had basically kicked her out of his house after shattering every notion she possessed about sex, conceived from romance novels, YouTube video manuals, and Cinemax soft porn. None of those books, videos, or movies could have prepared her for the erotic storm that was Neil Hunter. He'd buffeted her with his fierce sexuality, swallowed and changed her with his raw hunger like the winds of a devastating hurricane rearranged a shoreline. But it hadn't been his callousness after hours of hot sex that had hurt her most. That honor belonged to his absence and utter silence afterward. Neil had been a fixture in her life since she was 7 years old. When he'd come home with Michael after school one day, his Irish accent funny and musical to her ears. Unlike most teenage boys, he'd been patient, long-suffering, and kind to his friend's baby sister. And as time passed and they all grew, the fascination for Neil had altered into something sharper and filled with yearning. Her crush had been epic, pathetic. She twisted her lips into a bitter smile, and her angst-ridden love had endured when Neil and Michael had moved to New York, and later Dublin. Because even then, he'd remained in contact with her through phone calls, emails, Skype, visits. While she'd believed someone as beautiful as Neil could only want her in her dreams, above all, she'd treasured their friendship. And after Michael's death, she'd lost her brother and her best friend. For the first time in her life, she'd been alone. Vestiges of the loneliness, confusion, grief, and hurt echoed in her chest, slowly inflating like a balloon trapped behind her sternum. Stop it. She gave the mechanical pencil one last hard tap before tossing it to the desk and swiped the wireless mouse across the pad. The green and black code of the matrix disappeared from her monitor, and she brought up the latest project she was working on. So please tell me you eventually tracked down Henry Cavill, gave him a piece of your mind, and then just a piece, Morgan said in lieu of, "Good morning," sailing into Chloe's office. Chloe groaned as Morgan sank into one of the chairs in front of the desk, crossing her long legs and arching a golden eyebrow. I believe Henry Cavill is British, not Irish. Chloe hedged, spinning in her office chair to face her friend. Was she quibbling? Most definitely. Because she could see the similarities between the actor and Neil. The tousled waves of black hair, the elegant, almost patrician bone structure, the faint dent in his chin, shadowed by a dusting of hair along his jaw, the startling blue eyes and thick, dark fringe of lashes, and that kissable, biteable mouth that was almost too lush for a man but balanced out the strong angles of his face. Good Lord. All that and capped off by a body that would shame the Rock into a fatty farm. You dare play semantics with me when I've been calling you all weekend to find out the dirty details between you and Superman? Dish, bitch. Chloe winced. Not at the bitch, one of Morgan's favorite words besides hoe and vajayjay, but at the guilt winding its oil-slicked way through her chest. Of course, she'd noticed the number of times her phone had rung and Morgan's name had popped up on the screen, but she'd been chin-deep in a pint of pralines and cream. No time to talk when a spoon was lodged in her mouth. And he's Kryptonian, she corrected and flicked up her hand when her friend's lips parted, probably to blast her to hell and back. And I'm sorry about avoiding your calls. I wasn't in the mood to talk. You could have texted, Morgan murmured, inspecting her flawless manicure. I was a tad bit worried. Just a tad, mind you. Chloe snorted, though her heart warmed at Morgan's confession. She didn't pretend to understand the elite, glittery social circles her friend traveled in, the circles that required she erect gilded steel around her heart and view emotions as a weakness. Displays of affection didn't come easily to Morgan, so Chloe appreciated every effort she made. Well, no need for concern. Other than an extra-strength antacid and a potato chip intervention, I'm fine. Morgan nodded, ended the perusal of her cuticles and pinned Chloe to the back of her chair with a hard stare. So, what's the deal with tall, dark, delicious, and broody? Tall, dark, broody. Yeah, those fit Neil. Delicious? No. She might have found him sexy and hot and hard and gorgeous. She briefly squeezed her eyes shut. Rein it back in. She might have found Neil attractive at one time, but not anymore. Like you said, he was my brother's best friend. Now, if I can remember correctly, Morgan said, crinkling her forehead in a thoughtful frown and tapping her perused lips with a fingertip. My older brother has had best friends, but I've never told them to go to hell, nor have I ever been willing to suffer through a Brazilian to spare myself their company. That's a special kind of hate. Okay, so the wax might have been a little over the top. Neil possessed the power to incite that much anger inside her, and masochism. It's a long story. Use short words, and hurry. Those office supplies aren't going to order themselves, sweetie. Chloe sighed. A dog with lockjaw had nothing on the other woman when she latched onto a subject. I had a pathetic, cliched crush on my older brother's best friend. When Michael died 3 years ago, Neil and I ended up having sex. And the morning after, he kicked me out, practically chewing through his arm to escape. That was the last time I saw or heard from him. Morgan gaped at her, eyes wide, mouth open, for once the ennui absent from her expression. You ho, she whispered, a healthy amount of scandal and admiration coloring her voice. A one-night stand? You? Yes, me, Chloe drawled, crossing her arms. And apparently my slutty skills are as stellar as my dating skills, which explains why I haven't been engaging in either. Wow, Morgan grinned. I'm impressed. He's hot as hell. Was he good? He looks like he can have a girl swinging by her panties from the chandeliers. Chloe tightened her arms around herself, rolling her lips into a thin line. Morgan hooted with laughter as she fell back against her chair. I'll take that as a hell yes, she crowed. Does he have a big Morgan, Chloe snapped. I'll take that as a hell yes, too. Morgan snickered, then sobered. Seriously, though. True, he pulled a dick move with leaving, but Friday was your chance to make him pay. I hate to tell you this, but I think you bit off your nose to spite your face. You could have had revenge sex and a date for the gala. No, thank you, on both accounts. She shook her head. Besides, I need a man to pretend he's madly in love with me, or at least in lust. Neil proved he wouldn't be able to pull either off. I'm just sorry you spent $20,000 and we came away with nothing to show for it. Morgan dismissed Chloe's apology with a flicker of her hand. Don't worry about that. Father will just write it off. But what are you going to do now? Please tell me you don't plan on asking your parents to help you out. She shuddered. Morgan had attended one of her parents' get-togethers, just one, and witnessed their attempt at matchmaking for Chloe firsthand. That night, it had been the nephew of an English professor. If a news bulletin with his face and a shot of police carrying body bag after body bag out of his basement ever flashed across her television screen, Chloe wouldn't be one of the people interviewed who claimed, "He was so quiet. I would have never guessed he would do something like this." Quiet and creepy, with, "I dissolve my dates in hydrochloric acid," written all over him. No, I haven't told them about... She paused. My plans. Chloe didn't feel like hearing them caution her about being realistic in her relationship goals, or suffering through the "he's not one of us" speech. Anyone not part of their insular academic world was inked with the "not one of us" tattoo. They chose to ignore that Chloe wasn't either. Not that it matters now, she murmured. Neil had screwed her both literally and figuratively, once in the bedroom of his Dublin home, and then again Friday in a Boston ballroom. Thanks to him, she didn't have a date to the company's holiday gala in 5 days. And no time to find a gorgeous, sophisticated debonair replacement. Her chance of the man she loved finally seeing her as a desirable woman instead of a buttoned-up, quiet wallflower was gone. So you're not going? Morgan asked, Don't stay home. Come with me. I don't have a date either. Please, Chloe scoffed. You show up without a date, it's considered swagger. I do, and it's pathetic. Forget it. The idea was good, but... She shot to her feet, snatching up her Geeks Do It Better mug. One definitely should not plummet into the I'm going to be a spinster with 99 cats doldrums before the first cup of morning coffee. She circled her desk and strode from her office, Morgan fast on her heels. Chloe rolled her eyes as she headed to the break room at the end of the hall. Apparently, her friend didn't consider the subject of her impending spinsterhood as shut as Chloe did. She gritted her teeth, shutting out Morgan's ongoing diatribe as she selected a French vanilla K-cup and dropped it into the single-cup coffee maker. Moments later, the light, sweet scent of freshly brewed coffee teased her nose, and she inhaled, her lashes fluttering down. Nirvana. She reached for it, anticipating that first taste.
Good morning, Chloe. Morgan.
She jerked and the hot liquid splashed her hand. Damn. Skin smarting, she grabbed a couple of napkins and dabbed at her abused flesh before blotting up the small splatters on the counter. But the heat of the coffee was no match for the searing lick of fire that blazed up her chest and streamed into her face. She shot a glare that promised death by stiletto at Morgan, and her friend shrugged in response, mouthing, "Sorry." Heart pounding, she turned and faced the owner of the smooth, deep voice with its soft drawl that hinted at southern roots. So different from the light, lilting Irish brogue that had tormented her since Friday night. Stop thinking of him. Hi, Bennett, she stammered, turning and giving the chief operating officer of System Solutions Unlimited and the man she was hopelessly in love with a tremulous smile. He returned hers with a blinding grin, and every clever quip she'd practiced in her mirror for moments when she came face to face with him skipped out of her head with a fuck you very much wave. God, he was gorgeous. From his golden cap of hair and dark green eyes that were a much more vibrant and lush hue than her own, to the tall, fit body that wore a three-piece suit as if he were born in one, he exuded confidence, sophistication, and an elegance that were simultaneously attractive and faintly intimidating. Intimidating because in his presence she was never more aware of her own awkwardness, never more aware of her mousy plainness that rendered her invisible or pitiable, never more aware of the quiet, unassuming manner that seemed even dimmer in the face of Bennett and Morgan's vibrancy. He was perfect, and she was not. If she were interesting, desirable, memorable, how could her ex-boyfriend have found it so easy to use and discard her so easily for her work and a promotion? How could Neil have found it so easy to have sex with her and then abandon her? A sharp pang spasmed in her chest. Inhaling, she squelched the pain. Bennett, with his own success, wouldn't have to use her to get ahead. And once he finally saw her, really saw her, he wouldn't use her as a booty call, then leave. She'd devoured everything she could find on her supervisor, articles about being a founding member of their small software company, pictures of him with the family he appeared close to, and gossip about his romantic relationships, a couple of which had been long-term. Bennett wasn't afraid of commitment, unlike a certain person she could name. Stop thinking about him, she silently scolded herself. Especially since, thanks to that certain person, she'd lost her opportunity to shine in front of Bennett. To finally grab his attention and become something more than the programmer who blushed and mumbled every time he spoke to her, like what she was doing now. Are you? He tipped his head toward the coffee maker. Finished? Oh! Jesus H. Christ. Yes, I'm sorry. Let me get out of your way. She snatched up her cup and backed away from the coffee maker. Her hip glanced off a drawer handle and she stumbled. Damn it. Sorry about that. She apologized again, cheeks blazing hotter. No problem. He shifted forward and selected a K-cup. Bold breakfast blend. Of course. There was nothing weak about him, not even his choice of coffee flavors. So, he said above the hum and percolating of the machine.
How was your weekend?
She resisted the urge to glance behind her to check and see if he was addressing Morgan. But the bright, intelligent gaze focused on her, as well as Morgan's not-so-subtle poke in the rib, informed her his question had been directed toward her. Oh, shit. Okay, breathe. And answer, damn it. Fine, she replied with another shaky smile and only minimal stuttering. And yours?
Wonderful. I started off the holiday season with a performance of the Nutcracker at the Boston Ballet.
He arched a dark blonde eyebrow.
Speaking of the holidays, you are attending the gala this weekend, right? Morgan?
Oh, I plan on going. What about you, Chloe? Her traitorous friend purred. Bitch. Her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth as if suddenly coated in peanut butter. No. God, no. She couldn't show up dateless to the biggest event of the year to repeat her wallflower act from the previous year. Not to watch Bennett hold court with a beautiful woman on his arm while she sat at an empty table once again, wishing she could be the woman he bestowed admiring glances and intimate smiles on. Going to the gala would be the epitome of masochism. Of course, she blurted.
Great.
He treated her to another flash of his heart-melting smile, sending her heart from a trot into a full-out gallop.
I look forward to seeing you there. Have a great day, ladies.
She murmured a response, staring after his broad shoulders until he disappeared down the hall. Smooth, Morgan drawled beside her. Oh, shut up. Chloe slapped a palm to her forehead. What the hell did I just do? She whispered. Lied to your boss about attending the company gala to which you have no date. Her mind supplied helpfully. Groaning, she grumbled a goodbye to Morgan and retraced her steps to her office, closing the door behind her. She set her coffee on her desk and plopped down in her chair. Don't pass out. Don't panic. The mantra did little to ease the yoga-like bends and twists contracting her stomach. Bennett. She had to remember all she had to gain. Love, family, security. With Bennett. For that, she would go to this gala. So what, she didn't have a date. She was an independent, strong woman. Morgan's idea of buying a man had been crazy anyway. It was past time for Chloe to snatch off her big girl drawers and drag on a seductive, confident woman's thong. Fortune favors the bold. The only thing to fear is fear itself. Love is a battlefield. Oh, shit. Now she was quoting Latin proverbs, FDR, and Pat Benatar. She was so screwed.
Chapter 4. Mondays sucked shit. Niall threw open his front door and strode into the reception hall of his home. Usually arriving at his house in the suburb of Dalkey after a long day in his Dublin office eased him. The beauty of the private gardens surrounding the steel and brick welcomed him like a mother's open embrace. The house, with its spacious, airy rooms, floor-to-ceiling windows, and minimalist decor that he'd actually had hands-on input, was his oasis in an often hectic, always demanding world. When he closed that front door, he shut the shit out. Not today. Hell, over 3,000 miles hadn't dimmed the memories from Friday night. A day packed with marketing meetings, contract disputes, and distribution negotiations hadn't distracted him. Why shouldn't Chloe follow him into the peace and quiet of his home? He dropped his briefcase in the entrance to the sitting room, pausing long enough to peel off his suit jacket and toss it over the back of a chair. Jerking his tie loose, he continued down the inner hall, past the dining area, and into the family room. Aside from his bedroom, this was his favorite area in the house. The low couches, large chairs, and limestone fireplace decorated the large room, but it was the selection of instruments that reflected the heart of him. His borons sat in the corner, the collection of Irish drums requiring more space than the flutes and pipes. But in front of the fireplace stood his most cherished possession, his fiddle, Even with his mind in a whirling, restless shitstorm, just glimpsing the instrument, protected in its case, arrowed a small measure of pleasure into his chest. Exhaling hard, he unlocked the large glass door and stepped out onto the balcony that wrapped around one half of the house. The stunning view of the sloped Dalkey rooftops, Dunleary Harbour, Dublin Bay, and the village of Howth stole his breath as it always did. He inhaled, allowing the beauty to infiltrate the chaos brewing in his head and chest. A corner of his mouth lifted as memories drifted over him like the light mist beginning to fall. He'd returned to Ireland from the States after his mother died 5 years ago, since it had been her yearning for her homeland that had brought them to Boston in the first place, and Michael had volunteered to come with him. His friend's joy and wonder in the country had been fun to watch, deepening Neil's own appreciation. It was almost as if Michael had been the one finally coming home after a long absence. Having Michael by his side as he'd slowly taken the reins of Dürr music from his father had been invaluable. He'd been a quiet strength, an unshakable support that had never wavered even when Neil's confidence and resolve had. And he'd repaid that loyalty by not being there the night Michael had needed him most. Pivoting sharply on his heel, he re-entered the house. The claws of grief and anger that had blunted in the 3 years since Michael's death sharpened and scored his emotional skin. The pain and emptiness of loss and guilt welled up like a bubbling geyser, pressed in on him, and he turned to his comfort, his joy, his peace, his fiddle. Striding to the case, he removed his tie and rolled up his sleeves. Carefully, he removed the fiddle from the case and settled on the stool with it before the fireplace. The dark wood gleamed, its gorgeous shape reminiscent of a curvaceous woman. Using the electric tuner, he quickly tuned and adjusted the fiddle and rosined his bow. Then he stood, tucked the tail beneath his chin, rested the body on his left shoulder, and positioned his fingers on the strings. Inhaling deeply, he closed his eyes, released the breath, and played. Just let the music carry him to a place that was his and his alone. The melody built walls around him like a castle turret where no one could penetrate or intrude. This belonged to him, and he didn't allow anyone to listen or impede on this time. Only Michael had been privy to this most personal side of him, and Chloe. Sighing, the tension eased out of him as the last note vibrated and died on the air. He replaced the fiddle in its case and set it once again in its place of honor. Straightening, he moved toward the entrance, jerked at the sudden vibration against his thigh. Frowning, he removed the cell from his pocket, his scowl deepening at the unfamiliar number appearing on the screen. Wait, a 617 area code. Boston. Not Chloe's phone number, though, unless she'd changed it. His grip nearly threatened to crack the phone in half. He swiped a thumb across the call bar and held the cell to his ear. Hello? Neil Hunter? Relief and disappointment crowded into his chest, vying for dominance. Not Chloe. But he didn't recognize the feminine voice on the other end either. Yes? Who is this? Irritation sharpened his voice, but damn if he could contain it. He should be happy Chloe wasn't on the other end. Nothing could come of her reaching out to him. Didn't stop the regret from sinking low in his gut, though. Morgan lad, we met at the Bachelor auction Friday night. The one who bought and paid for you, lock, stock, and barrel? Yes, the blonde, Chloe's friend. The friend who'd laid down $20,000 so Chloe could have a date. Right, her. She laughed, and though the sound was light and pretty, it nonetheless reminded him of an evil cackle. As his mother used to say about him when he was up to no good, that one has been twice cursed by Adam's slip-up. This woman, this Morgan, definitely sounded like she suffered from a double dose of original sin. I know I'm the last person you expected to call, she said. Especially since I don't remember giving you my number, he interjected dryly. I know, right? She continued, either oblivious to sarcasm or just didn't care. He would bet on the latter. Let me tell you, I had to do some serious browbeating with that Rhodonite committee to get your personal information. A pause. By the way, I might have mentioned you were trying to skip out on the date you promised, so don't be surprised if you receive a call from them. The woman was crazy. The fucking bollocks on her. I don't mean to be rude, Ms. Lett, she snorted, cutting him off. It's Morgan, and whenever someone starts a conversation with, "I don't mean to be rude," it lets the other person know they're about to be just that. So I'll make this quick, Neil. Please call me Neil. Another of those cackles that had the hair raising on the back of his neck. He didn't need the sight to be afraid of what that wicked chuckle foreshadowed. I like you, Neil. Even though you screwed my girl, figuratively and literally, apparently, I still like you. What the fuck? He snapped. And I need your help, she continued. Well, Chloe needs your help. And that fast, "You're bloody joking me," evaporated off his tongue. He strode over to the glass door and once again stepped out onto his balcony, the phone still pressed to his ear. "Hello?" Morgan said. "I'm still here," he murmured. "What's wrong with Chloe?" "Something only you can fix." Neil sighed, pinched the bridge of his nose. "Look, Morgan, I'm sure you're a very nice woman and a good friend to Chloe, but please don't take offense when I ask, have you been drinking?" A heavy, wistful sigh drifted over the line. "No, it's only 1:30 in the afternoon here. But anywho, Chloe's in a really tight spot." He slapped down another inappropriate image that would consign him to the bowels of hell. "And needs you." Chloe needing him. His body reacted as if a hand stroked down his chest and wrapped a fist around his cock. Damn, that wasn't good. "I'm pretty sure I am the last person Chloe would ask for help," he stated, voice flat. "Oh, I completely agree," Morgan said. "Which is why I'm asking, because she's too stubborn to do it. See, there's a man who Chloe is in love with. Unfortunately, he doesn't see her in that way, so she needs another man to jerk his head out of his ass and realize how adorable and perfect Chloe is." Shock threaded through him. "Let me get this straight. You want me to help make another man jealous?" he said bluntly. "No," Morgan corrected, stretching the word out as if speaking to a 5-year-old. "I want you to help show this guy that other men, successful, handsome men, find Chloe attractive, and of course desirable, because let's be honest, the girl has the fashion sense of Maria from The Sound of Music, but her body is hot." "Don't you even fucking think on how hot her body is," he ordered himself. "Is he blind as well as an idiot?" he snapped. He curled his fingers into a fist, the skin pulling so tight over his knuckles he wouldn't have been surprised if it split. "You want to use me in order to make a man who apparently doesn't have the sense God gave a gnat open his eyes and see her as a woman." "Now you're following me. Gold star for you, Neil," she crowed. "But our Chloe loves the guy, so what are we going to do?" He could hear the shrug in her voice. "That's where you come in. That date you owe me, I bought it for Chloe, and I intend for her to have it whether she wants it or not. This Friday I need you to escort her to our company's gala and sweep her off her feet." She loved him. Chloe loved this guy, and Neil was supposed to play the fool to help this idiot notice her. He ground his teeth together until a dull ache protested along his jaw. Everything in him roared a bitter hell no. One woman had already used him for his wealth, social status, and career. After his ex-wife had nearly walked away with half his family's music empire, he'd vowed never again. But now here he was, being asked to hit repeat. Maybe not for the same end result. Veronica had coveted his name and money, and Chloe longed after a man. But neither wanted him, but what he could bring them. And that it was Chloe doing the using only soured on his tongue, like milk 2 days past the expiration date. It shouldn't sting. He shouldn't care. Hell, this might be a small way to ease the hurt from 3 years ago. Yet, Chloe needs a man who will love her with everything they are, who will devote and commit himself to her and provide the home and family she craves. You're the only one I trust with her happiness. Hell no. Michael had asked that of Neil, but this Bennett possessed the IQ of a wooden post if he couldn't recognize the beauty right in front of him. And even if Chloe loved him, desired him, he wasn't getting involved. He'd stayed out of her life for 3 years with good cause. Staying away from her had been his way of honoring Michael's request, and playing matchmaker wasn't a good enough reason to walk back in. Not when he would bring pain and hurt with him. "Neil, are you still there?" Morgan persisted. "Yes," he bit out. And my answer is no. What? She shrieked. Why? You owe her. Yes, I do. Neil agreed, tone hard, implacable, final. Which is why my answer is no. Goodbye, Morgan. He hung up before she could argue and re-entered his house. He strode toward his fiddle and picked it up again, seeking the measure of peace he'd obtained before answering the phone. Despite what Morgan thought, Chloe's happiness didn't include him.
Chapter 5. Chloe smoothed her damp palms down her sides, the heavy black silk soaking up the light perspiration. Damn nerves, she muttered. But she could be forgiven for the sudden attack of, oh my God, I'm really doing this. After all, in just an hour, she would come face to face with Bennett. Her stomach executed a flip Gabby Douglas would have envied. Yes, Bennett's reaction caused the somersault in her belly, not the fact that she would be pitifully alone. Patting the elegant but simple bun she twisted her hair into, she eyed her long formal gown. The slight sweetheart neckline didn't prop her breasts on display, but it didn't make them appear as if she wore a binding cloth either. A good compromise. The length and empire waist style effectively camouflaged the six-pack she didn't have, wide hips and thighs that could be attributed more to treks to the break room for coffee than walks in the park. All in all, she didn't look bad. Still, Bennett was accustomed to sexier, less clothed supermodels with pert A-cups and thighs that could crack a walnut, just like Neil was. Case in point, his ex-wife. Scowling, she rubbed a hand over her chest. Over the last week, thoughts of Neil had cropped up out of nowhere. And whenever she thought of him loving a woman enough to marry, that uncomfortable, unreasonable blade of jealousy sliced deep and twisted. Cut it out, she scolded herself. She glanced at the alarm clock on her bedside table. 6:10. Focus on Bennett. Forget Neil. In 5 minutes, she would head out. Inhaling, she returned her gaze to the cheval mirror and studied her reflection and tried to ignore the sudden wave of lightheadedness. Okay, it was normal to be nervous. Natural. She was stepping outside her box. Holy shit, this was such a bad idea. She pressed a palm to her abdomen, steadying herself against the edge of her vanity with the other hand. Why am I doing this? What am I thinking? Bennett isn't suddenly going to take one look at my big ass and fall head over heels in love with it. The odds are more likely he'll trip over it. The purse on her bed jangled. Madonna's Human Nature, interrupting her headlong rush toward a full-blown panic attack. With a sigh, she grabbed the small bag and removed her phone. Her mother would have a couple of litters if she ever heard the ringtone Chloe had assigned her. So it was a bit passive-aggressive and childish. She owned it. Hi, Mom, Chloe greeted. Chloe? Rosalind Richardson's smooth, precise tone reverberated in Chloe's ear. How are you? Fine. And you, Dad? We're doing well. So cold and formal. It hadn't always been this way. Her parents had never really done PDA, but their family had always been warm and affectionate, if a bit overprotective, until Michael died. Something in her mother and father had shut down after her brother's death, and 3 years later, their grief and bitterness hadn't eased. Neither had the almost obsessive need to keep Chloe close, as if losing one child had instilled the fear of God in them about losing their remaining one. Chloe tolerated it because she understood where it originated from, but sometimes the burden of being the living child, of not disappointing them by leaving like Michael, was like an albatross. I'm calling to invite you to a small impromptu dinner party your father and I are having tonight. Impromptu meaning Rosalind had planned it last week as opposed to a month ago. Rosalind was just a tad bit on the anal side. It will be us and a few friends. Dinner will be served at 7. Please be on time. Not can you make it or even we'd like you to come. Just an assumption she would attend because what else could she possibly have planned on a Friday night? A part of her couldn't blame her mother for presuming, though. Hell, she was a people pleaser, especially when it came to her parents. Upsetting them, well, giving in was a hell of a lot easier than facing their sad disapproval. She squeezed her eyes shut and silently inhaled, attempting to calm the thud of her heart. Get it together. You're 25, not 5, damn it. I'm sorry, Mom, but I won't be able to make it tonight. A deafening silence boomed in her ear. Excuse me? Rosalind asked. I'm sorry, Chloe repeated, but I already have plans for the evening. Really? What do these plans include? Closing her eyes, Chloe pinched the bridge of her nose and chose to ignore the skepticism in her mother's tone. My company is holding a holiday ball. Oh, Rosalind scoffed, and she could picture her mother flicking away Chloe's explanation. That's trivial. Besides, I've already ordered dinner for 10. Professor Jensen is bringing his nephew and... No. Another dense, censorious silence weighed down the phone connection. Rosalind's displeasure crackled like a live current, and Chloe gripped the phone tighter. An apology and agreement to attend the dinner hovered on her tongue, but with a force of will or desperation, probably both, Chloe swallowed it. If she gave in tonight, showed up at her parents', and endured a torturous dinner beside another professor's nephew, she would be surrendering the future she desired, hungered for. Tonight, she ceased being a spectator in her own life and became a participant. Tonight, she claimed that first step toward her dream of loving a partner, a family, and a future filled with affection, laughter, and acceptance. Chloe. The doorbell pealed, and she threw up a prayer to whatever patron saint of girls without backbones had been listening. I'm sorry, Mom, I have to go. She interrupted once more, most likely earning herself a top 3 spot on her mother's shit list. I'll call you tomorrow. Not waiting for her assent, Chloe ended the call and dropped the phone back in the purse. On second thought, nibbling her lip, she removed the cell and tossed it on the bed, then exited the bedroom and headed for the short flight of stairs that led to the lower level of her Cambridge townhome. While she was thankful to whoever stood on the other side of the door, she didn't have time to talk. The gala and Bennett awaited. Huffing out a breath, she opened the door and lost her breath. Oh my God. Neil. Shock punched the breath from her lungs. Her heart drummed away in her chest, the same pounding, a dull roar in her ears as she numbly drank him in. Dark hair waved away from his face. The thick strands brushed behind his ears and grazing the collar of his white shirt. He'd foregone the traditional tuxedo in favor of a black 3-piece suit that graced his broad shoulders, wide chest, slim hips, and powerful thighs to perfection. A tie the identical shade of his piercing sky-blue eyes provided a spot of bright color aside from his shirt. Somewhere in heaven, God was patting himself on the back for this flawless creation. Or maybe not. The angelic ancestor who'd passed along his genes to the man before her had probably taken a header from the sky with Lucifer. What the bleedin' hell are you wearing? He snapped, his dark brows slamming down, his gaze dragged down her body and back up, lighting on her hair. If possible, the frown darkened even further. What? She stammered, backpedaling as he shifted forward and into her small foyer. She patted her hair, then ran a hand down the front of her gown. Had she missed a few strands? Was there a wrinkle in the skirt? What are you talking about? No, wait, forget about that. What are you doing here? He closed the door behind him with an ominous thud. Taking you to your gala. But not in that dress. Where did you get it? Nunneries are us? His mouth firmed into a hard line as he dipped his hand into his pants pocket and withdrew his cell. As he jabbed the screen several times and lifted the phone to his ear, his words still rang in hers. Taking you to your gala. What was happening here? Shara, this is Neil. Impatience flickered across his face as the person on the other end greeted him with an exuberance Chloe heard from a couple feet away. Yes, I'm in town.
And I promise we'll catch up, but I need a favor. Pause. Thank you. I need your stylist, and I need them here 30 minutes ago. I'm short on time.
Chloe gasped. Hot embarrassment chased anger, and both bloomed in her chest and soared to her cheeks. Okay, so she didn't wear the expensive couture dresses Morgan favored that showed off more skin than a Fredericks of Hollywood catalog. Not like the women Neil dated and married, gorgeous women who were size 0, flawless and sophisticated. He didn't do normal in his world. And Chloe was normal, average. Men didn't stop and gawk on the street when she strode by. They didn't trip all over themselves to invite her out, to proudly display her on their arm. She wasn't that kind of woman. And if she sometimes yearned to be that woman, well, those moments were best relegated to the lonely hours on the couch with a pint of chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream and her Pretty Woman DVD. Morgan is behind this, isn't she? She growled. Mortification raised a path through her. Why couldn't she just mind her business? Well, look, you can just go back home. I don't need your pity date or your stylist and... He shot up a hand, and her diatribe skidded to a halt on the tip of her tongue. Dark brown hair, gorgeous green eyes, size 8, maybe a 10, curvaceous, a sexy woman. Though the deep, matter-of-fact tone could have been discussing the Wall Street stock market report, the words slid beneath her skin, turned her blood into a syrupy river of heat. His hooded gaze lowered from her face, settled on her breasts. She sucked in a breath, her nipples pebbling beneath the heavy silk, abrading the lace of her bra. Suppressing the urge to cross her arms and conceal the evidence of her reaction to his visual caress, she tipped her chin up and leveled a glare on him that, if God was fair, would have had him 6 feet under. Forget that. She didn't trust him. 12 feet under. A full C, but firm. He continued, voice losing a bit of that ice, growing a tad darker, his accent more pronounced. Small waist and hips. True hourglass. Whoever you send, tell them I don't want her shape hidden. She's a beautiful woman. Their job is to make sure it's seen. He slowly raised his intense scrutiny, meeting her eyes once again, and she raised a hand to her throat, circling her neck, as if in protection from the stare that burned as hot as the heart of a flame. Hurry, yeah? If they make it here in 20 minutes, I'll double their fee. He rattled off her address, then hung up. A long, weighty silence descended between them. Pressure built in her lungs, and in the back of her mind, she could dimly hear her brain demanding she breathe. But with Neil only feet away from her, his tall, hard body strung tight like a sleek, dangerous predator preparing to pounce, and that steady regard unwavering, breathing wasn't a priority. A sexy woman, a beautiful woman. Then he blinked. Ice replaced heat, and she dragged air into her lungs as if starved. Neil, she said, despising the breathless quality of her voice, and the slamming of her heart, and the dampness in her panties. Bastard. He left you. Abandoned you when you needed him most after taking your virginity and fucking you senseless. Have some pride. The self-rebuke doused the desire pooling low in her belly. I don't know why you decided to show up here, but I don't have time for... She flicked a finger toward his phone. Whatever you have planned. I have a gala to attend. Alone? By myself, as a matter of fact. She glanced down at her thin gold watch. I'm leaving now. He didn't reply or move. We will leave after the stylist arrives. His lips twisted into a wry half-smile. At the price I offered, they should be here shortly. Until then, you might want to go upstairs and get undressed so they can start as soon as they arrive. I don't need a stylist. She ground out between clenched teeth, enunciating as if speaking to a child, or an idiot. He snorted. Just that one derisive sound, and every insecurity soared to the forefront, rocketing her temper into the kill zone. And I don't need you. His gaze went from burr
to Arctic in a blink. Yet here I am, and my help is what you're going to get. And afterward, we're attending your damn ball to have a whale of a time. The tone was cold enough to chip cubes off of, but the thickening of his accent and inclusion of Irishisms waved a red caution flag that Chloe had pricked his temper. I didn't ask you to come here or be my date for tonight, and I damn sure didn't ask you to try and change me to look like one of the America's Next Top Model types you're used to. I'm sorry my ordinary plain Jane appearance offends your sensibilities. She snapped. His full lips hardened into a furious flat line, the angles of his face appearing sharper as fury lit an unholy fire in his eyes, burning away the frost. What the hell are you talking about? The quiet, low question might as well have been bellowed and accompanied with shattering glass. Hell, she might have been less wary if he had. The soft tone was damn unnerving. Nothing, she whispered, shifting backward. Her pulse accelerated as he claimed the step she'd surrendered. Oh, it's something, he countered in the same menacing tone. I understand perfectly that you don't want me here. I'm also quite crystal clear you'd like for me to take my offer of help and shove it up my arse. But I have to honor my agreement for that damn auction, which includes doing something with the money that would have went toward the date. And it might as well be spent on you, since you're the one hot to attract the attention of a ball bag who doesn't seem to know you exist. Ouch, that stung. But then the truth often did. I don't give a fuck what you wear. I've seen you naked. Naked, naked, naked. The words seemed to vibrate and gain speed and volume the longer the silence between them stretched. She shivered, remembering exactly what he'd done to her after stripping her down to nothing but skin. But what I am fucking tired of, he continued, is seeing you hide behind dull clothes shaped like tents and sacks because you're afraid of being noticed. Like you're trying to disappear. And that's a damn crime. Screw this Bennett. I could give two fucks about Bennett. He repeated his name on a sneer. This is about you. About you seeing the beauty you are so maybe others will too. Now. He drew near until they stood toe-to-toe, and nose to nose because he bent his head over hers, his bright gaze boring into hers, his mouth so close she could taste his peppermint-scented breath. Unless your goal is to attract the Pope, I'd suggest you go upstairs, take that habit off, and wait for the stylist to arrive. He didn't linger for her reply, but stalked past her toward the living room, his angry strides carrying him out of her sight. For several seconds, she gaped at the entrance through which he'd disappeared. Then with a sigh, she turned, climbed the stairs, and waited for the stylist. Girl, tell me, do you keep your hair this long for religious reasons? Like, will you lose your strength if you cut it? Beside Chloe, the makeup artist Reese snickered as she dusted a huge brush across Chloe's cheekbones. Reese, Lawrence the wardrobe stylist, and Terry the hair expert had shown up at her door within the requested 30 minutes. When they'd marched into Chloe's bedroom, armed to the teeth with wheeled luggage, clothes, and some things she couldn't identify, she'd felt her eyes widen. The trio was, unique. Lawrence, lanky, gleaming mahogany skin, wearing jeggings and killer heels. Terry, with a sharp, chin-length bob, startling, bright hazel eyes. Contacts are one of his parents, was part cat. And a red leather-fringed jacket. And Reese, the only woman in the group, with her frosty, super-long lashes and jeweled lips, as in crystal lipstick. Separately, they were striking. Together, they were mesmerizing. And just a tad bit scary. Ignore me shady boots, Lawrence said in his beautiful southern drawl. Behind her, Terry chuckled. Okay, sweetie. Lawrence appeared within Chloe's line of vision with 3 dresses. Which one? I have this red strapless or an emerald backless, which would look delish with your eyes. And then there's the white. Sleeves and high neck, but with the illusion of tons of bare skin. Very sexy.
Chloe stared at her options and swallowed the lump of anxiety blocking her windpipe. All three were bold, eye-catching, stunning. The exact antithesis of what she usually wore. The exact antithesis of her.
They're all gorgeous.
She hedged, her fingers tangling in her lap. But,
you don't have anything in, black. Because it was supposed to be slimming, which was why 3/4 of her wardrobe honored the color.
Stop frowning, Reese admonished, smoothing eyeshadow over Chloe's lids. I vote for the red. It'll show off your amazing breasts.
And red is Christmassy.
They are amazing, girlfriend,
Terry agreed, while Chloe nearly groaned as he drew a brush through her hair, the firm bristles heavenly on her scalp.
But I say go with the green. Not only will it make your eyes pop, but it's backless.
He gasped.
With that ass of yours, you'll have men worshipping you like it's an old-time revival. He sighed. I want men worshipping my ass for Christmas. The white.
All chatter in the room ceased. A tense, expectant hush descended as every eye zeroed in on the tall form leaning against the door jamb. Her breath snagged in her throat as she stared at his reflection in the oval vanity mirror. Neil's deep, husky voice stroked over her skin in an uncanny imitation of his touch from that night. Rough, tender, sure. Though he spoke to Lawrence, his scrutiny remained on her. It traveled over her unbound hair, her face, pausing for a long moment on her parted lips before dropping to her robe-covered body. Heat flared in his eyes. All of his attention centered on her chest. She dragged her gaze away from his and glanced down. Oh, God. At some point, the front of her robe had loosened, and the lapels gaped, revealing the large swath of skin from her throat to just above her navel, the inner swells of her breasts clearly visible. She grappled for the ends, jerking them closed and fisting the cloth at her neck. Too bad covering up didn't erase the prickles of awareness racing over her skin, or ease the heaviness of desire in her breasts, or conceal the tightening of her nipples. And from the hard, carnal slant of his mouth, she doubted he missed that telltale sign.
We need to leave in about 20 minutes, Neil murmured. Will you be ready by then?
Finally, he released her from his regard, and she inhaled her first breath since he'd appeared in her bedroom.
Yes, she'll be ready,
Lawrence replied, preening, his long fake lashes batting as if swatting a fly. Neil nodded and, without glancing at her, disappeared from the entrance as quietly as he'd arrived. An Irish Batman. The inane thought popped into her head, and she swallowed a slightly frantic giggle. Oh my, Reese fanned her face. That was seriously hot.
Girl, Terry purred. I thought someone had jacked up the heat in here. That man looked at you like Christmas had come early, and you were the last present under the tree. #unwrap me, #get naked.
What? Chloe laughed, the sound high and nervous. Terry's insinuation was ridiculous. Neil didn't want her. He'd proven that quite succinctly without any room for interpretation. Complete radio silence after a night of sex transmitted one message. You suck in bed, and I don't want to repeat. He might have stared a little too long at her exposed skin, but he was a man. They glimpsed even a peek of a boob, and they reverted to little boys. His attention had been nothing personal. No, you're wrong. We're just... She gritted her teeth, nearly choking on the... friends. Humph, Lawrence grunted, his heels clacking on her hardwood floor as he walked away with the extra dresses. Whatever. Well, I'm going to go with your friend's suggestion and select the white. It's going to look fabulous on you. 25 minutes later, Chloe stood in front of her cheval mirror, mouth hanging open. Oh my God, she whispered, stretching a trembling hand toward the glass. Is that really me? In the space of 40 minutes, she'd transformed from plain, ordinary Chloe Richardson into this stunning stranger. Awed and a little fearful, she brushed her fingertips over her mouth. almost as if afraid if she dared touch the person reflected in the mirror, the image would ripple and disappear, only to be replaced by the real her. But no, the vision remained. The beautiful woman in the mirror was indeed her. Lawrence, Terry, and Reese had worked a miracle. Terry had styled her hair into the similar bun Chloe usually wore, except his creation was softer, more artistic. Twists of various sizes looped over and around the loose chignon at the nape of her neck. Tiny diamond pins twinkled with every movement of her head, glinting in the overhead light of the room. Reese's makeup enhanced her features, playing up beauty Chloe hadn't realized existed. Her eyes, shadowed and lined, appeared luminous and mysterious. And damn, she had cheekbones. And the dress? Her hands lowered, hovered over the gorgeous gown. The sheer, high-necked and long-sleeved top hugged her torso like a glove, not hiding her breasts as most of her clothes did. Strategically and elegantly placed white embellishments graced her neck, twined around her arms, and covered her chest and belly and lower hip. The heavy skirt fell from her hips to the floor, the high slit exposing the length of her right leg from foot to thigh. "Here, sweetie, put these on." Lawrence knelt in front of her, a pair of clear shoes in his hand. Carefully, he helped her into the heels higher than any she owned. He straightened. "Ah, yes," he said, grinning. "That is really you." "Oh my God," she repeated. "I feel like freaking Cinderella."
"I think she just called us fairies," Terry drawled.
"Oh, damn. I didn't mean—" Chloe whipped around to face the hairstylist, heat firing her cheeks beneath the expertly applied makeup, and an apology stumbling off her tongue. "Please," Reese scoffed as Terry burst out laughing. "Ignore him. You look gorgeous, Chloe." "And we're late, so if you don't get downstairs, we're going to have another visit from Prince Charming." The reminder of Neil caused the butterflies in her stomach to hatch into pterodactyls, but beneath the attack of nerves, something else loitered. Anticipation. Excitement to see Neil's reaction to her transformation. She accepted the small beaded clutch Lawrence pressed into her hands and managed not to fidget as he attached long, sparkly earrings. Moments later, they ushered her from the bedroom and escorted her down the short staircase. As soon as her foot hit the bottom step, she murmured a thank you to Lawrence and glanced up. Neil stood in the entrance of her living room, as still as a statue. He was motionless, except for his gaze. Her lips tangled under the visual caress, her skin heated, nipples hardened at the phantom brush over her shoulders, across her breasts, and down her hips to the length of thigh bared by the high slit in the dress. She waited, her pulse thrumming like one of the Irish drum pieces he used to listen to. The primal beat reverberated in her veins, her chest, her ears, throbbed between her legs in a traitorous rhythm she hadn't experienced since the night he'd introduced her to a passion that had wrecked her. When his perusal made the return trip up her body and settled on her face, she barely managed to stifle a flinch. Cold, harsh. His skin pulled tight over the sharp angles and severe planes of his cheekbones, forehead, and jaw. The sensuous curves of his mouth flattened into a grim line, and the vivid hue of his eyes had hardened into frozen chips.
"You look beautiful," he said, voice flat. "Are you ready to go?"
Shock slapped her, and it required every bit of hard-earned reserve to mask the pain. What had she expected? Neil to suddenly become effusive with praise and flattery? To proclaim she was the most gorgeous creature he'd ever seen? Beg her forgiveness for abandoning her and eviscerating her already tattered self-confidence? She might feel like damn Cinderella, but unless the Crystal Palace had sprouted sheetrock and assumed an IKEA decor, she lived in reality, not in a land of rainbow-shitting unicorns. Besides, she didn't want his apology or his approval. None of this was for Neil, but for Bennett. Bennett, who was handsome, kind, considerate, respectful, stable. After tonight, he would finally see her as more than a mousy, socially awkward employee who blushed and stuttered when he spoke to her, And she would be one step closer to the dream of having a family of her own with a caring, attentive husband who valued her as an equal partner, who accepted her, who loved her. Straightening her shoulders, she tilted her chin, met his glacial gaze. Yes, I'm ready. Let's go.
Chapter 6. There were worse ways to spend a Friday evening, like shopping in the post-Thanksgiving pre-Christmas furor, otherwise known as Dante's unknown 10th circle of hell, or a date bored shitless with a woman whose idea of intellectually stimulating conversation entailed a detailed analysis of the latest Dolce & Gabbana handbag, or a mind-numbing marathon of the latest reality television crap. Definitely worse ways to spend a Friday evening than attending a festive party with food, music, and free-flowing alcohol. Still, at this moment, with Chloe in his arms, her curves brushing his body as they swayed to the band's music, her sensual scent teasing him like a red flag with a bull, he would have gladly sacrificed himself to an evening of inane conversation, followed by a nightcap of hectic shopping and hours filled with the housewives of wherever the fuck. Neil closed his eyes but quickly opened them when the image of Chloe descending her home's staircase slammed into him with all the subtlety of an Acme anvil. A vision in white, innocence wrapped in sin, purity begging to be dirtied. Christ on the cross, she'd nearly brought him to his knees, and not to pray. With each step that damn split had teased him with not just the sight of her toned, firm thigh, but fantasies of what lay only a few inches above. The sweet, tight flesh he'd spent hours touching, kissing, licking, fucking. He remembered with startling clarity what the plump pink flesh looked like, damp with her arousal. Remembered how that flesh tasted, like fresh, wind-sharpened rain after a heavy storm. Remembered what the vice-like grip of that flesh felt like around his fingers and cock. Yeah, if he was on his knees in front of her, an act of contrition would be the last thing occupying his lips. He stroked a palm down the straight line of her back and bit back a curse at her sexy, unconscious arch into his caress. Unconscious because she didn't desire his touch, didn't want anything from him. She'd barely accepted his presence as a beard. Which was fine. As long as he kept his purpose here forefront in his mind, he wouldn't have a problem getting through tonight so he could return to Dublin, his promise to Michael on its way to being fulfilled. That promise was the only reason he'd changed his mind about escorting her to this ball. It wasn't enough to stay away from her any longer. Michael had said Chloe needed a man who loved her, devoted himself to her, and provided her with the family and home she craved. According to Morgan, this Bennett was that man, or Chloe believed him to be that man. If so, then Neil would help her obtain that dream, that future, help her obtain the happiness Michael wanted for her, that Neil wanted for her. Even if it was with Bennett. And if the thought of her with this man, any man, seeing her sweaty with passion, coming apart with ecstasy, made him want to put his fist through a wall, well, that was Neil's problem to get over, wasn't it? Because he had no choice. Chloe longed for the knight in shining armor to sweep her off her feet and carry her back to his castle where they would spend their lives together in connubial bliss. A dream he knew from experience was complete and utter bullshit. Still, he'd failed to be by Michael's side the night he'd skidded on a rainy Dublin road and crashed his car, and he'd failed in upholding Michael's last request when he'd had sex with his sister. But not any longer. But damn, the end of the evening couldn't get here fast enough. "Bennett's alone by the bar," she said. "Maybe we should go over there and talk to him." Not fucking fast enough. No. She tilted her head back, frowned up at him. "No, that's it?" "Yes." "Neil." She practically growled his name, and damn if his dick didn't leap at the dark sound. "We've been here for an hour. How can I get Bennett to notice me if I never get near him?" "Stop glaring at me," he said, gripping her hips and tugging her closer until her breasts pressed against his chest and her legs tangled with his. If we're supposed to be convincing Mr. Perfect that we're lovers, then burning a hole in my head is counterproductive. Her expression transformed as soon as the words left his mouth. A soft smile lit her face, replacing the scowl, and he hated the clenching in his gut and tightening of his balls that corresponded with the change. That's just it. How can we convince him if he's not even paying attention? Oh, he's paying attention, Neil drawled, lowering his head and grazing the tip of her ear with his mouth. He's barely taken his eyes off you since we arrived. Chloe had pointed out the tall, blond man as soon as they'd walked through the doors of the ballroom where the gala was being held. Obviously popular with his co-workers, especially the female ones, he'd held court all evening, surrounded by people like a king with his admiring subjects. His good looks, evident charm, and commanding presence, he understood Chloe's fascination. Neil hated him on sight. Her gasp whispered across his jaw, reminding him of another time her soft catches of breath had bathed his skin. He clenched his jaw. Those memories were off limits, buried, damn buried. They needed to be cremated. Really? Excitement lent her voice a breathlessness that grated on his nerves like nails on a blackboard. All the more reason why we should be over there while he's not preoccupied with other people. Lesson number 1 about men, Chloe. We're hunters. Part of the pleasure of the takedown is the hunt, the pursuit. Let him chase you. That's such sexist bullshit, she grumbled, dragging a reluctant smile out of him. Politically correct? No, but it doesn't change the truth. You think he doesn't know you're alive. Yes, he does. Even if a man isn't interested, he's very aware of who wants him, who's attracted to him. It's an ego fuck. The difference is, now he's the one watching you. Shifting back, he grabbed her hand and gently but firmly led her off the dance floor. Make him come to you. I guess I should trust your advice, especially as a man who probably has his ego fucked often. A ham-sized fist of lust slammed into his stomach. The word fuck on her lips was a blasphemy, a sin, an invitation. A sultry, dark summons to commit all kinds of dirty acts with her mouth, her breasts, her ass, the sweet-hot flesh of her sex. He whipped around, grabbed her hips in a grip roughened by the need pounding in his blood like the constant crash of thunder across a night sky. Again, you're insinuating, assuming. You have something you'll be wanting to ask me, Chloe, he murmured, grasping her chin and whisking his thumb underneath the plump curve of her bottom lip. Something you want to know. She stiffened, but before she could jerk away, he tightened his hold. Don't pull away from me. You're supposed to like my touch, hunger for it, he murmured. She once had. Everything in her had craved it. Him. From her expressive green eyes to her trembling lips prettily begging him to don't stop, to her gorgeous body, so soft, open, and vulnerable for him. Though he knew it was the last thing he needed, the last thing he should even think about, he wanted to see that desire again, even if only for a second. Eyes narrowing, he grazed the pad of his thumb over her lip before settling on the flesh, and pressing, firmly, deliberately, until her breath fluttered across the tip of his finger. Her gaze shot to his, and there it was, hesitant, skittish, but there. While I hate to interrupt, well, actually, no, I don't. Slowly, Neil tore his attention away from Chloe and refocused it on the smirking blonde behind her, but not before he caught the flash of wariness and alarm in Chloe's eyes. Good. She should be guarded and distrustful of him, because at the moment, with reality bleeding into pretense and muddying the already blurred lines of this damn charade, the only thing keeping him civil and off her was the 6-foot, tuxedoed Bennett Charles. He was a breathing reminder that Chloe didn't want Neil. She was using him. The thought cooled the heat in his veins like a cool wind off Dunleary Harbor. Chloe turned around. "Morgan!" She hugged her friend. "I've been looking for you. When did you get here?" "Just now. And as soon as I stepped in the door, the first thing I hear about is this amazing transformation of the stunning brunette with the sexy Irishman." Morgan grinned. I've been primed and pumped so much, some of these people owe me a cigarette. Neil silently choked on a burst of laughter. Jesus, and they called the Irish ribald. Chloe's eyes narrowed on her friend. You and I need to have a conversation, she gritted out. Sure, later. You look gorgeous, sweetie. She kissed Chloe's cheek and, grinning, winked at Neil. Just so you know, I've told everyone that Christian Bale here is your dirty little secret that you keep around to do bad things. Very, very bad things to you. Oh, God, Chloe groaned. Christian Bale? Batman? He frowned, offended. He's English, not Irish. Morgan waved her hand. Again with the semantics. What is it with you two? Her eyes narrowed. Oh, hold that thought. Showtime, folks. Her smile brightened. Hello, Bennett. Beside him, Chloe stiffened. Seeking to soothe her, Neil cupped the nape of her neck, gently rubbing his thumb over the sensitive spot behind her ear. The familiar, comforting gesture reached as far back as their friendship. How many times had he greeted her with a hug, kissed the forehead, and squeezed the neck? Or congratulated her on winning one academic honor or another? Comforted her after one too many critical lectures from her parents? Of course, back then, sexual undercurrents hadn't swirled beneath the surface like dangerous dark rapids. Hello, Morgan, Bennett said before turning to Chloe. Chloe, I'm so glad you decided to come tonight. You look beautiful. He reached for her hand and, grasping it, lifted her fingers to his lips. A primal urge to rip her hand away from the other man's surged within him, as if the primitive instinct to possess and claim had slept dormant until this moment when Bennett Charles grazed his lips over the back of Chloe's fingers. Fury and an uglier, alien emotion roiled within his chest, snarling to be unleashed. And the tremble that vibrated through Chloe and hummed against Neil only further strained the quickly unraveling tether. His grip on her neck flexed, and her startled gaze shifted to his. He hated it, both the wariness in her eyes and the emotion ripping through him. But he didn't remove his hold on her either. Thank you, Bennett. She lowered her arm, a faint pink staining her cheekbones. I'd like to introduce you to Neil Hunter. Neil, please meet Bennett Charles, the Chief Operating Officer of System Solutions Unlimited. Neil nodded, and when Bennett extended his hand toward him, he grasped it, giving it a firm squeeze. A pleasure to meet you, Neil. Bennett cocked his head to the side. The rumor circling around is you're an Irishman. Guilty. What part of Ireland, if you don't mind me asking? Dublin? Chloe shot him a behave or else glare, which he returned with a raised eyebrow. He'd promised to escort her to this thing, not be feckin' Emily Post. I love Dublin, Bennett continued. I haven't visited in a couple of years. My great-grandmother came from Cork City. His brow wrinkled. Wait, Hunter? Any association with Dure music? Again, Neil nodded. It's my family's company. Neil's being modest, Chloe interceded. He's CEO of the label. Has been for about 5 years now. He took over when his father retired, and Dure Music remains the leading record label in Ireland and Northern Ireland, and it has very successful offices in London and New York. He stared down at her, surprise and pleasure careening through him. With the past lying between them like a dead, rotten fish, he wouldn't have expected her to extol his virtues. Hell, have anything positive to say about him at all. Chloe resented him, begrudged having to turn to him for help, and all with good reason. He'd abandoned her at her most vulnerable, even if it was the best decision for both of them. My father loves traditional Celtic music and owns many records from your label. Bennett glanced from Neil to Chloe. Are you in town long, Neil? That unfamiliar emotion swelled once more, shoving against his sternum, streaming up his throat and filling his head with white noise. Bennett watched her as if she would disappear in a cloud of perfume if he took his eyes off her longer than 5 seconds. Eyes on me, Neil wanted to growl. The thought of any part of this man, eyes, hands, fucking lips, touching her had him wondering if Ireland had an extradition treaty with the U.S. For a few days, he murmured. Easing his hold on Chloe's nape, he stroked his hand down her spine, grimly noting the tremble that shivered in the wake of his touch. Not unlike her reaction to Bennett's clasp of her fingers, but yet different. It was subtle yet deeper, more masculine. Almost savage desire surged in his gut, arrowed to his cock. He palmed her hip. "This trip isn't for business, but pleasure." A silence descended between the four of them. Bennett glanced away, while Morgan shifted her regard between Neil and Chloe, a half-smile quirking one corner of her mouth. Chloe remained silent, not meeting his eyes, but he didn't miss the soft, sharp intake of her breath or the rapid rise and fall of her chest. Bennett cleared his throat. "I see. Well," he smiled, the edges of it appearing strained. "Have you found a table yet? I have room at mine, and you're welcome to join me. You too, Morgan." "Why, thank you," the blonde said dryly. Neil's mouth twitched. He had a feeling she wasn't as enamored of Bennett Charles as her friend, which again showed how good of a friend she was to Chloe. "Neil?" Chloe asked. "Do you mind?" "Hell yes." "Not at all." "Chloe, can I borrow your date for a quick second?" Morgan linked an arm through Neil's, grinning. "We'll be right behind you." "If it's fine with Chloe, I'll escort her over while you two talk." Bennett addressed his offer to Neil, but his smile and eyes were all for Chloe. She nodded, and Bennett turned and led them toward a table near the edge of the emptying dance floor. Neil ground his teeth together, suppressing the urge to follow and yank the other man's hand off her lower back. "Well, you do know how to make an entrance," Morgan chuckled, tipping her head to the side. "First, let me apologize for all the assholes, bastards, and sons of bitches I've called you in the last few days." He snorted. "Forgiven." Morgan snickered, then shook her head, murmuring, "She's gorgeous tonight." "She's gorgeous, period. Always has been," Neil argued. "Agreed. It's just nice for everyone else, including Chloe, to finally realize the truth." She stared after her friend. "She deserves this night, and many more like it. And since you've already started the ball rolling, I think you should keep it going." Neil frowned. "I agreed to come tonight. It's what you paid $20,000 for." The lie tasted like ashes on his tongue. He could have easily paid the Rhodanite Society the money he'd intended to spend to cover his date, but it hadn't been an obligation to her that had brought him across the pond. "Yes, I'm sure that's the only reason you're here," she drawled, arching an eyebrow. "But what about tomorrow, and the next day, next week? She needs this transformation to be for more than just one night." Before he could interrupt, she plowed ahead with her explanation. "I've set up an appointment with one of the best hairstylists in Boston and convinced an exclusive boutique to close for a couple of hours and cater to Chloe, fitting her for a whole new wardrobe." Pause. "For tomorrow." "Morgan, I have a business to run." Neil scowled. "God rested on Sunday. Surely you can call in on a Saturday." She pursed her lips, tapping a manicured fingertip against her mouth. "I would, but I have a thing. And I mean, you are the boss, the head honcho, the baller, shot caller." Neil barked out a crack of sharp laughter. "Did you really just quote Little Troy to me?" She beamed, patting his arm as if congratulating him. "Yes, look at you catching those lyrics. I knew you had some thug in you." She snickered. "But back to the plan. If you'll take her tomorrow, I'll pay for everything. And also, I've done my homework, so I know your company sponsors an art foundation for underprivileged kids in Boston, Dublin, and Cork City. I have a donation ready to send, if you'll just stay and do this for me, for Chloe. A donation with enough zeros to make you blush, and considering what I've read about you, I have a pretty good idea how difficult that would be." "Bribery, Morgan?" Neil growled, offended. "Me? Bribery?" She gasped dramatically before heaving a loud sigh. "That's such an ugly word. I like to call it incentive. Besides, if you'd stop balking at staying and helping her, I wouldn't have to allegedly bribe anyone. From what Chloe told me, you were best friends with her brother and even close with her at one time. If that's true, you owe her for then, and for the hit it and quit it from years ago. He set his jaw, locking the words in his throat. What could he tell her? That the longer he remained in Boston, the closer he came to jeopardizing the same vow that had kept him away? But he glanced toward the table where she sat, talking and laughing with Bennett. Lovely, sweet, confident. By staying, he could give her more. He could cultivate and tend that confidence by making sure when he left, she didn't revert to the woman who hid herself in drab clothes and timidity. He could help her get the happily ever after she deserved. He'd just have to keep his hands off her to do it. "I'll take her tomorrow," he said, "and I'll pay for everything." "Ah," Morgan sighed, the sound as exaggerated as the batting of her lashes. "And they say chivalry is dead." "Not completely," he stated. "No more emotional blackmail after tomorrow. I'll take her to the appointments, and you keep your planning and schemes to yourself." "Emotional blackmail?" Outrage flashed across her face before a winsome smile and wink replaced it. "Meh, I've been accused of worse." "So have I." Covering her hand over his arm, he started heading for their table. "Oh, I'll still take your generous donation to my foundation, though." "Of course you will," she said dryly. "And I'll match it, so try really hard to make me blush." "Right, boyo," she teased, laughing. For the next hour, Neil sat next to Chloe, ate the dinner of prime rib, asparagus tips, and baked potato placed before him, joined in the conversation that flowed around the table, and played the part of besotted lover. He casually toyed with one of the diamond pins holding her hair in place, trailed his fingers across her shoulder and base of her neck, whispered inane comments in her ear about the food or another person at the table, knowing the interaction appeared intimate, seductive. And the object of Chloe's affections missed none of it. Bennett watched every light touch, every murmured conversation as if they were actors on a brightly lit stage, and he was the enraptured audience. And wasn't that just damn apropos? Because this whole act was for his benefit. The thought, the reminder of his employment, simmered inside him like a banked fire, steadily glowing brighter and hotter with every sound of Chloe's soft laughter at one of Bennett's comments, with each slash of pink that stained her skin when the other man paid her a compliment. By the time they all rose from the table, the simmer had flared into a crackling blaze, licking at his skin, kindling the need to claim, dominate, to fucking take. Bennett rounded the table, glanced at the dance floor that was thick with dancing couples. "Chloe, if you'll excuse us for a moment." Neil wrapped his fingers around her upper arm. "We'll be right back." Leaving her boss with surprise etched across his face, he pivoted sharply, his implacable hold granting Chloe no choice but to follow. "What the hell are you doing?" she snapped. He didn't reply, cutting a path through people with determined strides and not slowing until he cleared the open glass doors at the end of the ballroom. "Damn it, Neil!" she demanded, whirling on him as he ushered her into a shadowed corner. "Lesson number 2, he growled, curling his hand around her nape and grasping her silk-covered hip. "What a man thinks he can't have, he wants even more," and crushed his mouth to hers. The sweetness of the chocolate soufflé served for dessert, the tartness of the white wine she'd drunk with dinner, and her, the undefinable flavor that called forth memories of her lips clinging to his as he plunged deep and hard into her body, dragging out whimpers not unlike the one she released now. He swallowed the vulnerable sound, already hungry for another. The kiss wasn't gentle, considerate, or innocent. He fucked her mouth. Took it in an erotic parody of the more carnal connection his cock throbbed for. With a groan he tilted his head, tangled his tongue around hers, remembering what she liked. Open, wet, a little rough, a lot wild. And was rewarded with another of those needy moans, each one like a damn blue ribbon he'd worked hard for and won. Her breasts pressed into his chest, her fingers clutched his waist. God, the taste of her, the feel of those luscious curves. He rumbled a curse, jerked his head up, then returned for a hard nip at her bottom lip, followed by a long, slow lick to ease the sting. Staring at her flushed cheeks, glistening lips, and passion-glazed eyes, he retreated a step, then another. The desperate need to claim her hadn't dissipated, not by a single degree. But underneath the hunger crept a wariness, a guarded caution. He hadn't come to Boston for this. In the years he'd been away, he'd convinced himself that night with her had been an aberration, that the gut-tearing, consuming lust had been blown out of proportion by his memory and alcohol. But one evening with her, one kiss where he fought not to drag her deeper into the corner, yank her dress up around her waist, and bury himself balls deep inside her fist-tight flesh, detonated that notion to hell and back. She threatened his resolve, his personal beliefs, his promise. Neil had broken it when he'd taken her like he'd done so many times with other women, though the reasons had been vastly different. He'd never run from the others, just simply walked away unencumbered by guilt, shame, and fear. Now he had the opportunity to set things right and honor his friend's last request of him. And here he was fucking it up. "Why did you do that?" she demanded in a low, soft voice. Eyes narrowed, she clenched her hands at her sides and seemed to vibrate with fury. "I already told you why," he said, slipping his hands in his pockets. Either that or put them back where he really wanted them, back on her. "Right now, Bennett is out there imagining what I'm doing to you, what you're allowing me to do to you with a ballroom full of people only feet away. When you walk back in there, he's going to take one look at your flushed face, your lips damp and swollen from my mouth, and figure out what we've been doing. Then he's going to wonder if he could make you this hot, what you would look like for him, and he's going to want to find out." Surprise flashed in her gaze, surprise and a whisper of pain. He frowned, shifting forward, the command for an explanation on his tongue. But before he could ask, she shoved past him and stalked back into the gala, back to Bennett. After several moments, Neil followed, instinct informing him of what he'd find. His intuition had guided him in signing new acts, warned him when a new business venture had failure written all over it, or gauged the timing and market for an album's release. The one time he'd failed to heed his instinct, he'd married a gold digger, so no, he wasn't shocked to find Bennett talking to Chloe, his blonde head bent over her darker one, her face lit with a lovely smile. This was it. Mission accomplished. Morgan had asked him to accompany Chloe to this party so the man she was in love with would notice her. And Bennett had. The future of marriage, family, and the so-called American dream were within her grasp. Now he could return to Dublin, comforted that he hadn't failed Michael or Chloe. The relief that should have cascaded through him like a refreshing rain was absent. Instead, the realization left him as dry and barren as a desert. Clenching his jaw, he approached the couple. "Would love if you could come." Bennett glanced up from Chloe as Neil pressed a hand to her hip. His gaze flickered down to the possessive gesture, his mouth tightening at the corners before he gave Neil a congenial smile. "Neil, I was just inviting Chloe to a dinner party I'm hosting next week. Of course, the invite extends to you as well." Like hell it did. Morgan clapped her hands once, her eyes glinting with delight and a shiteload of mischief. "Oh, how fortuitous that Neil mentioned to me earlier that he planned to stay stateside a few days longer." She grinned. "Isn't that a happy coincidence?" Son of a bitch. The woman was trouble. And crazy. "Yes," Chloe murmured. "Happy." She turned to him, and he would have had to have been Helen Keller not to see the hope in her eyes or hear the question in her voice. Tonight had been a victory for her, this invitation like the proverbial golden ticket, and she needed him to seal the deal. "Well played, Morgan. Well fucking played." "Sure, sweetheart. Whatever you like."
Chapter 7. "For the love of God, please stop," Chloe snarled, slapping at the alarm clock on her bedside table. But after 3 whacks, the damn thing still chimed. Groaning,
She jackknifed out of the blankets, glaring at the combination clock radio. 3 things became clear. 1, it was 6:45 in the morning, on a Saturday. 2, her phone was the stubbornly ringing culprit, not the alarm. 3, the person calling her at this hour had a death wish, like a Charles Bronson-sized death wish. She snatched the phone off the dresser and glanced down at the screen. "Are you kidding me?" she growled, swiping her thumb across the answer bar. "Are you kidding me?" she repeated, this time for the benefit of the caller on the other end.
"Come open the door, babe."
That Irish brogue, first thing in the ungodly AM, should not have been sexy, especially when it was issuing commands. Too bad her heart hadn't received the memo. The damn thing pounded as if she'd just finished a marathon, not woken up from a sound sleep. But relentless, hot dreams about the irritating Irishman on the other end of the phone could have something to do with that, too. Shit. She couldn't escape Neil, even in sleep. "Neil, do you have any idea what time it is?" she snapped, tossing the covers back and rose from the bed. She tugged on her robe and wrenched the sash tight, imagining his neck beneath her fingers.
"I'm guessing this is a rhetorical question, but yes, I do know the time. Now, come let me in. It's cold as a witch's tit, and I have coffee."
Coffee. The bastard. He knew how to manipulate her like that fiddle he used to play. Her feet hurt along the floor, carried her down the stairs and to the front door in record time. She unlocked the door and opened it, hand outstretched. It was so unfair. She groused as Neil pressed a cardboard cup into her hand and entered her apartment looking refreshed and as gorgeous as always in a black V-neck sweater, pants, and jacket in some rich material that cost more than her entire wardrobe. While she, in her old robe, pajamas, and sporting a spectacular case of bedhead, looked like who did it and why. Damn him. And damn her gaze for zeroing in on his mouth as he sipped from his own cup. The same mouth that had kissed her senseless the night before, leaving her confused, angry, and with wet panties. The same mouth that had inspired dreams of tangled limbs, sweaty bodies, twisted sheets, and hungry moans. The same mouth that she could still feel the phantom press of against her lips. Jerking her attention away from the positively indecent way he drank coffee, she stared down at the plastic lid. "So, what brings you by at the ass crack of dawn? Besides coffee delivery, I mean." He studied her over the rim of his cup.
"Not a morning person, are we? I never knew that."
"Right, because you ushered me out of your house so fast the morning after."
But she didn't voice the scathing reply. To do so would only serve to let him believe she still cared about how he'd rejected her after what she'd once considered the most exciting, beautiful night of her life, especially since she'd been one more booty call on a long list of booty. And she didn't care. Much. Denial, thy name is Chloe Susanna Richardson. Neil arched a dark eyebrow at her silence.
"I need you to get dressed. Courtesy of Morgan, we have an appointment at 7:30.
She froze, her cup halfway to her mouth. "What are you talking about? Appointment for what?"
Hair and makeup."
"Hair and she sputtered, then calmly set her coffee on the mantel behind her. Punching him would require both fists. "I repeat, what are you talking about?" He crossed his arms, his gaze never wavering.
"You have an appointment to get your hair cut and styled and your makeup done."
Heat bubbled up from a well inside her, streaming up her chest and pouring into her face. Mortification and hurt pulsed like a fresh wound. She closed her eyes, refusing to allow him to see the pain his words had inflicted. Rationally, she acknowledged he didn't mean to imply she wasn't pretty enough, skinny enough, worthy enough. And from his mention of Morgan, her best friend, was again behind his unexpected appearance. But the awkward little girl and plain teenager curled in on herself, attempting to disappear.
"What are you thinking?"
Neil slowly lowered his arms, stalked forward until the knuckles of the hand wrapped around the coffee cup grazed her chest. And don't tell me nothing. That's bullshit.
When she didn't answer but scrutinized the fine black thread along his V-neck as if it contained the answers to the Holy Trinity, he lightly but firmly grasped her chin and lifted her face.
Answer me.
I appreciate what you did for me last night with the dress and the makeover. It was amazing, she began haltingly. But I'm not that woman. She was...
You,
he ground out. His grip on her tightened, and he tilted her head higher so she couldn't avoid his narrowed stare.
She is, you. Confident, elegant, sexy as hell. I wouldn't give a fuck if you wanted to wear damn couch covers, if they made you happy. But you're not happy, you're not satisfied or content. I saw your face last night, love. You glowed.
His hooded gaze swept over her, caressing her forehead, lingering on her lips before returning to her eyes.
You're hiding. Behind the hair, the clothes, the mousiness. It's almost as if you don't want people to look at you. To see you.
He shook his head.
It's too late for that, and I refuse to let you retreat back into that quiet, lonely, so-called safe corner.
Jesus, how did he detect so much? He'd been back in her life for 1 week and had peeled back the layers, peered beneath, and uncovered what she hadn't consciously admitted even to herself. She was scared of being noticed. In fact, she'd been born with a hatred of being the center of attention, or worse, being ignored. He understood this about her, and yet he'd delivered the worst rejection of anyone in her life. He'd been her friend, her confidant, the first man she'd loved, and he'd made her feel unwanted, unworthy. Then he'd abandoned her without a word for 3 years. So far, he hadn't offered an explanation or an apology, which meant he considered their night together a mistake, and one he didn't intend on sticking around long enough to rectify, nor did he intend to perform damage control on the remnants of the friendship they could have. Fine. Because Neil was right about another thing as well. She was tired of retreating, of hiding, of being afraid. Jerking her chin free from his hold, she shifted backward, placing much-needed space between them. Space where every inhale didn't carry the scent of fresh Irish rain and wind. Space where his delicious heat didn't reach out to her in a seductive promise. I'll go get dressed, she murmured. She turned and marched up the staircase without a backward glance at the silent, devastatingly handsome man in her foyer.
Are you ready to see yourself?
Chloe grinned at her hairstylist, the surprisingly ordinary Scott, after the, experience of Lawrence and crew the night before. She'd been expecting someone a little more, well, outrageous when she'd arrived at the Back Bay upscale beauty salon. But while Scott, with his gelled brown spikes, black turtleneck, and slacks, was less of a shock factor, he'd been just as attentive from the moment she and Neil had walked into the sleek, empty shop. Empty because Neil had commandeered the salon for the morning. Scott and his team had pampered her. Hair, manicure, makeup, mimosas. But the drinks and the catering, too, couldn't prevent the tripping and clenching in her belly, or the twisting of her fingers underneath the black stylist cape.
Okay,
he drawled, reaching behind her to snap the covering free.
Here you are.
She lowered her lashes as he spun her chair around and settled his hands on the balls of her shoulders.
Take a look,
he whispered. Slowly, she opened her eyes. The woman staring back at her from the mirror was the same from last night, but softer, dreamier. Thick, flowing chocolate waves framed her face and fell over her shoulders, grazing the swells of her breasts. The many layers lightened the heaviness, but still added volume and a carefree sexiness that seemed to fit the beautiful, yes, beautiful, woman in the reflection. The makeup artist had altered ordinary green eyes into kohl-lined, full-lashed, mysterious emerald pools. High cheekbones, glowing skin, highly glossed mouth completed the transformation from plain to pretty damn stunning. A shaft of fear pierced the yaw. This confident, sexy woman wasn't her. And as soon as she opened her mouth, everyone would nod knowingly and utter that underneath the silk purse trappings still existed the sow's ear. She was a fraud, an imposter, still forgettable. Stop it. No more hiding. No more disappearing. No more fear. Inhaling, she met Scott's expectant gaze in the mirror. "Thank you," she whispered. "I do believe what you've just accomplished with me falls somewhere between resurrection and water into wine." He laughed, tunneling his fingers through her hair, drawing the strands forward before combing them back away from her face. Miraculously, the waves tumbled right back into place. Her hair had never tumbled before.
Beautiful. The extra long length didn't do anything for you. It literally dragged you down and pulled out the natural curl in your hair. This is fun, flirty, and fabulous.
Fun, flirty, and fabulous? 3 adjectives that had never been applied to her hair, or her. If she were truthful, she didn't feel like the F trifecta yet. But damn it, she could try. She could embody it.
Are you ready to show your man your new look?
He's not. But Scott had already sailed off, and her objection trailed off. Besides, what did she say? Neil wasn't her man, but what was he? How did she explain their relationship? "Oh, he's the man I crushed on for years who took my virginity before dropping me like the clap and is now back to help me hook the man I'm in love with."
No. I think you're going to be very pleased, Mr. Hunter.
Scott gushed several moments later as he re-entered the back area of the salon. She rose from the chair and turned, an unsettling feeling of déjà vu rolling over her. Like last night, she stood, frozen, as Neil jerked to a halt just inside the doorway. And like last night, he drank her in, and she alternately drowned, then burned in the hot blue depths. Her breath snagged in her throat as if his hand trailed over her hair, cheeks, mouth, and neck, instead of his gaze. A flame flickered, danced in her gut, sank lower until she pulsed between her legs with a sweet ache she'd only ever known with him. What he could do with just one look. She fisted the hem of her bulky knit sweater, sinking her teeth into her bottom lip. He zeroed in on her lips, and in an instant, the sense of been there, done that became reality. Again, the erotic fire leached from his eyes, leaving her staring into a frigid landscape of hard ice. He could have been carved from stone. The harsh slash of his cheekbones, the granite edge of his jaw, the uncompromising, almost cruel slant of his mouth. She shivered.
I already knew you were beautiful,
he finally said, the frost in his expression coating his words.
Now maybe.
He paused, a muscle flexing along his jaw.
Everyone else will know it.
Everyone else. Bennett. He meant Bennett. Disquiet gutted to life inside her. Yes, before the gala, Bennett hadn't paid much attention to her other than the occasional break room conversation. Did that bother her? Damn right. An insidious, tiny voice hissed in the back of her mind. But why would he have? A louder, more realistic voice piped up. From her appearance to her quiet, I don't want to rock the boat manner, she'd been unobtrusive, unassuming, understated, and a few other uns. As harsh as it sounded, people were judged on their appearances, assumptions about their personalities based on how they presented themselves. And in her tight buns, bare minimum of makeup, and loose-fitting suits, she might as well have proclaimed her mousiness at the quarterly board meetings. Still, he never bothered to look beneath and find out who you were. Oh, shut up. Great. Neil had finally succeeded in cracking her. She stood in a salon arguing with herself, and losing.
I'll meet you out front. With a nod and subdued thank you to Scott, Neil disappeared from the room. 15 minutes later, bearing bags filled with hair products and makeup, she climbed into the back of the chauffeured town car Neil had picked her up in several hours earlier. "New couture," he stated to the driver before ducking into the car behind her. She gaped at him. "We're headed to New Couture?" Excitement battled with trepidation. The exclusive Beacon Hill boutique catered to women like Morgan, gorgeous, stylish, wealthy, and skinny. Even if she could afford to shop there, the store probably didn't carry anything above a size 2.
"Yes," Neil scowled. "And don't even think about arguing with me. Fair warning, baby. I'm in the mood for a fight, and I wouldn't play fair or nice."
Her lips popped closed. The dark threat scent shouldn't have sent a curl of arousal twisting in her belly. Oh, but it did. "I wasn't going to argue."
"Yes, you were," he snapped. "Your mouth is open, isn't it? Why the hell you're so agreeable and quiet with everyone but me is a mystery. We're going to this store, and you're going to replace every shapeless, ill-fitting, dreary piece of clothing in your wardrobe with clothes that actually fit and have color, goddammit. Unless you're going to say thank you or something inconceivable along those lines, then don't say shite."
He rumbled, the shit sounding like shite. She blinked, stared, blinked again. Wow, had she really been that much of a bitch? She must have if she'd brought out the heavy brogue. Audio reels rolled through her head from the night when he'd called in Lawrence and this morning when he'd shown up at her house. Moments later, she sighed. "Thank you," she murmured, earning a flash of surprise in his narrowed gaze. Then, because the question had been weighing on her since the night he'd shown up at her apartment, she asked, "Why are you doing this?"
"Fuck,"
he growled, shaking his head before glaring out the side window. She cleared her throat, hating the tremble in her voice. "Well, I know that's not the reason." His head jerked back around, pinning her with an inscrutable look that had her swallowing hard and her stomach plummeting toward her feet. Dangerous. Yeah, dangerous covered his unsettling, impenetrable regard. "For 3 years, I don't hear a word from you. Not a phone call, an email, a damn smoke signal. But suddenly you're here, like you used to be before Michael." She stumbled, drew in a breath. "Before Michael died." "You're funding a makeover, buying me new clothes?" She held up her hands, palms up. "Why, Neil?" When he didn't reply, just continued to study her with the same hooded, ominous air, she exhaled, imbuing the loud release of air with all the exasperation and frustration brewing in her like a witch's cauldron. "What is it? Guilt? Belated birthday gift? Because of Michael? Pity?" The truth struck her with the force of a flailing sucker punch. "That's it, isn't it?" she asked through numb lips. "This is about Michael and some misplaced obligation you feel toward him and his awkward, plain little sister." Pain radiated from her chest like a high-powered beacon. He hadn't returned for her. Never for her. To hell with that. She ground out through clenched teeth, her hands balled tight in her lap. "I don't need your pity. Don't want it."
"Of course I promised Michael I would be there for you," he gritted out. "I don't need you to tell me I've screwed that up. But my being here now is not about obligation or pity, so get that out of your head."
"Then what is it?" she demanded. When he remained quiet, his blue gaze burning into her, she thumped her fist against the seat and snapped. "You don't have anything to say because I'm right. Damn it, Neil, One moment he sat as motionless as a statue in the public gardens, and in the next, he damn near crouched over her, with one palm flattened against the car window and the other gripping the back of the seat. He bowed over her like a looming, menacing predator, his knee pressed against her outer thigh, his face only inches above hers. The size of the vehicle's interior shrunk to the size of the cage within his arms and torso. You want answers, yeah?
His arms bent and he lowered into her.
You think you do.
Mute, she slowly nodded. He loosed a low, wicked laugh that held no humor. But oh God, maybe tons of promise.
No, you don't, baby. Believe me, you don't.
A hard smile barely curved his mouth as he returned to his side of the car. The car slowing and pulling to a stop stilled the cacophonic thoughts whirling in her head, as well as saved her from answering. Not that he appeared interested in her reply. He'd already tuned her out. His face turned to the window once more, and when the rear door opened, he climbed out as if sharing the same space, hell, the same air, was anathema to him. His hand appeared in the open door, and silently she slipped hers in his, allowing him to help her from the vehicle. As soon as they entered the boutique, 3 pretty, tall, slim women dressed in designs that could have graced a catwalk descended on them. Their deference to Neil would have been comical if not for the flock of geese migrating south in her stomach. Or rather north. Nausea churned. And the more the women fawned over him, ignoring her, the queasier she became. A big, warm hand engulfed hers, squeezing hard. She glanced down at his long musician fingers wrapped around hers and jerked her gaze up. He didn't acknowledge the quiet show of support, but continued conversing with the saleswomen.
Thank you for being willing to close your shop to assist Chloe and me.
An image of the 3 sighing maidens in Disney's Beauty and the Beast flashed through her head. Except Neil's light, sexy brogue was far sexier than Gaston's French accent or the Beast's growl, and apparently these women agreed. He tugged on her hand, drawing her in front of him.
You come highly recommended, and I place her in your capable hands.
And that quickly, she was handed off and ushered toward the rear of the boutique and into the elegant dressing room that was bigger than her bedroom. Dresses, suits, pants, sweaters, blouses, lingerie, more and more gorgeous items flowed through the door. She stared at the clothing, unsure what to try on first, overwhelmed with the volume. How about this first? Lindsay, a lovely redhead, held up a cream, long-sleeved dress. Chloe nodded, and with the other woman's help, slipped into the clothing. Here, she said, setting out a gorgeous pair of caramel knee-high boots. Try these on with it. Moments later, she exited the dressing room, her gaze focused on the trifold floor-to-ceiling mirrors against the far wall. The deceptively simple lines and cinched-in, ruched waist emphasized the curves she always tried to hide, and the stiletto boots were just freaking sexy.
You were meant to look like this.
Chloe glanced away from the mirror to find Neil standing several feet away, hands in the pockets of his slacks. He lifted his regard from her body, his vivid eyes meeting hers.
Never hide your breasts, hips, and arse behind these shapeless layers again,
he said. Mouth dry, she swallowed. Is that an order? She asked, despising the husky note in her voice. Despised the pounding in her chest and corresponding ache between her thighs as he once more surveyed her body. He arched an eyebrow, shifted his attention behind her.
I'd like to see the evening gown next.
Certainly, Mr. Hunter, Lindsay said. You picked out a dress for me? Incredulous, she tried to ignore a whisper of pleasure that ghosted through her at the sense of intimacy in his gesture. No man had ever chosen personal items for her before. Another first she shared with him.
For the dinner party.
Bennett's dinner party. He'd selected a dress for her to wear for another man. The wisp of delight evaporated as if snuffed out. Right. The attentive boyfriend charade, makeover, clothing spree. All were so she could grab the attention and eventually love of Bennett. Neil was simply assisting her in attaining her goal. Stupid of her to forget. And even more stupid to start believing his intentions were rooted in anything more than obligation. She returned to the dressing room, Lindsay behind her. After stripping down, the saleswoman removed an emerald gown from a padded hanger and helped Chloe don the requested outfit. Eyes wide, she followed the other woman back out into the viewing area. Neil had moved to wait near the mirrors, but she didn't peer at her reflection. She knew what she would glimpse. The stunning emerald, lace top with a nude-colored lining underneath, the band of velvet that circled her waist, the full, wide knee-length green skirt, and the wide V that plunged between her breasts and down her back. Sweet and sensual, elegant and alluring, demure and daring. Yes, she knew what the mirror would show her, and it didn't interest her. Neil's reaction did. Slowly, he straightened from where he reclined against the wall next to the mirrors. He withdrew his hands from his pockets, his fingers flexing, then straightening. To touch her? To grab her? To follow the path of lace where it skimmed the skin between her breasts? To caress the inches of her bared lower back? Heat streamed under her skin, sensitizing it so the soft silk and lace seemed almost too much against her flesh. Her nipples tightened in anticipation. Her sex clenched as if crying out the yes she couldn't voice. Because if he did reach for her in this moment, her answer would be yes. Something about the lust and promise in his eyes, she knew from very personal experience, he could deliver on. His kiss last night had awakened every dormant urge and need that had been sleeping for 3 years. No, that was a lie. His kiss hadn't been the accelerant. His presence. Her first glimpse of him at the Bachelor auction had been the trigger. She waited, breath trapped in her lungs, eager to discover his next move.
"It's beautiful,"
he murmured, the low, calm rumble at odds with the tight fists at his sides.
"Add it to her purchases,"
he said to Lindsay without removing his hooded gaze from Chloe. Then he turned and headed toward the front of the boutique. Silently, she exhaled a breath, stared after his retreating figure while her pulse thundered in her head like crashing waves against a shore. "Chloe, are you ready to try on the next outfit?" Lindsay inquired, her curious contemplation swinging from her to Neil's broad shoulders. Yes. Resisting one last glance at the brooding Irishman, she returned to the dressing room. "I have the perfect shoes that will go with the dress," the saleswoman said as she loosed the button and closure in the back. "Let me go pull them while I remember so we can put those aside as well." "Thanks, Lindsay." Chloe smiled at the other woman in the cubicle's mirror. Lindsay left, and Chloe slipped free of the dress, leaving her clad only in her bra and panties. As she removed a lovely blouse from its hanger, a knock reverberated on the door. "That was quick, Lindsay. Come on in." A large inhalation of breath jerked her head around. Neil. Shock rocketed through her, jarring, jolting, electrifying. Blue fire flared and smoldered in his gaze, drying up the moisture in her mouth. His skin, drawing tight across his facial bones, emphasized the carnal fullness of his mouth. Slowly, he reached behind him and shut the door. Her heart thudded against her sternum, and her world narrowed down to the space between them that steadily decreased as he stalked closer and closer. He closed his fingers around the hand clutching the blouse to her chest and loosened her grip on it, casting the clothing to the side as if it were made of burlap instead of expensive silk. Circling her wrist, he lowered her arms, bearing her to his hungry gaze. Because it was hungry. He didn't attempt to hide the need darkening his eyes. Her breasts rose and fell on her rapid, harsh drags of hair, and he followed the movements with rapt concentration. Switching her wrists to one hand, he traced the flesh swelling above black lace, dipping a fingertip underneath the scalloped edge, nudging a beaded nipple. She whimpered, her core flexing, clenching. Oh, God. Before him, she hadn't realized a conduit ran from her breasts straight to her clitoris. But with each swipe over the aching tip, he reminded her. Moisture dotted her swollen folds, and she squeezed her thighs to soothe the sweet but torturous throbbing in her sex. When he removed his touch, she bit her lip to imprison the plea for him to don't stop. She parted her lips, prepared to beg, but the words died a swift death on her tongue when he bent his head and captured her nipple with his hot, wet mouth. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. His tongue curled around her nipple, through the bra, drawing it between his lips and sucking hard. Up, up, up. She went to her tiptoes, a soft cry escaping her. Her fingers curled into her palms, needing to touch him, to clutch his head and hold him to her. Or hold herself up when his teeth grazed her nipple, eliciting a deep, needy groan. "Neil," she whispered. "Chopsticks!" Peeled loudly, almost painful in the hushed, dense quiet broken only by her sighs and moans. She blinked, frowned. Her phone. How had her phone ended up in here with her? Neil straightened, and the loss of his mouth on her vibrated inside her like a discordant chord. Frustration howled inside her. A wild animal clawing and demanding to be satisfied as only this man could do. Releasing her wrists, he withdrew her cell from his pants pocket. But instead of handing it to her, he glanced down at the screen. The hunger in his expression fled, replaced by a forbidding coldness.
"It's Bennett,"
he stated flatly.
"It's why I came in here. Your phone rang."
Her stomach plunged toward her feet, her heart in hot pursuit. Bennett? Calling her? She'd programmed his cell number in her contacts months ago, hoping one day he would have a reason to call her, but she'd never... She swallowed hard. Neil swiped his thumb across the phone, and the ringer abruptly ceased. What? She stuttered as he slipped the cell back into his pocket.
"You're wet, aren't you, Chloe?"
he demanded, his brogue thicker, voice a harsh whip. His gaze dropped to the rigid points of her nipples, clearly visible through her bra.
"And I made you that way. And I'll be damned if he benefits from what I caused. What's mine?"
A rap sounded on the door, and then Lindsay appeared in the entrance. "I have those shoes." Her voice trailed off, and red rushed into her face. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know."
"No problem,"
Neil said, voice curt.
"I was leaving. You have my number. Please call me when you're almost done here."
Without a last word to her, Neil strode past the gawking saleswoman, leaving Chloe alone. Alone and aching, as he'd done before. She turned and glimpsed her hurt and confusion in the wall mirror. Why was she surprised? The man was gorgeous beyond belief and set her body on fire, but she couldn't trust him. He'd proven that to her, in spades. But Bennett was stable, courteous, successful, and had a job that didn't include perpetual features in the tabloids with random women. Not to mention, Bennett lived in the same country. Win-win.
Chapter 8. Neil stepped from the back of the town car and stared up at Chloe's apartment building. Damn, he was making a habit of showing up on her doorstep unannounced. And like yesterday morning, she probably wouldn't be pleased, especially considering how he'd ended their time together. He'd returned to the store after she'd finished shopping and dropped her off home, then gone straight to his hotel room and proceeded to get fucked up. The beauty salon, the fashion boutique, they'd been a particularly vicious form of masochism, and since he'd been the one to drag Chloe to both places, albeit on Morgan's request, that made him one sick bastard. When she'd risen from that hairstylist's chair and later emerged from the store's dressing room, he'd been speechless and resentful. She'd been fucking gorgeous, a walking, breathing eyegasm. Her beauty had always been recognizable to him. Had it been as flashy or obvious as the women he usually slept with? No, but it had been there for anyone to see if they'd only looked. Her lovely emerald expressive eyes that lit up like a Christmas tree with joy, or darkened like the deepest part of a forest when hurt. The high cheekbones women paid surgeons to grant them. The mouth, Jesus, that mouth. Soft, wide, full, and so sinfully curved, just looking at it could give a man blue balls. And her body. His fingers curled around the cell phone he'd forgotten to return to her. Chloe had been born several centuries too late for her gorgeous fuck-me curves to be appreciated, because if she'd lived during the Renaissance age, her perfect hourglass shape would have had Botticelli or Caravaggio begging to paint her, to immortalize her sensuality and loveliness. Now, thanks to a beautician and a fashion consultant, that beauty no longer remained hidden under severe, unflattering hairstyles and dowdy clothes. Yesterday, she'd resembled the wealthy, materialistic, hungry women who wanted him for his ATM card, music connections, and the number of orgasms he could dole out. The moment she'd risen from the hairstylist's chair, stunning enough to turn heads on a crowded Boston street, he'd batted the sanity-preserving urge to walk away, to get out with his pride and integrity while he still could. Because if he remained, nothing on this earth or God's heaven would keep him from pinning her against the nearest flat surface, table, counter, floor, wall, and fucking her until both of them were weak, sore, and incapable of moving. Instead, he'd stayed and grimly forged ahead with the plan to help her obtain her dream man. Then he would walk away, not looking back, his obligation to Michael fulfilled. Except he'd almost screwed that promise 6 ways to Sunday in that boutique dressing room. Michael's request had been the furthest thing from his mind, with Chloe standing there like pure sex in her sexy bra and panties. Not touching her hadn't been an option. The need to stroke, rub, fucking taste had been primal, and he'd been powerless to resist it. Hell, he hadn't tried. Scrubbing a hand down his face, he climbed the front steps to her building as if he faced the executioner instead of a 5'6" woman with a sharp wit and even sharper tongue. Come to think of it, there wasn't that much difference. One felled a man with a chop to the head, the other with a whack to the balls. Again that masochistic streak reared its head. As he willingly approached Chloe's door at 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning, he should be cupping himself. Didn't prevent him from knocking or waiting, hoping she'd answer. Several moments later, the door opened. Chloe stared up at him, for once her lovely face inscrutable. "Can I come in?" he asked after a lengthy silence. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but lifting one shoulder in a shrug, she stepped back and allowed him entrance. He followed her into the living room, unable to remove his gaze from the sway of her hips in an unconsciously sensual rhythm under a soft pair of lounging pants. His hands itched to cup the firm curves, to slide his fingers up under the matching shirt and palm her perfect breasts, strum her nipples into beaded tips like yesterday. God, she was so fucking responsive. Shit, at this rate he was going to have her flat on that couch, spread wide, open, and wet for him. "You," he added, voice rough, almost harsh, with the images of her naked and willing hijacking his brain. When she arched an eyebrow, he continued, "That was going to be your question. Why am I here? And my answer is, you. I didn't like how we parted yesterday." He paused. "I don't like how we've been since seeing each other again. We were close once, friends. I want that back. I want you back." She crossed her arms, and he hated the vulnerability in the gesture. Because he was the cause of her uncertainty. "Why did you cut me out of your life?" she whispered. "I needed you after Michael died, and you scratched me out as if I were a clause in one of your contracts." Briefly closing his eyes, he clenched his jaw tight. She deserved the truth. As ugly and selfish as it was, she deserved to know why he'd distanced himself. At least, most of it. How could he admit to her that if he hadn't been thinking with his dick that rainy night, he would have driven home, not Michael? But because he'd left the party with a nameless, faceless woman, his best friend had been behind that wheel. Irrational, but the guilt continued to lacerate his soul, and it didn't help that Michael's parents blamed him too. No, he couldn't tell Chloe that while her brother died in a tangled mess of steel, he'd been too busy screwing. But he had to say something. If he didn't, this This yawning, dark chasm would always exist between them. The night you came to my house, it wasn't for sex. The moment I realized you were a virgin, I should have stopped, should have sent you home. But I didn't. I used you and wasn't gentle about it. I fucked you, and the alcohol, the grief, they weren't good enough excuses for how I took you that night, with little regard for your virginity or your inexperience. I demanded things from you that I had no right to. Things I would have demanded again if you hadn't left that next morning. Again and again and again. You were Michael's sister, and I betrayed him and you. Do you think I didn't notice the crush you had on me? I took advantage when you deserved better. And from the request in his letter, Michael had obviously agreed. You still deserve better, he murmured. Deliberately he moved forward, granting her plenty of time to evade him. She remained still, though she did stiffen when he brushed the back of his fingers over her jaw. That should have been his clue to back off, but instead he grazed his thumb over the plump curve of her bottom lip, and called himself all kinds of crazy as hell for being jealous of his own thumb. I want that for you. Michael wanted that for you, the happily ever after, the fairy tale. What about what I want? She breathed. He narrowed his gaze, pressing harder on her flesh, even as his cock tried to tattoo itself on the zipper of his jeans. Bennett? You want Bennett? He ground out, reminding her as well as himself. Swearing roughly, he jerked his hand away from her face and dragged it over his head. It seemed like every time he touched her, his common sense went on vacation, leaving his dick in command. Can we call a truce for today, Chloe? I can go back to being the bastard tomorrow, but for today, spend time with me. Long, tense moments passed before she finally nodded. Okay. Fierce satisfaction poured through him. Good, he rumbled. Have you eaten? Not yet. We'll go have breakfast, then decide what to do from there. Again she nodded. Okay, she repeated. Let me get dressed. When she edged past him, he grasped her upper arm. That small, simple touch to such an innocuous part of her body had him aching to bury his fingers in her hair, drag her head back, and take her mouth like he craved to take her body. She paused, glanced down at his hand. I forgot to give this back to you. He removed her cell from his coat pocket and placed it in her hand. I'm sorry for yesterday, he said, curling his fingers around hers. When she lifted her gaze to his, he continued. But understand me, not sorry for touching you or tasting you. For 3 years, I tried to convince myself I should feel guilty about fucking you, because I shouldn't have, but most of my guilt comes from not regretting it. He released her, placed space between them before he did something foolish, like pull her upstairs and lose himself in her arms, her mouth, her tight, sweet sex. This idea of his, spending a day alone with her, was one big mindfuck that he was willingly signing up for. If he had a brain, he'd walk out of this apartment now and not show up again until the time came to escort her to Bennett's dinner party. Yeah, that would be the smart thing to do. Go get dressed. I'll be waiting. Ice skating, seriously? Neil scanned the ice-covered pond already filled with skaters of all ages. Frog Pond on Boston Common. This early in the afternoon, the white Christmas lights draping the denuded trees weren't on, but the gaiety of the season reverberated in the excited squeals of children, the delighted laughter, and the holiday music soaring on the air. Still, when I said you could decide our next outing, I pictured something indoors, warm, on the ground, not ice. Chloe glanced up from lacing her ice skate and grinned. The joy in the wide smile took him aback. He hadn't seen that open, unconstrained happiness since he returned. In the past she'd never held her pleasure from him, and for a boy, and later man, who'd barely been noticed, much less welcomed when he walked through the front door of his home, her smile had been priceless. He missed it. With sheer force of will, he resisted reaching out and tracing the sensual line of that grin. Maybe try to catch a bit of the joy in it for himself. Damn. He delivered an extra hard yank to his skate laces. Fine time for the Irish in him to emerge with the poetic shit. Oh, come on, she drawled. What better way to spend a Sunday afternoon than ice skating, followed by a cup of hot cocoa? He arched an eyebrow. A Superman movie marathon. A Guinness in a warm pub. Sex. She scoffed, shaking her head. You're such a man. True. He stood, offering her his hand and tugging her to her feet from the bench. We're happy, we want sex. We're sad, we want sex. Want to relax? Sex. He shrugged. We're easy. Easy being the key word there, she snickered. And a Superman marathon, not including 4, I hope, she muttered, mock shuddering. Grasping her elbow, he guided her to the black iron gate surrounding the pond. You mean the movie that shall not be named? Hell no. Good. You had me worried for a second there, even though 3 wasn't that much better. Watch it, woman. You're heading into blasphemous territory. Besides, what would you suggest? Wait, let me guess. A Twilight marathon, he teased. At her prolonged silence, he loosed a bark of laughter, bending and peering beneath the brim of her newsboy cap. Are you kidding me? What? She scowled, tipping up her chin. Team Jacob rules. He snorted as he eased out onto the ice. It had been years since he'd been skating. His first time had been with Michael and Chloe here at Frog Pond. God, that had been a lifetime ago. Come on, Danny boy, get the lead out. Or have you grown soft in your advanced age? Chloe slapped him on the ass before zipping away, her laughter trailing behind her like the mahogany banner of her hair. Ah, Jesus, he grumbled, cautiously sliding along the slick surface. He was like a newly born colt on spindly, unfamiliar legs. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated on regaining the balance and speed he used to possess more than a decade earlier. By the time Chloe sailed past him on her 3rd lap, he grabbed her waist and drew her against his chest, her skates dangling inches above the ice. Neil, she shrieked, clutching his arms. Put me down! What was that about my advanced age? He murmured against her ear, digging his fingers into her sides. She howled with laughter again, squirming and threatening his equilibrium, and his chances of hiding the erection all her wriggling caused. Careful, baby. If I go down, I'm taking you with me. Her wriggling ceased, though she continued to grip his arms. And they say chivalry is dead. Chivalry, hell, he growled. I'm defending my honor. With that warning, he lowered her feet to frozen pond, releasing her. Then he delivered a retaliatory stinging smack to her jean-covered ass before sprinting away. The day flew by. As the CEO of a successful recording label and a millionaire in his own right, he'd attended parties on yachts and in palatial homes, visited more countries than he could recall, and indulged in vices that only the wealthy could afford. Yet none of them could compare to the hours spent with Chloe. After skating, he allowed her to drag him to Faneuil Hall, where they passed away some time strolling around the marketplace before attending the holiday lights and sound show. The thousands of lights that transformed the Boston landmark into a fantasy land didn't hold him as enthralled as the almost childlike delight on Chloe's face. The women he'd slept with in the past, including the one he'd married, practiced and honed their appearances, gestures, and words to tease and seduce. Chloe didn't need to go to those lengths. Her very innocence was seductive. So, where are we headed to? She shivered inside her jacket as the town car slid to a silent stop in front of them. He waved his driver back inside the vehicle and opened the rear door for her himself before following her inside. Her moan as the blast of warm air surrounded them had Neil gritting his teeth. Sex. She made a similar throaty sound during sex. He'd made it his mission to drag those from her as often as possible that night, collected them like fucking trophies. It's a surprise, he said, forcibly reining in his memories of her naked and coming. His mind realized this was a good thing, but his cock vehemently disagreed. But I can promise you it'll be warm and indoors. You big baby, she teased. You're from Ireland, where the weather is rain, rain, snow, and rain. It's why Irishmen are the best lovers, babe, he murmured, thickening his brogue. We spend a lot of time inside, staying busy. She scoffed, but the illumination from the passing streetlights revealed the red staining her cheeks. He released a bark of laughter, leaning forward and peering in her face. Are you blushing? No, she scoffed, pushing him away. Chuckling, he leaned against the seat, pleasure a warm, molasses-thick glow in his chest. Minutes later, the car slowed and halted in front of his favorite Irish pub in Boston. Lights spilled onto the sidewalk from the wide, white-framed windows, and as he ushered Chloe into the bar, the welcome of beer, food, and the hum of lively conversation embraced him like a bit of home. More than one lilting accent caressed his ears, reminding him of rolling emerald hills, misty, cool evenings, and the magic inherent in his homeland. As they settled at one of the tables and placed their orders for shepherd's pie, a glass of red wine, and a Guinness, a knot of tension unraveled in his shoulders. I can see why you chose this place. She propped her crossed arms on the table, scanning the dark paneling, the teak bar, and the massive fireplace against the far wall. You must feel like this is home away from home. It's... She flinched and reached into her pocket, withdrawing her cell. Damn, she whispered. What's wrong? She glanced up and sighed. I left my phone in the car while we were skating, and I have 4 missed calls from my mother. Swearing softly again, she tucked the phone in her coat pocket and shrugged out of the heavy garment. The joy that had infused her lovely features all day ebbed, replaced by a weariness tinged with a touch of sadness. He hated the expression, especially after the day they'd had. Are you going to ring her back? She shook her head, and relief flooded him. He could just imagine Carter and Rosalind's reactions if they learned their daughter, their only living child, was with the man they blamed for their son's death. It'll keep, she said. He snorted. Michael used to pull a flask out of his desk drawer when he had to make his weekly phone call home. She laughed, and this time it was softer, not as abrasive. I remember those weekly sessions. A wry smile twisted her lips. No one does guilt trips like my parents. You know what's funny, though? Neither Mom nor Dad would schedule anything on Friday mornings at 11 o'clock. That half hour when Michael called was sacred. Even if when they talked with him, they made sure to remind him how his leaving and being so far away distressed and hurt them. They loved him, but could never understand how he could just forget the years he'd spent in college on his education degree to be a teacher. For them, this love for music had come out of left field, had been a whim. They worried he would regret his seemingly impulsive decisions to abandon his career plans and move to a different country away from family. Michael's choices were also the reason his parents blamed Neil for their son's death. If Neil hadn't lured Michael away from home, Michael would have been safe and not on that dark road 3 years ago. He reimbursed them for the loans they took out on his behalf for college, Neil murmured. Her chin jerked up, her lips parted. I didn't know that. He nodded. He lived like a pauper those first couple of years after college. Wouldn't let me help him or come stay with me. He made sure to pay them back, because part of him felt guilty for not becoming the professor your parents wanted for him. Even though music was his passion and his dream was working with artists and helping them achieve theirs. Music had brought the two of them together. His mother had been born and raised in Boston but had moved to Dublin with her husband. But after so many years away and a husband who was gone more often than he was home, she'd decided to move back to America, bringing Neil with her. For a lonely 13-year-old in a new city, hell, a new country, his fiddle had been his only friend, his only comfort. But finding the quiet, smart kid from his English class playing the piano in the empty music room after school one day had been like locating his long-lost brother. They'd been tight ever since that afternoon. I was so thrilled for Michael, and unlike Mom and Dad, I didn't believe he was wasting his life. He was happy, and I just wished they could have accepted it. Is that what your missed calls are about? He smiled a thanks at their waitress as she set their drinks before them. He held up his pint of Guinness, and when she lifted her glass of wine, he tapped them together. Sláinte. Smiling, she repeated the toast and sipped the alcohol. The night of the gala, Mom invited me over for a dinner she and Dad were hosting. Already had a date picked out for the evening. She wasn't too pleased I said no. He snorted. I imagine not. He drummed his fingers against the cold glass of his mug. Do they know I'm here? Chloe briefly lowered her lashes before meeting his gaze. No, I haven't told them about... She flicked a hand back and forth between them. Any of this. My parents have always been... I believe the word you're searching for is controlling, he supplied dryly. The corner of her mouth kicked up, but he didn't delude himself into believing amusement lay behind it. Set in their ways, they envisioned certain paths for Michael and me, and intended for us to follow them to the letter. When he veered and later died, all their attention fell on me, and they became even more protective, as if they'd lost one child and had to cling tight to the one they had left. They're not bad people, just scared, and too proud to admit it. And I'm the boogeyman they fear. In Carter and Rosalind's eyes, he'd enticed and lured their son away from the respectable life he'd led with lurid promises of money, women, and sex. Neil had then stolen their son from them by moving his job to Ireland, where he'd died, because of Neil. They blamed him for Michael's death. They'd said as much at his funeral. No, Chloe continued, though he caught the glimmer of guilt and regret in her eyes. She didn't address his comment, but she had to know her parents resented him. They'd probably warned her away from him, wanting to protect the child they had left from Neil. They're afraid of change, of anything that doesn't belong to their insular academic world, of anything that jeopardizes the sameness of it. My going into the technology field caused them a moment of panic, but when they realized I wasn't leaving Boston, they calmed in a few months. Anyway, she trailed off, raising her glass once more and swirling the wine inside. I can't live in that bubble, she said, so softly he almost didn't catch it. Here you go, nice and hot, the waitress chirped, placing their shepherd's pies on the table. Enjoy. She left with a grin and a promise to check back with them. Oh my God, this is delicious. Chloe groaned several minutes later, her eyes closed in pleasure. Shit. Would everything she did remind him of sex? His grip on his fork tightened. Either that or reach forward, grab her around the nape of her neck, and drag her across the table so he could taste that sexy smile for himself. Perfect after a long day of being out in the cold. She tilted her head to the side. Somehow I can't imagine you, the high and mighty CEO of Dure Music, sitting in a dark Dublin pub eating shepherd's pie. Really? He drawled, lifting his half-empty pint of Guinness. What can you imagine, then? Expensive restaurants where all the beautiful, shiny people gather, and the meals cost more than a month's rent. Beautiful, shiny people, he snorted. Careful, baby. I think your Twilight obsession is showing. At her glare, he set his glass on the table and held up his hands, palms out. I'm sorry. You're Team Jacob. I forgot. You just wait until I find out your guilty pleasure, she warned, pointing her fork at him. I'm going to be ruthless. Hell, she was his guilty pleasure. In spite of your image of me, I spend at least a couple nights a week at the pub near my office. They have the best fish and chips. And music. She quietly studied him, and he could envision the wheels grinding behind those beautiful eyes. What are you thinking? He asked, reclining in his chair. Did you take your wife with you? Shock punched the air from his lungs. Only years of negotiating contracts and deals enabled him to remain stoic and not betray the astonishment rioting through him. I didn't know you were aware of my marriage, he murmured. She hiked a shoulder in a seemingly careless shrug. It wasn't a secret. No. But the marriage of an Irish music CEO based in Dublin wouldn't have been enough news to make the American social columns or tabloid pages. Had she been keeping tabs on him? The thought shouldn't have elicited a fierce surge of satisfaction. And no, I never brought Veronica with me to the local bar. Why not? Or am I just special? She asked, the tone so dry it could have been thrown into the fireplace for kindling. He snorted, the topic of his ex-wife turning the savory flavor of the stew to bitter ash on his tongue. Because there was no one to influence with her beauty or body in the pub, no one to make jealous with her jewelry and clothes, and no one she could pimp for her non-existent music and singing career. So she had no use for a simple pub filled with people relaxing after an honest hard day of work who wanted hot food and good company. He tried to stem the resentment and animosity from his voice, but it crept in, dirtying what should have been a comfortable evening between friends. She sounds like a real piece of work. Chloe laid her fork beside her bowl and picked up her wine. And by that, I mean a real bitch. He loosed a bark of laughter. That's putting it mildly. Then why did you marry her? Eyeing Chloe over the rim of his pint, he sipped deeply. The usual response hovered on his tongue, but when he lowered his beer, the truth spilled out. Because I was lonely, he stated, the admission stark, blunt, and fucking pathetic. Surprise flashed in her eyes, and he tightened his grip on the glass before deliberately easing it. Inhaling, he finished the confession. Michael had died. You and I were no longer speaking, and in a moment of utter weakness and thinking with my dick, I convinced myself the truth of marriage didn't apply to me, that it could work. But 1.5 years of hell and a lighter bank account cured me of the loneliness and illuminated my foolishness about the unholy state of matrimony. Silence descended on their table, smothering the chatter and noise surrounding them. Marriage isn't flawed, she finally said, voice soft, wistful. The people going into it with unrealistic expectations and without love are. And your expectations about a life with Bennett aren't unrealistic, he challenged, unwelcomed jealousy burning hot and vitriolic in his veins. A small, almost sad smile curved her lips. Maybe, she conceded, but avoiding a life alone and unloved is worth the risk. The appearance of their waitress saved him from answering, because he had no idea how he would have countered her argument. He'd applied the same argument when he'd married Veronica, and that relationship had imploded like a fucking atom bomb. But Chloe was everything he wasn't. Sweet, kind, worthy. Only a fool would reject her, as Neil had demonstrated. Maybe Bennett would prove himself to be smarter. At that instant, the haunting bird-like note of a flute swelled in the large room, eventually joined by the light strumming of an acoustic guitar. Within moments, the sweet vibrato of a fiddle filled the air, adding its voice to the traditional ballad played by a quartet of young men gathered on a slightly raised platform in a corner of the pub. Scarborough Fair. He closed his eyes, lost himself in the music that spoke of a time far past, but the sense of loss that crossed ages. The melody resonated in his soul, snared him in its spell. And as the last plaintive note echoed and gradually faded, the vice-like band around his chest loosened, allowed him to breathe deeply. He lifted his lashes, found Chloe studying him with that intense gaze that seemed to perceive too much, especially when he wanted to stay hidden. She reached across the table, grasped his left hand, and flipped it over. Gently, she smoothed feather-light touches over the calluses ridging his fingertips. I used to love to watch you play, she murmured. You used to wear the same expression, enraptured, gone, she added. Like your body was still there, but mentally, emotionally, you were gone to wherever the music carried you. I envied you. No one had ever explained the feeling he experienced so succinctly, so perfectly. It unnerved him that she knew, that she could read him like no other. And that scared the shit out of him. He didn't want to need her, didn't want her to become necessary. Too late, a small, hated voice whispered. Fuck that. He withdrew his hand from her clasp. I see you still play, she said, nodding toward his hand, and completely unaware of the battle of survival waging inside his head. He nodded sharply. This line of conversation had to end. Now, he didn't discuss his music with anyone. Why didn't you ever pursue a professional music career? You were good enough. Pain radiated from under his skin as her words pierced him. I'm a businessman, not an artist, he cited. The words were engraved on his mind like the epitaph on a grave marker. You're a hunter, goddammit. We produce music, make money off it, not play it like some common busker. Even now, years later, he could hear the anger of his father's diatribe, feel the hot lick of disappointment and embarrassment. I don't understand why the two have to be mutually exclusive. Are you finished with your dinner? The abrupt change of subject wasn't wasted on her. She straightened, placing physical and emotional distance between them, as he'd intended. And if part of him hungered to yank her from the chair and plaster her body to his from chest to thigh, daring her to withdraw from him again, well, all he had to do was conjure the memory of her gazing up at Bennett Charles as if he'd created the earth in 6 days. That should take care of the erection pounding behind his zipper like a bass drum. Except it didn't. Nothing could accomplish that feat except being buried in her slick, cock-gripping heat. A half-hour later, he walked a subdued Chloe to the front door of her apartment building. The teasing banter and easy comfort of the day had disappeared after he'd shut her down in the pub. He cursed the loss and accepted the blame. This strain hadn't been his intention. He wanted the laughing, playful woman from earlier to return. For the space of a few hours, he'd been the man he used to be, and not the bitter, disillusioned, guarded bastard he'd become in the last 3 years. Though the cold December wind nipped and whistled around them, he clasped her hip, halting her just as she grabbed the doorknob. Chloe. She stiffened under his hand, but didn't flinch or jerk away. I don't want our time together to end like this. I enjoyed today. Enjoyed you. He shifted closer, pressed his chest to her back, closed his fingers around hers. Let me in. He'd meant let him behind the walls, she directed, let him back in her good graces and the warmth of her open smile. But then she turned, tilted her head back, and the crescent moon highlighted her fathomless eyes and full soft mouth. And the hunger that never fully slept around her stretched, yawned, and roared. Yeah, he wanted past those shields. He wanted inside her more. With a starved moan, he claimed, took, thrusting his tongue past her parted lips, he stroked deep, demanding she tangle with him, surrender to him. She opened wider, and he growled, tunneling his fingers into her hair, gripping the thick strands, and knocking off her cap. He angled her head, thrusting, sucking, ravenous for more of her. She clutched his wrists, sweetly submitting to him. Someone should warn her about giving too much to a greedy bastard like him, because he wasn't satisfied, just craved more, insisted on more. Rolling his hips, he ground his cock against the denim-covered cleft between her legs. A whimper escaped her throat, and he answered with another slow grind. Fuck, he could almost feel the slick, wet folds of her pussy over his dick. Chloe! The harsh bark of her name doused over him like a frigid bucket of water after a steaming hot sauna. Slowly he loosed his fingers from her hair, stepped back, stared down into her wide, dark eyes. Inhaling a deep breath that stung his lungs with cold and guilt, he turned and faced the rigid, furious couple at the bottom of the stairs. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Richardson. Neil? Carter Richardson greeted. Rosalind glared at him, the heat in her eyes as hot as the frost in her husband's voice. Chloe? She repeated her daughter's name, not even acknowledging Neil. We've been calling you with no response from you. We were worried. Another scorching glance at Neil telegraphed she held him responsible for her daughter's rudeness and neglect. The couple's disgust and bitterness didn't surprise him. They'd made it abundantly clear at Michael's funeral that they blamed him for their only son's death. Well, Neil did too, so yeah, he couldn't blame them for their anger at finding him with their daughter. That didn't mean their antipathy didn't rip a hole in his gut. At one time, the Richardsons' home had been as much a home to him as his own, more so, actually. Michael and Chloe had been in their home. Affection, love, and discipline had been in their home. With his father back and forth between Boston and Dublin, and his mother preoccupied with this committee or another fundraiser, Neil found his best friend's place like a haven. And while Carter and Rosalind had probably never quite understood their studious, well-behaved child's affinity for the wild, loud Irish transplant, they'd always welcomed Neil, never rejecting him. Until Neil had betrayed that acceptance by distracting their son away from his laid-out plans to follow a career in music, of all things, and then luring him thousands of miles away from family to another country. The final nail in Neil's coffin had been when their son ended up in one. "Mom, I'm sorry. I left my phone in the car by mistake while I was out." She glanced at Neil, worry and regret heavy in her eyes. "Neil took me—" "It was my fault, Mrs. Richardson. I had Chloe with me all day. I apologize." Though neither of them needed to explain their actions, they were both adults for Christ's sakes, he couldn't stand the anxiety that strained Chloe's face, especially when just moments before there had been the sweetest passion. "Yes. Well, why am I not surprised?" Rosalind snapped, addressing him for the first time since the couple had arrived. "It seems as if any time my children forget their responsibilities and loyalty, you are somehow involved." "Mom, please," Chloe snapped, stepping forward as if to block him from her mother's view and therefore her tirade, which was ridiculous since he had about 8 inches of height on her. But the gesture touched a place in him he believed long shriveled and atrophied. Still, he gently clasped her upper arm, preventing her forward movement. Allowing her to protect him, especially when he deserved this, smacked of cowardice. "Please what, Chloe?" Rosalind snapped. "How else do you expect us to react? Him, of all people. Is he why you've been avoiding us for the past several days? Because he's been in town?" "He has a name," Chloe snapped back. "Not to us he doesn't. Not anymore." Neil absorbed the breath-stealing verbal blow without flinching, without revealing the wound it inflicted or the blood it drew. Inhaling a deep, silent breath, he shoved the pain down, sealing it behind a blank expression. "Stop it," Chloe hissed at her mother. "I know you're hurting, but that doesn't give you the right to take it out on Neil. He was Michael's best friend, a brother to him." "I'll go," he interrupted, voice flat, aloof. Her defense of him only deepened the guilt clawing at him. "Chloe?" He squeezed her arm, and without glancing back, left. Staying any longer might have resulted in begging for the one thing he knew neither of Michael's parents would grant him: forgiveness.
Chapter 9. An hour after Neil had left her home, Chloe walked into the lobby of the elegantly appointed 5-star downtown Boston hotel. But even the softly glowing old-fashioned globes lighting the reception area and lending the room an old-world charm couldn't banish the images of her parents' faces after Chloe had respectfully told them off for their behavior toward Neil. Inhaling, she tried to woo-saw her simmering fury away and focus on her reason for showing up unexpectedly at this posh hotel so late in the evening. The heels of her knee-high boots echoed on the pristine black and white tiled floor, echoing like small blasts in the quiet area. God, were those real crystals on that chandelier? She wouldn't be surprised. Hell, even the air in here smelled expensive. "Excuse me." She smiled at the suited young man behind the front desk, hoping she exuded a confidence that didn't exist.
"Yes, ma'am. Welcome to the Mayflower Suites."
The attendant greeted her pleasantly.
"How can I help you?"
She faltered. "Friend of mine is staying here, Neil Hunter. Would you mind calling his room and letting him know Chloe Richardson is here to see him?" Jesus Christ, why don't I just throw on a blonde wig and wear safety pins in my boots? It worked for Julia Roberts. The hotel employee didn't bat an eyelash. as if he were accustomed to women requesting his male guests at different hours of the night. Although only a couple of hours had passed since Neil had dropped her off home, and her parents had busted them on her doorstep like two horny teens. 10 was relatively early for a booty call. Just a moment. A few clicks on his computer, a murmured phone conversation, and minutes later, Neil strode into the lobby. Her breath caught. It hadn't been that long since he'd left her, but God, it could have been 20 hours instead of 2. He never failed to have that effect on her, like inhaling and never releasing, heart thumping in her chest, pulse pounding in her ears, caught right on the edge of floating, or plummeting. His dark hair grazed the slash of his cheekbones and the granite of his jaw. He still wore the black sweater and jeans from earlier, and with his brilliant eyes narrowed on her, he more closely resembled the stalking panther he reminded her of. He halted inches in front of her, regarded her in a silence that wasn't silent, but so thunderous, she wondered why the front desk attendant didn't have his palms slapped over his ears. Just when she parted her lips to say anything to break the pulsing tension, he gripped her elbow. "Come here." He led her toward the bank of elevators several feet away. During the ride up, his gaze traced and trailed over her, though he continued his unsettling quiet. Nerves snapped and jumped beneath her skin, and when they finally arrived at his floor with a soft ding, she almost leaped out of the steel claustrophobic box. Not that the hallway offered any alleviation. Not with Neil present. His large, lean body seemed to suck the air from around him. When he opened the door to his suite, she could have fallen down in supplication. Space. Just a little. She surveyed the living area, anything to avoid staring at him like a sex-starved spinster. Wow, luxurious. She pivoted, taking in her first glimpse of how the rich and famous lived. Sumptuous couches and chairs. Paintings she'd bet her paycheck hadn't come from a consignment shop. A mounted flat-screen television. A roaring fireplace. And the view. Damn, the view. She wandered over to the large bay window. The public garden and State House dome gleamed in the distance, the Boston skyline dark and scattered with fairy-like lights. Though she'd observed the scene before, it appeared more dignified and imposing from the presidential suite. "While the scenery is impressive," Neil said, moving behind her, "I doubt it's the reason you showed up here tonight." In the shadowed reflection of the glass, he dwarfed her. The image shot a blast of desire through her body. It settled an ache in her breasts, swirled in her belly, and coiled between her legs, heating and moistening her flesh. In spite of her parents' sometimes smothering overprotectiveness, she demanded her independence. She'd earned her position at a company she respected, performing a job she loved. She lived on her own, supporting herself. Yet his wide shoulders and hard chest incited a hunger to surrender to his power, his raw sexuality, to submit to it. Briefly closing her eyes, she released a shuddering breath. "I came to apologize for tonight. My parents," she clarified. The memory of their treatment of Neil churned her stomach with embarrassment and anger, supplanting the need. "They were rude, and I'm sorry." Rude was an understatement. She'd never been ashamed of her parents before. Frustrated, exasperated, yes, but never ashamed. Until tonight. Her mother's words to Neil and her father's coldness. In their grief and helplessness after Michael's death, they'd been quick to blame Neil. But in 3 years, that initial knee-jerk reaction should have been replaced by logic and reason. Apparently it hadn't. She shook her head. "I'm sorry," she repeated. As if a current of frigid air whirled into the room, Neil stiffened. "You didn't have to do that," he stated flatly. Shoulders as rigid as his tone, he crossed the room and headed straight for the bar against the far wall. With almost robotic movements, he uncapped a crystal decanter of amber liquid and poured a measure of it into a squat tumbler. "Yes, I did," she objected. "You were Michael's best friend. He loved you like a brother. You deserve better treatment."
They have their reasons, as you must know.
He sipped from his glass, but his impassive expression didn't reveal pleasure in the drink.
They also had a reason for coming to see you tonight. Is something wrong?
She studied him, debated whether or not to let the not-so-subtle switch in topic fly. She decided on a compromise. It wasn't just today that I was avoiding their calls. I haven't talked to them since Friday night, so they dropped by, which had been inappropriate, and she told them so. She'd moved out of their house because of their helicopter parenting. But tell me what could possibly justify their behavior. Why do you believe you're not worth even being addressed by your name? His only response was to down the rest of the alcohol. You were their son's best friend, his brother in every way that mattered except blood. You were the one he confided in about his love of music, and then encouraged and strengthened him to follow that dream instead of conforming to the mold our parents had created for him. You not only loved him, you accepted him, and that meant the world to him. You deserve—
Stop it,
he ground out.
I killed him,
he growled, slamming the glass on the bar top with such force it should have shattered.
And your parents know it. That's why they can't stand the sight of me.
Shock froze the protest in her throat. If he'd run across the room and jumped up and down on the sofa like an Irish Tom Cruise, she couldn't have been more stunned. And she couldn't have been more disbelieving. That's bullshit, she croaked. Ice-cold fury hardened his face, but his eyes burned with pain, grief, and guilt. The guilt, God, it radiated from him. I'm not going to let you say that. Believe that. He loosed a harsh, serrated bark of laughter.
Let me? He mocked. Too late for that, baby. You want the truth.
His mouth twisted into an ugly caricature of a smile.
I was such a good friend to your brother. I chose to get fucked rather than save him.
What are you talking about? She whispered. Another of those sharp laughs.
You know what the shitty part of all this is. Michael didn't want to attend the club opening that night. I convinced him to go with me. He would have been home safe rather than on the road, driving in the rain because I left him to go ride a woman whose name and face I can't even remember. Considering my friend was dying in a burning heap of metal, that should have been the best screw of my life. But I can't picture her.
Movements jerky, he turned back to the bottle of liquor and poured a healthy amount into the tumbler.
If I hadn't dragged him out that night, if I'd ridden with him,
The torment in his voice melted the deep freeze holding her captive. Before she could analyze her actions, she rushed across the room. The suffering, the shame. Jesus, how had he borne it all this time? It scraped over her skin, weighed on her chest. How had he lived with such a weight? A needless weight. Anger sparked to life inside her, quickly gathering heat and flaring into a bonfire. A damn ridiculous weight. Stop it, she snapped, covering and squeezing the hand lifting the glass to his mouth, forcing him to set it back down on the bar. That's the most self-serving, self-absorbed shit I've ever heard. His fingers flexed beneath hers, his eyes narrowing dangerously. You just said Michael was no better than a sheep, following mindlessly behind you with no will of his own. My brother wasn't weak. If he didn't want to go to some party, he would have told you no. He was unfailingly kind, but he wasn't spineless. Hell, he'd essentially told our parents to take their plans and shove them. Telling you no would have been a cakewalk. She scoffed. And he knew you better than any person alive, including your family. Do you really believe he didn't consider there was a probability he'd end up leaving that party alone? I believe Neil will nail anything that moves was his summation of your love life. He loved you even knowing you often failed to keep your dick in your pants. It wasn't the first time you two had gone out together and left separately. Neil, she breathed, the fury leaking out of her like air escaping a pierced balloon. Murmuring his name again, she cradled his lean cheek in her palm. He stiffened beneath her hand, but she didn't lower her arm, refused to take the slight rejection personally.
Let your mind drift gently with the melody, as if carried by a soft breeze across a quiet night.
Not when desperation darkened his eyes like a turbulent storm. "Let it go," she implored softly, sweeping her thumb over the proud jut of his cheekbone. Michael's death was a horrible, tragic accident. My parents grieved hard when he died, and I don't doubt they lashed out at you because they couldn't take it out on the person they're really angry with, Michael. That's too hard for them to admit, and so you make a very convenient scapegoat because you're alive and he isn't. But she lifted her other hand to his face and cupped it. This guilt isn't your burden to bear. And Michael would hate that you're carrying it. If not for yourself, then for him. Let it go. His thick lashes lowered, concealing his gaze from her, but not before she caught the desolate need in it. The need to do as she asked and release the shame. The need to accept. The need to believe. "Neil," she whispered, then unable to resist touching him any longer, rose on tiptoe and brushed her mouth across his. And just because she wanted to, did it again. He went rigid, even more so than after she'd caressed his cheek. Such tension invaded his body. One overzealous current from the central air could have cracked him in two. Still, she flicked her tongue over his bottom lip, then the top, paying special attention to the intriguing, sexy dip in the middle. With no warning, he snapped. A hard hand gripped her hip. Demanding fingers drove through her hair, tangling and tugging her head back. A hungry mouth crushed over hers. She couldn't contain her moan as he penetrated her lips with a forceful, bone-melting thrust. He didn't ask for her acquiescence, didn't seek her permission. He took as if assured of her submission, took as if her surrender was a foregone conclusion. And it was. Somewhere a part of her raged at how quickly she always capitulated to his every touch, his kiss. But that part was lassoed and tied by the far larger, neglected section of her that craved everything this man did to her, and only this man could do. Tunneling her fingers into his dark waves, she pressed herself against his solid chest, tilted her head to the side, and opened her mouth wider. She met him stroke for stroke, thrust for thrust, in a sensual mimicry of what the suddenly damp flesh between her legs pulsed and ached for. Every lick, every sensuous suckle reverberated in her clit as if his tongue caressed her there. If a man could make a woman come from a simple, or not-so-simple, kiss, then it was Neil. He was that damn gifted. With a final nip to her bottom lip, he lowered his mouth to her jaw, pausing to trace it before traveling to her neck. She shivered, leaning her head back, granting him access to whatever he wanted, just as long as he didn't stop. Mistake. Her mind blinked in huge red cautionary letters. They'd been down this trail already, and after an emotional upheaval. Sex with him could only lead to more confusion and disaster.
Yet even as the warning echoed in her head, he shoved the cowl neck of her sweater to the side and bit the tender, sensitive crook where throat and shoulder met. She groaned, hips bucking and meeting the hard ridge of his erection. The punch of lust effectively obliterated that nagging voice into silence. He swung her around, pressed her into the bar. Cupping the back of her knee, he hiked her leg around his hip and ground against her. His erection rode her denim-covered sex, rolled over her pulsing clit. Mouth once more worshipping hers, he hiked her thigh higher, opened her further, stroked harder. She whimpered. It'd been so long, too long. Already the telltale tingle and pressure built, coalescing into a ball that had only one end. Explosion. Neil. Her hands fell to his shoulders, and she clung because one more surge of his hips, one more slide of his cock, and he bent his knees and slowly straightened, dragging the rigid length of him up her folds, circled over the too sensitive bundle of nerves cresting her sex, and she detonated. Pleasure radiated from her core throughout her body, shaking her like a leaf on a tempestuous wind. She cried out, rendered weak by the tight, volcanic orgasm that satisfied, yet still left her hungry, hurting. Holy shit. And he hadn't even removed one article of clothing. Not one. God damn, baby, he growled in her ear. You have more to give me. I barely touched you. The words rang in her ears, ominous and heavy with promise. He dropped her leg and, grasping the bottom of her sweater, whipped it over her head. How long has it been, Chloe? He asked, unbuttoning her jeans and sliding down the zipper. When was the last time you came for a man? He pressed, teasing the patch of her skin revealed by her loosened jeans with a fingertip. Was it me? Was I the last man to make this pussy wet? She should deny, but need stole her voice, hell her breath. She couldn't answer, but then she didn't have to. Knowledge glinted in his hooded gaze. He knew that no other man had touched her, made her explode like a damn cannon in 3 years. Yeah, I was. He rumbled, hooking his fingers into the waist of her jeans and tugging them down her hips and legs. Seconds later, he'd removed her boots and pants, leaving her standing, trembling in front of him, with only her bra and panties barely concealing her. Instinctively, she crossed her arms over her chest. Silly, considering he'd seen her naked before, and her underwear was soaked from her orgasm. But old insecurities surged like unwelcome visitors. And those sibilant whispers reminded her that her breasts weren't a perfect handful, her belly wasn't concave, and her hips weren't slender. She enjoyed hamburgers, not salads, and it showed in her body. Don't hide from me. She opened eyes she didn't remember closing, meeting Neil's gaze. He knelt at her feet, his large hands spanning her waist, and stole her breath like a clever thief. Don't ever hide from me, he ordered, voice hard. I want to see you. Every fucking gorgeous inch of you. He lowered his head, branded her skin right above the band of her panties, with a hot, open-mouth kiss. Taste you, he murmured. Damn, I wanted to taste you. And he did. Oh God, he did. He tongued her through her lacy underwear, tracing the swollen folds the delicate material couldn't hide or protect. With a ravenous snarl, he crowded closer, lodging his shoulder under her thigh. Canting his head to the side, he sucked her flesh into his mouth, feasting, nibbling, savoring. Fiery lust incinerated her anxiety and insecurities. They didn't stand a chance under the determined, erotic lash of his tongue over her sex. Not enough, he muttered before yanking the offending panties down her legs and tossing them aside. Damn, you're so beautiful. I've dreamed. He didn't finish the sentence. Maybe he'd thought it better not to. Maybe he was too damn hungry.
Probably a mixture of both, because he dived between her thighs again and latched onto her clit, curling around the nub and lapping at it like a man starved. "Neil," she groaned, long and deep and grasping the edge of the bar with one hand and clutching his hair with the other. All she could do was hold on like a leaf swirled and tossed on churning rapids. She sympathized with that leaf, swept along, battered with the forceful torrents of pleasure. Just as she almost cried uncle, he plunged a thick finger in her core and catapulted her into oblivion. When she floated back to reality, he continued to lick and sip at her, and warily she pushed at his head, whimpering a feeble protest. Her flesh jerked and quivered beneath his mouth and slowly pumping finger. "I can't," she weakly protested. "Too much."
"Fuck that," he growled, rising to his feet.
It didn't escape her notice that he remained fully clothed while she stood damn near naked. The difference only heightened the eroticism they shared.
"It's not enough."
He swept her into his arms and she cried out. The "I'm too heavy" stuttered and died a quick death on her lips as he claimed her mouth in a burning kiss. The taste of herself on his lips and tongue should have been abhorrent, but instead it flared to life a searing heat that should have been banked by her orgasms moments ago. He devoured her as if she were a sumptuous, delicious meal, and he a man who hadn't tasted food in years. The act hadn't been a chore, but rather a delight to him. She'd been a delight to him, and that was sexy as hell. Her back met the thick cover on the bed, and he released her mouth. Straightening, he yanked his sweater over his head, exposing yards of taut skin and tight muscle. Lean but strong, he was like a jungle cat. Dark, sleek, toned, predatory. Except she yearned to be taken down by this male animal, longed to be consumed by him. His rigid abdomen flexed as he stripped free of his jeans. No underwear. The boxers or briefs argument was moot with him. He stood before her, allowing her to look her fill. Corded shoulders and arms, wide, hard chest, slim hips, hard, delineated thighs, long, thick cock. She swallowed, riveted, aching as if she hadn't already come 2 times within the last hour. The veined, broad column speared upward, the swollen, flushed cap nudging his navel. His big hand wrapped around the staff, stroking up, until the head disappeared in his fist, reappearing seconds later as he pulled the skin taut on the downstroke. Again he touched himself, one hand lowering to cup and tug on the sack below. Oh God, he was such a beautiful male animal, so primal and stripped of the polished veneer he wore with ease and confidence. Now, though, he granted her an erotic, raw show for one, and she was an enraptured audience.
"Take the bra off,"
he ordered, his voice a rough caress over her skin. With fumbling fingers, she followed his instructions. This time, self-doubts didn't enter her head. Modesty was a thing of the past. It had no place in this room, in this bed, with her body humming, her sex spasming and throbbing for the flesh he teased her with. He didn't shift his steady perusal away from her as he reached into the top drawer of the bedside dresser and removed a small, square package. He took his time opening the foil and rolling the condom down his length. She skimmed her tongue over her lips, imagining him thrusting between her lips, stretching her mouth wide. A low hum vibrated in her chest. The flavor of him. She hadn't forgotten it. Could almost taste it on her tongue.
"Damn it, Chloe,"
he snapped. And then he was crouched over her, pressing her into the mattress, his tongue mimicking the possession she'd just been envisioning. Disappointment over not being able to realize the fantasy flared inside her even as his kiss tossed kerosene on an already raging fire.
"I know what you're thinking,"
he said, lightly nipping her lip.
"And if I didn't want inside you so goddamn bad, I'd have you on your knees, sucking my cock until I came down your throat."
She loosed a soft whine as he painted the lascivious picture. and a grim, forced smile curled his mouth, but did nothing to soften the carnal, harsh cast of his face.
Later,
he promised, his hooded gaze trailing down between their bodies.
Right now, I want your pussy wrapped around me, squeezing me.
He balanced his weight on one palm, gripped the base of his cock with the other, and sank inside her. Air rushed from her lungs. She squeezed her eyes shut, dug her fingernails into the taut skin of his shoulders as pleasure vied against a discomfort that teetered on pain as he thrust his hard length into her sensitive tissue. Too much. There was too much of him. Her flesh fought to accommodate his width, quivering and rippling around him. Shh, he soothed, planting small, reassuring kisses to her chin, mouth, cheeks, closed lids.
Relax for me, baby. Breathe and relax. You can take all of me, just like before.
All of him. Shit, there was more?
Fuck, you feel so good,
he murmured. Soft licks to her breasts.
Hot, tight, so damn wet.
Hard, insistent tugs on her nipples by impatient lips. Electric pulses traveled from the tips down her belly into her sex. She contracted around him, and he groaned.
That's it. Take me in.
Capturing her mouth, he withdrew from her body and slowly, deliberately surged forward. The discomfort ebbed until it became negligible, swamped by the pleasure. Murmuring encouragement and praise against her lips, he urged her to meet him. Fuck him. Her world narrowed to his hard flesh shuttling in and out of her flesh in languid, measured thrusts, contracted to the graze of his chest over her nipples, tapered to the sweat misting their bodies and the sensual sounds of her sex grasping and releasing him. Soon, the unhurried glides in and out of her quickened, hardened. The face above her became fiercer, the hands on her hips firmer, the words more raw, explicit. Cries tumbled from her lips, pleas for more. Take me harder, give me more. Fuck me, fuck me. He fell forward, his palms flattened on the headboard, his hips lifted, surged, ground against her. He buried himself inside her over and over, driving her toward a cataclysmic end she wasn't too certain she could survive. Not that she had any choice. Relentless, merciless, he rode her, his hooded stare demanding she come, she surrender, commanding her ultimate submission. And once more, she gave it to him. Ecstasy broke her, imploded, scattered her just before it sucked her deep and exploded again. She shook for him, screamed for him, flew for him. He'd done it again. Chloe swept her hand over the place where Neil had been lying when she'd fallen to sleep, a place that had long lost its warmth. Damn it. She surged up from the sheets, dragging her tangle of hair back before scrubbing her hands down her face. How could she have been so stupid? She'd been in this position, naked, sweaty, thoroughly sexed and tingling 3 years earlier. Then she'd woken alone, abandoned. And it seemed as if she had willingly signed up for a repeat performance. Like scrounging through the refrigerator for the last piece of red velvet cake and scarfing it down even knowing it was hell on the hips. Swallowing back a groan, she threw back the bed covers and launched herself from the bed. Humiliation and anger coursed through her. She'd obtained a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from Boston College in 3 years instead of 4, and a Master's in the same from MIT. She designed and wrote software for a small Fortune 500 company. She could troubleshoot and correct code with an efficiency that had earned her 2 promotions in as many years. So she was a fairly smart woman. Then why in the hell had she ended up in this predicament again? Get dressed and get the hell out of here, she urged herself. Locating her bra, she shrugged into it and scanned the room for. Oh, damn. Neil had stripped them off in the living room, when he'd knelt and put his mouth on her. No, don't think about that. Clothes, for God's sake. Stay focused on the clothes. Like the jeans and cream knit sweater neatly draped over the arm of a chair, tucked into a corner of the bedroom. Her boots stood at attention beside it. She gasped, pressing her palm to her stomach as if it could contain the hurt churning there. The garments were like a calling card. Here are your clothes. Get the hell out. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she slipped into her clothing and exited the room on bare feet. Spotting her coat over the back of the couch, she headed for it, then drew up hard. He hadn't left. Neil stood at the large bay window, torso and feet bare, dark jeans hanging low around his lean hips. Heat unfurled in her belly, spreading its sultry warmth to all points south and north. Just one glance at him after having exploded in orgasmic bliss 3 times, and yet she still wanted him. Unbelievable. Slowly, he turned and met her no doubt hungry gaze. In that moment, as she stared at the regret in his eyes and the hard lines of his face, she hated herself. No, he hadn't vacated the premises this time, but he'd still deserted her. What woman enjoyed waking up in a bed with cold sheets after having given herself to a man? Enjoyed the subtle reminder that she'd overstayed her welcome? Enjoyed knowing that once again he considered her a mistake. Not this time. The anger roared up inside her along with the yell reverberating in her head. No, this time she would be the one to walk away. I didn't know you were still here, she murmured. But I'm glad you are. This? She waved a hand in the direction of the bar, the bedroom. Was a mistake, and can't happen again. Let's just chalk it up to an emotional night and move on. When he continued to study her, inscrutable and silent, she forced a nonchalant shrug. Anyway, I'd like to keep the focus on why you're here and our plan. I don't want to lose sight of it. She'd purposefully injected Bennett into the conversation, into the room, between them. For him as much as for herself. Once upon a time, she'd lowered her guard for him, became vulnerable for him, became hopeful for him, and he'd crushed her first with his rejection, then his silence. Great sex? Okay. Soul-shattering, apocalyptic sex? Didn't make him reliable, stable. Didn't offer her the security and love she craved. He obviously enjoyed her body, but only for as long as it took for the sweat to dry. Then he disappeared. Trusting him with her pleasure was one thing, trusting him with her heart, her future, was another. And if her body and heart were a little slow on the uptake, well, she wasn't ruled by the flesh between her legs. I'm returning to Dublin in the morning, but I'll be back in time to escort you to the dinner party on Friday, he stated, voice cold, flat, no inflection, no emotion. He could have been scheduling a meeting with his secretary. That's not necessary. I appreciate all you've done, but I can handle it from here. I promised I would take you, and I will, he said in the same tone. Part of her screamed that she wanted, needed, to be more than a promise, an obligation. That same part longed to tell him to take those same promises and obligations and shove them up his ass. But there was the other half. The half that argued she'd come so far that it would be foolish to throw away her plans just to spite Neil. Even if thoughts of Bennett seemed so wrong while the scent of her and Neil's lovemaking still perfumed her skin. Not lovemaking. Sex. Fucking. Screwing. Only when it was combined with caring, affection, and commitment did it become lovemaking, and Neil had told her he was incapable of giving that. Blinking back the sting of tears, she nodded. Stupid to cry, to be hurt. Neil had never pretended to want more from her than what he'd just received not even an hour ago. But he could help her have everything she dreamed of. One more time. One more date. Then he would be out of her life again like the last 3 years. Fine, she said, attempting to sound as businesslike as him. Snatching up her coat, she embarked on her walk of shame toward the hotel door.
Let me throw on a jumper and shoes so I can go to the lobby with you.
Hell no. That's okay, she murmured, not pausing. I'm fine.
Chloe.
I said no. She nearly shouted. Inhaling, she wrestled her anger, pain, and humiliation under the shaky but cool facade of a small smile. Walking out of here with the shreds of her dignity was hell. Maintain the charade for an elevator ride, and then have him usher her out to the hotel door like a wham-bam fuck you, ma'am? Not happening. That was asking too damn much. That's not necessary. Please, just stay. Before he could protest again, she jerked the door open and rushed out into the hall. The elevator doors opened the second after she pressed the call button, and only after the steel panels closed with a soft hiss did she allow the tears to fall. Last time, she vowed. The very last time she would cry over him.
Chapter 10. Neil had broken several commandments in his lifetime. He'd lied, taken God's name in vain, spent more Sundays in his office than in Mass. He'd even stolen once as a child. But the guilt and images of an avenging Archangel Michael had driven him back to the store he'd shoplifted the candy bar from to confess his sin and pay for the chocolate. So yeah, he hadn't done a stellar job of keeping the Big Ten. Still, he'd never imagined murder would be counted among his transgressions. But the longer he stared across the room at Chloe, smiling and laughing at Bennett Charles in the green dress he, Neil, had chosen for her, he contemplated the quickest way to dispose of a body. Bennett's, specifically. Dismemberment, he decided, sipping from the glass of wine. Starting with the hands that continually cupped her elbow, or encircled her fingers, or rested at the small of Chloe's back, a back bared by the tantalizing cut of her dress. His grip tightened around the slim stem of the glass as once more Bennett whispered something in her ear, and her sultry chuckle stroked over Neil's raw nerves like a wicked, sensual caress. Green might look phenomenal on her, but not him. Jealousy stole through his veins like an insidious intruder. Primal instinct roared with the need to lay claim to her, to possess her, again and again and again. To brand her so Bennett Charles and every male at the damned dinner party understood and acknowledged that Chloe belonged to him. But he didn't, because she didn't. She'd made that crystal clear their night together almost a week ago. This was a mistake, and can't happen again. Let's just chalk it up to an emotional night and move on. The blasé dismissal had shocked the shit out of him, rocked him, fucking hurt him, especially since he'd spent the 30 minutes before she appeared in the room grappling with the guilt of breaking his promise to Michael. Again. And how he was about to return to the shadowed bedroom where Chloe slept to repeat the betrayal. He'd had sex before, more times and with more women than he cared to remember. But what he and Chloe had shared, that hadn't been sex. Sex was good, sometimes great, could be fun or intense, could be dirty or tame. Could be fast and hard, or slow and gentle. It had never been all of those. It had never been goddamn amazing. It had never been meaningful. Not even with Veronica. Sex with his ex-wife had never reached into his soul and ripped it apart at the seams. He'd never craved her so much he feared losing his mind if he didn't bury himself inside her. He'd never experienced that until Chloe. 3 years ago, he convinced himself that night with her had been a fluke. The hunger had been fed by grief and anger. But as she'd come apart in his arms Sunday night, taking him with her, he could no longer deny she redefined every notion he'd possessed of sex, of fucking. Redefined, hell, she obliterated and recreated it. And he'd wanted more. Wanted to lose himself in her again. Hear her cry out his name over and over. Feel her flesh quiver and squeeze him again. He'd been willing to betray the last wish of his best friend to have it again, have her. Been willing, until she'd informed him she didn't want him. Instructed him to not lose focus of the goal. Bennett, fucking Bennett. In that moment, as she stood there, chin in the air, clutching her coat, he'd resented her, Resented her for making him want her, want the impossible, because for just a second before she'd told him he was a mistake, he'd wondered if maybe he could be who she needed, if he could try to be. But now, a week later, watching her wrap the man she really wanted around her finger, he could admit she'd been right. He and Bennett Charles were different. They both wore suits and were successful and wealthy, but Bennett could offer her the life of marriage and family she desired. Neil couldn't. He'd proven that with Veronica. She belonged in Bennett's world, not his. Like Michael had stated in his letter, Chloe deserved a man who would love her with everything in him, a man who would devote and commit himself to her, a man better than Neil. He was too jaded, too scarred, too used for her. He'd only end up sullying her pure spirit and turning her bitter and resentful, like Veronica. They make a striking couple, don't they? He glanced down and met Morgan's shrewd gaze. When they'd arrived at the dinner party, Chloe's stunning best friend had been hard to miss in her red mini-dress. Her inherent elegance prevented the thigh-length sheath from veering into video vixen territory. Still, her blonde loveliness and touch of crazy did nothing for him. Lately, his tastes seemed to have deviated away from women like her and toward petite, curvy brunettes. That was the plan, right? Neil bandied her question with one of his own. Yes, with Bennett's golden good looks and Chloe's dark beauty, they drew more than one pair of admiring glances. Whoop the fucky. Morgan arched an eyebrow. Mission accomplished, I suppose. Transferring his full attention to her, he raised his glass for another sip and studied her over the rim. He didn't know her that well, but familiarity wasn't necessary to detect the calculation in her eyes, or in the a little too innocent voice. One thing he would bet his left nut on, Morgan didn't do innocent. I assume there's another reason for this conversation, besides appreciating the view? She grinned, a crimson-tipped finger tapping him on the chest. You so warm the cockles of my heart. Right to the point, no bullshitting. I try, he said dryly. You know, when I suggested this plan to Chloe, I'd hoped it would turn out this way. He snorted. So the make a man jealous with another man scheme was all your idea? Why am I not surprised? She scoffed. Chloe's too nice to have come up with it herself. She's not sneaky enough. But you are. Her smile widened. You're damn right I am. And when it comes to my friend, she deserves happiness and her happily ever after, she said, echoing his earlier thoughts. Besides, Bennett seems to be a good man. I haven't heard anything negative or disturbing about him. You know, womanizer, drugs, secret cross-dresser. He laughed, and the loud bark attracted several curious glances, including Chloe's. A slight frown marred her forehead, but only for an instant before she returned her attention to Bennett. Hell, he'd probably imagined the flicker of jealousy in her green eyes. Probably because he didn't want to be the only one suffering. I'm sure Chloe's relieved by your due diligence, and is delighted to know he's not monogamy-challenged, an addict, or moonlights as Belinda, he drawled. Morgan snickered. I'm nothing if not efficient. Again, she pinned him with another of those intense contemplations. I'm also woman enough to admit when I'm wrong. Surprised, he cocked his head to the side. Wrong about what? Instead of replying, she shifted her regard to Chloe and Bennett, who had been joined by several more people. They appeared to be a host and hostess holding reign over their party. Together. Shit. He needed out of here before he committed a social faux pas that would have his proper mother rolling over in her grave, because she damn sure wouldn't approve of him punching the hell out of his host. I was wrong about you, Morgan murmured. Chloe told me about how you two hooked up and then you disappeared for years. She played it off as a fling, but I could tell the sting still hurt. I was prepared to hate you for causing her pain. She paused, pursed her lips. In spite of you coming to her rescue, I still might have to. The jury's out on that one. Abandoning her is one of my greatest regrets, he admitted, a regret that stained his heart like a slick dark oil spill, entrenched and damn hard to scrub clean. I believe you. A beat of silence passed between them. "If I didn't, I would be over there instead of here with you, and I wouldn't be considering that I might have pushed my friend in the wrong man's direction." Shock blasted him like a gust of frigid air. "Excuse me?" he asked, struggling to maintain his reserve, to snuff out the fierce punch of satisfaction her words elicited. "From the first time I saw you two together, there's always been this passion. True, there was anger and hurt, but the heat you and she generated at the gala can't be faked. The pretense might have been for Bennett's benefit, but it was real. I felt like I should either look away or light up a cigarette." She smirked, but the insolent curve of her mouth gave way to a sober expression he'd never glimpsed on her. A slightly distant note entered her voice and blue eyes. "And she's never looked at him the way she does at you, with uncertainty and wariness, but also with need, like she needs to be close to you." "That's it." She nodded. "She doesn't need Bennett." Giving her head a small shake, she narrowed her gaze on him, and her voice hardened to match the glint in her scrutiny. "And that's why I haven't decided whether or not to hate you. Bennett could possibly disappoint or even hurt her, but you could devastate her." "Hey, you two." Chloe appeared at his side, saving him a response to Morgan's statement. Not that he had one. His mind reeled with her claim that sounded more like an accusation. "Is everything okay?" she asked, glancing from her friend, then to him. "Perfect." Morgan brightened with a dazzling smile. "Neil and I were just getting to know one another better." A shadow of emotion ghosted through her eyes, there and gone before he could analyze it. "Great." She returned her friend's grin, but it seemed strained at the edges. "Dinner is about to be served." "Wonderful, I'm starved." A hint of wickedness stole into Morgan's expression. "I sneaked a peek at the seating arrangements earlier. Chloe, you're sitting next to Bennett at the head of the table, and lucky you, Neil, will be right beside me toward the end. Fortuitous, don't you think?" Fortuitous. Right. So for the next hour he could have a ringside seat to another man flirting and hitting on his girlfriend. Fucking hell. When was this night going to end? Neil murmured a thank you to his driver before ducking into the rear of the limo he'd leased, so Chloe could impress when she arrived at Bennett's home in the affluent suburb of Weston. Tonight had been a smashing success. Bennett had clung to every word Chloe uttered, had remained at her side the entire evening, even when Neil had stood on the other. Yes, she'd truly captivated and caught the man she'd set her sights on. Which meant Neil's job in Boston, in Chloe's life, was completed. She didn't need him any longer, contrary to what Morgan had asserted. He could return to Dublin with a clear conscience, his promise to Michael fulfilled. Then why did the thought of leaving her again tear at his chest like a wild thing trying to claw its way free? "I'm assuming congratulations are in order," he said, his voice almost a bellow in the tension-taut quiet. "You did a wonderful job tonight. Bennett couldn't take his eyes off you." Chloe turned from her absorbed study of the scenery outside the tinted window. "Congratulations might be a little premature," she eventually murmured. "I will admit he was very attentive, but he still hasn't asked me on a date or to see me again." "Just a matter of time, Chloe," he assured her, though the words tasted like ash on his tongue. He'd spent his entire evening watching the other man fawn over her with lust in his eyes, an emotion Neil could easily identify with. She returned her attention to the window, and silence descended between them, heavy, thick, and suffocating. Morgan's claim reverberated in his head, boomeranging off the sides of his skull. "She's never looked at him the way she does at you, with uncertainty and wariness, but also with need, like she needs to be close to you." The other woman had nailed the truth with deadly accuracy. It wasn't Chloe who needed him, though. He needed, hungered for her. A week away should have doused the craving for her kiss, her body, her taste, fucking her. But it hadn't. The absence had only whetted his ravenous appetite. Being so close to her these past hours, with the image of her writhing beneath him still fresh in his head, had nearly driven him insane. He could have sated it with another woman while he'd been home. No, he couldn't have. No other woman could satisfy the fire Chloe had kindled. Even now, in close confines, her scent wrapped around him. He breathed her in with each inhale. Fisting his hands, he battled the urge to drag her across the seat and devour her, worship her. Promise be damned. "Did you enjoy yourself?" Her soft voice flowed over him, drawing him from his brooding. "Not really." Her dark brow arched at his blunt answer. "I'm sorry." "Are you?" he pressed. She frowned. "Yes, I know you were there for me, but I still didn't want you to have a miserable time." Shifting, he leaned forward, and though he granted it was a mistake, grazed the backs of his fingers over her jaw, down the slender column of her neck. Satisfaction burned inside him as he caught the swift intake of breath and the slight flare of her eyes. "You're not going to ask why I didn't enjoy myself?" He brushed his thumb under her bottom lip. "Neil," she whispered, and he savored the tremor in his name. All night, she might have smiled and laughed at Bennett, but he hadn't made those gorgeous eyes darken from a bright emerald to a forest green. He hadn't sent the pulse in her neck racing under her skin. "Ask me," he demanded softly. She swallowed, and he followed the motion before lifting his gaze back to hers. "Ask me, Chloe." "Why didn't—" She faltered, paused, then continued. "Why didn't you enjoy yourself?" "Because another man's hands were on you. Because another man sat at your side like you were his. Because I wanted to beat the shit out of him for daring to touch you, but I didn't have the right." "Neil?" She repeated his name, a subtle plea, to stop or to continue. Maybe even she didn't know. "Just for tonight. Tell me I have the right." He dropped his hand away from her face. Her choice. It had to be hers. He could persuade her with a kiss or a touch, essentially taking control out of her hands. When she looked back on this, he didn't want her to use grief, anger, or lust as excuses for surrendering to him. She wanted him. Her soft pants, dark eyes, and trembling body relayed her desire. But she had to own it. She blinked, confusion skating across her expressive features. "I need to hear you say the words. Tell me." She closed her eyes, her indecision obvious. Finally her lashes lifted, and though uncertainty clouded her gaze, strength steadied her voice. "I give you the right." Pause. "For tonight." Fierce triumph rushed through him, even as a tinge of restless dissatisfaction tainted it. Ignoring the niggling discontent, he extended his arm. "Come here," he murmured. Towing off her shoes, she drew her knees under her and, shifting, straddled his lap. Her scent of vanilla and warm skin enveloped him, teased him. Bracing her palms on the headrest behind him, she slowly lowered until her nose nudged his and their breath mingled, mated in a precursor to the kiss he ached for from her. Firm thighs bracketed his, and though her panties and trousers separated them, he swore the heat of her sex branded his cock. Sliding his palms up her calves and under her wide skirt, he gloried in the silken texture that had nothing to do with the stockings encasing her legs and everything to do with smooth, beautiful skin. She shivered, her hips flexing, grinding against him, and he gritted his teeth against the sensual rub and pressure over his dick. Easing higher, closer to the sweet flesh he fantasized about, he buried his face in the fragrant crook between her neck and shoulder. The vanilla aroma was stronger, headier there, as if she'd dabbed perfume to this spot. Where else had she added it? The pulse points at her wrists, the tender skin inside her. "What the fuck?" he rasped. Leaning back, he yanked his hands from under her dress, flipped the skirt back, baring the thigh-high stockings with lace borders. "Oh, baby," he whispered, brushing the delicate material before stroking the toned flesh and muscle above. "Like a fantasy come to life." He trailed a meandering caress to the crease where torso and thigh met, followed the edge of her underwear before dipping between her legs and tracing the damp panel gloving her feminine folds. She cried out, hips bucking, but he gripped her waist, murmuring a soothing sound, controlling the movement. Captivated, he circled a fingertip over the top of her sex, coaxing the bud of her clitoris out. A shudder rippled through her body, and her fingers tangled in his hair, twisting in the strands, but he could bear the slight nip of pain, enjoyed it. "You want to come now, yeah? Take the edge off?" "God, yes. Please," she breathed. He dipped a finger beneath the edge of her panties and encountered hot, wet flesh. Following the slit between her folds, he honed in on her clit, pressed it, flicked it, strummed and teased it. Her pants quickened, her gyrations increased in speed and power. So close. He'd only been touching her for mere seconds, and already she hovered on the edge of orgasm. Her very responsiveness and inhibition were like strokes to his own flesh. Surging forward, he released his hold on her waist and buried his fingers in her hair, tugging her head back. Clamping his teeth over the tendon running the length of her slender neck, he worked the pulsing knob, relentlessly driving her closer and closer to orgasm. With a long, tortured whimper, she came. God damn, she was beautiful in her ecstasy. Eyes squeezed shut, teeth sunk into her lush bottom lip, convulsing in pleasure. This image would be forever branded on his brain. When he was 90 years old, the memory of her shuddering and crying out with her cream coating his finger would have his dick hard. When he returned home and the loneliness at night dogged him, he would have this. "I'll buy you another pair," he growled, his only warning before twisting the side of her panties in his fist and yanking. Her sharp intake of breath preceded another rip on the other side. He removed the material, tossing it to the floor of the limo. "I need inside you." "Wait," she whispered, her voice still hoarse from her release. He jerked his gaze to her flushed features, softened by satisfaction. Even though his heart thumped against his chest at her objection, he couldn't prevent the warm glow of pride blooming inside him. He'd done that. Not Bennett, not any man. Only he'd seen her like this. "I want to," she repeated, sliding off his lap. "What?" But her hands at the closure of his pants stole whatever words would have followed. "Baby," he breathed, tunneling his hands in her dark, thick hair and gripping her scalp. His cock throbbed as if in anticipation of being freed, of being in her hands, her heaven and hell mouth. She rose on her knees, and he spread his thighs wider, granting her more room to move closer. Curling over him, she reached inside his black boxer briefs, encircled his dick, and squeezed. He cursed, low and harsh. The warm air of the limo kissed the slick head as she yanked down his underwear, bearing him. "I've wanted this," she whispered, her fist leisurely pumping his rigid flesh. "Dreamed about it," she softly admitted. "Take me, baby." He asserted a small amount of pressure on her head, but allowing the decision to be hers. And when her lips opened over him, her tongue flicking over the head, tasting him, he groaned long and deep in his throat. The heat, the wetness, the suction of her greedy mouth. He couldn't tear his gaze away from the sight of her sucking him in, loving him, almost worshipping him. Pleasure suffused her features. Her muted hums vibrated over his flesh, adding another sensation on top of the tight grip of her fist and the sweet ring of her mouth. He tried to let her grab the reins, take control, but before long his fingers pressed into her scalp, holding her steady while he fucked her lips and tongue. She didn't seem to mind, though, not from the moans and cries caressing his flesh. So damn good. His lashes fluttered. Too damn good. Pleasure sizzled at the base of his spine, drew his balls taut. "Enough," he ground out, raising her head. She made a move to return to his dick, but he squeezed lightly, halting her. "I'm about to come." "Okay," she rasped, continuing to stroke him. He covered her hand with one of his. "As much as I love your mouth, I want to be inside you when that happens, and I want to feel you rain down on me. Come here." She reclaimed her position over his thighs, and he gathered her flowing skirt in his fist, holding it up and to the side so he could watch her swallow him. Watch it and feel it. Just as her folds pressed to the tip, he stopped her. "Condom," he growled. Levering up, he snatched his wallet from his back pocket, yanked the foil square out, and quickly sheathed himself. "No, Chloe," he murmured. "Fuck me." Palms pressed to the back of the seat, she sank down on him, squeezing him tighter than the protection separating him from her. Breathing became impossible as her pussy squeezed his length, flexed and worked to accommodate him. The dominant position allowed her control of her movements and him, and she took full advantage. Sweat dampened his brow and skin by the time she completely accepted him. Her flesh quivered and spasmed around him, and for several long moments they remained still, forehead to forehead, enduring and enjoying the erotic embrace. Before long she began to shift, dancing on his dick with sensual twists and circles of her hips. Being encased in her mouth had nothing on being gripped by her sex. She wrecked him with her carnal rising and falling, her teasing, clenching, and releasing, her teeth grinding, rubbing, and rolling. "Stop playing with me," he snarled, his fingers digging into the firm flesh of her ass. "Ride me, hard." She did, like a woman possessed, chasing her pleasure, long drags up his cock, fast, hard plunges down. The first warning of her orgasm rippled over him seconds before her flesh clamped down on him with the power of a vice. Her high, keening cry snapped the remnants of control he'd possessed. Digging his fingers into her hips, he held her still and pistoned into her. 1, 2, 3 more strokes, and he exploded. It seemed as if everything he was surged down to his cock and streamed into the condom, trying to fill her, to mark her. Tongues of fire continued to lick at him as he slowed his thrusts, eventually stopping to draw her close, fold his arms around her, hold her for however long he could. "Stay with me," he whispered against the tangled strands of her hair. "I can't give you forever, but tonight, stay with me." Beats of silence passed while his lungs ceased pumping, waiting for an answer that had suddenly become as vital to him as breathing. "Okay." And he exhaled.
Chapter 11. "I have a confession to make," Chloe murmured, tracing the flat, dark brown male nipple inches from her face. A big hand covered hers, halting the caress.
"You expect me to listen, much less think while you're doing that?"
Neil asked, his low voice rumbling in his chest beneath her ear. Sorry. Not. How could she resist touching him when he was laid out before and under her like a sensual feast? She flattened her palm over his abdomen, then couldn't help tracing the delineated ridges.
"You're killing me."
He half groaned, half chuckled.
"Stop distracting me and spill about this confession. I've been waiting for some dirt on you."
She sighed, debating with herself about admitting to this particular sin, even though she'd brought it up. "Tonight," she said, pressing her cheek harder to his skin. "Tonight I was jealous." The fingers stroking her hair stilled.
"When?"
Rolling over, she fell back against the mattress and pillow, tugging the sheet over her breasts. She trained her gaze on the ceiling and gold molding. "When you were talking with Morgan, something she said made you laugh, and I... Damn, she should have kept her mouth shut. All evening you hadn't smiled at me unless it was part of the act. I hated she'd been able to bring you even a moment of joy when I couldn't." She crossed her arms over her chest, forced herself to finish the admission. "Not to mention, she's the type of woman you're used to. Gorgeous, skinny, elegant, polished."
"You can doubt how beautiful men find you after that dinner party?"
he demanded, seconds before the bed dipped and he shifted on top of her. Instinctively, she widened her legs, making room for his hips and torso. Would she do that for another man? For Bennett? Her belly pitched at the thought of a man other than Neil moving over her, inside her. Well, damn. When had that happened?
"Chloe,"
Neil said, dragging her back from the town limits of what the hell have I doneville, with a breath-stealing rock of his hips. His thick and newly revived erection ground over her sex, the head nudging her clit. "Again?" she gasped. "Seriously? We just finished having sex not 20 minutes ago." He chuckled, the wickedness in it not eclipsing the chagrin twisting his lips.
"What can I say? I stay hard around you. You blink, I'm hard. Nothing I can do about it."
He delivered another one of those delicious strokes.
"Well, actually, there is something I can do about it."
Laughing, she slapped his shoulder. "That's awful. Funny, but awful."
"Stop stalling. How can you doubt men find you attractive?"
A week ago, I would have counted the ways I listed them alphabetically.
"And I would have slapped down each one."
He growled, resting his elbows on either side of her head.
"A week ago, your hair and clothes were changed. Not you. Not the lovely, sexy, smart, kind, funny."
"Stop," she ordered, heat and pleasure that had nothing to do with his naked body pressed to hers, flowing into her face. "I'm being serious."
"Me too, Chloe,"
he murmured, brushing his lips over hers.
"I didn't need any of those changes to see you. But you did. In my eyes, you're still the same incredibly sensual, gorgeous woman, whether you're wearing hot-ass stilettos or those orthopedic shoes you seem to favor."
A huge, cleansing laugh welled up from deep inside her and rolled out, filling the bedroom. He grinned and her heart skipped a beat, as if it had snagged on something and tripped. Oh, shit. She closed her eyes. I'm not falling for him again. I'm not.
"Hey."
He cradled her face between his palms.
"What's wrong?"
"Nothing," she said, lifting her lashes and forcing a smile to her lips. "Nothing except that schoolgirl crush I believed was a thing of the past looks like it might have returned, only squared by 1,000. Nothing," she repeated softly. He studied her, his eyes seeking, penetrating. Calling on her best acting skills, she schooled her features into a mask she hoped revealed none of the confusion brewing inside her.
"Okay,"
he murmured. But somehow, she didn't believe he'd bought her pretense, but was biding his time, like the patient but merciless hunter he resembled.
"Are you hungry?"
She glanced at the clock on the far wall. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. He shrugged.
"So, we won't eat steak and potatoes."
As he sprang off the bed and dragged on his pants, she couldn't help but admire the flex of muscles in his arms and back. They looked like a carefully coordinated, beautiful dance under his golden skin.
"Cheese, crackers, and wine, okay?"
he asked, glancing over his shoulder. "Sure." She cleared her throat and tried to pretend as if she weren't just ogling him. "That sounds Is that your fiddle?" Excitement trilled through her. Clutching the sheet to her breasts, she scooted across the bed, her gaze fixed on the dark brown instrument case half hidden behind a chair in the corner. "Oh my God, it's been years." His utter silence drew her attention to him. She blinked, her voice breaking off like a snapped twig. Tension had invaded his body and he'd gone unnaturally still. A small muscle jumped along his rigid jaw, his mouth drawn into a grim, straight line. "Neil?" she said, worry creeping into her voice.
"I usually bring it with me when I leave on trips,"
he stated flatly.
"Playing helps me to unwind, especially if it's been a day full of tedious meetings."
He turned. His hooded gaze shuddered.
"I don't play in front of other people. Ever."
Bleak. She thought his eyes were blank, but no, shadows like old wounds that had never healed shaded his eyes. Bruised eyes. A week ago in the pub, he'd shut her down when she'd asked about his music.
"I'm a businessman, not an artist."
The stark declaration had contradicted her memory of the boy who'd worn a soft, half smile as he'd coaxed beautiful melody after melody out of his Irish violin.
She'd rarely been allowed to tag along with Michael to the gorgeous Beacon Hill brownstone, where he and Neil often gathered at when Neil's parents weren't home. But the few times she'd heard and seen him play had been magical. "Why?" she asked gently. "From what I remember, you are wonderful." For a moment, she didn't believe he would answer. From the clenching and unclenching of his jaw, a war seemed to be occurring inside him, almost as if he fought to keep an explanation inside him. Finally, he slid his hands into the front pockets of his unbuttoned slacks and stared straight ahead at the painting of a Victorian home at the end of a long, tree-lined lane. The art was beautiful, but she doubted he even saw it.
From the time I was old enough to walk, my father carried me to his office. He wanted to entrench the business in me early, wanted me to fully comprehend the Hunter empire would one day rest on my shoulders. I enjoyed it. Since he lived and breathed der music, I felt closer to him there. And back then, I would do anything to please him, anything to hear a small bit of praise from a man who so rarely doled it out.
She'd only met Andrew Hunter twice. Tall, imposing, handsome. Neil had inherited the best of genes from his Irish father and American mother, but neither had been particularly effusive with affection toward their son. Theirs had been a reserved household, with Diana Hunter perpetually involved in some charity or fundraiser, and Andrew most often running his business from Dublin, visiting home about 2 times a month. As I grew older, I started to spend more time in the recording studios. The musicians there. He shook his head, and the first hints of warmth started to thaw the cold monotone.
They were amazing, so gifted, and generous to the owner's son.
His mouth curved into a wry smile.
I picked up my first fiddle at 10. The music just came to me. By the time I was 12, I could play difficult pieces without fumbling. One artist called me a natural, said my father would be proud to have a talent like me for a son.
The smile twisted into something darker, uglier.
And, fool that I was, I believed him. One afternoon, I burst into Dad's office, excited about the new song I'd learned, The Irish Washerwoman. I'll never forget it. He was sitting behind his desk, and I ran up to it, said, "Listen to this," and started playing.
He turned, hands still in his pockets, and faced her. Once more the ice had returned to his face and voice, but his eyes.
When I finished, I stood there grinning, because it had been flawless. For a few seconds, I didn't even notice his fury. That's when I realized we hadn't been alone. Not only had I violated the cardinal rule of not interrupting business, but I'd embarrassed him. He dragged me from the office and tore into me about my blatant disregard for his rules, for humiliating him with my amateurish squawking. "You're a hunter, goddammit. We produce music, make money off it. Not play it like some common busker." He never carried me with him to his office again. For almost a year I didn't play. Not until we moved to Boston and he stayed in Dublin. And even then, only where no one could hear. Until Michael. He paused. And you.
Tears burned her eyes for the rejected, hurt boy who'd sought his father's approval, only to be cut down, his joy stolen by careless, thoughtless words and injured pride. Tears stung for the man who found solace in music, but was also bound by it. Still afraid of sharing that hidden part of his soul with another person. Still afraid of rejection. "Will you play for me?" Her breath caught in her throat. She was asking for more than a song, a performance. She asked him to take a risk on her. She asked him to let go of the past. She asked him for his trust. When his abrupt nod came, she almost sagged back on the bed. The importance of his trust sank into her bones, her spirit, her heart. Its value exceeded the most precious jewel because this powerful, proud Irishman didn't bestow it often or easily. Neil strode to the case and within seconds had the gorgeous fiddle in his hands. Reverence poured from him.
Quiet delight and peace softened his mouth, lightened his gaze as he sat in the chair and quickly tuned the fiddle. Moments later he rose, tucked the broad end of the instrument beneath his chin, and rested the body of it on his collarbone and left shoulder. His left hand tenderly grasped the neck, his fingers positioned and ready to play. Bow in hand, he arched an eyebrow.
What do you want to hear?
The Irish Washerwoman. The song he'd played in his father's office. The song that should have garnered praise and instead won him ridicule. After a heartbeat of silence, he lifted the bow and strummed it across the chords. A lively jig soon filled the room, the harmony dancing in the air, inviting hand claps and foot stomps. She couldn't help but smile. His expert hands didn't falter. Not one melody jarred or clang. The song transported her to a smoky Irish pub with cold rain tapping on the roof and windows while laughter, beer and music abounded inside around a welcoming fire. The last note vibrated in the air, and he segued into a lovely ballad that had tears spilling over onto her cheeks. The lilting, almost sad melody reached into her heart and squeezed. And Neil, he'd never been more beautiful to her, with his eyes closed, lips parted, tall, lean frame slightly swaying with the harmony. This was the man he concealed from the world, the tender, sensitive man, the artist. When he lowered his bow and his lashes lifted, she didn't bother to hide the moist tracks on her face. He needed to see her reaction, see that she found him, his passion, remarkable.
Those are good tears, yeah?
He teased, the Irish lilt more pronounced, as if he concealed a deeper emotion behind the gentle banter. You are beautiful, she whispered. You and your music. Surprise flashed across his features, followed by a fierceness that snatched the breath from her lungs.
Thank you,
he rasped. 2 simple words, but then, not simple at all. Thank you, she said in return. Drawing her legs under her and crossing them, she asked, what was the name of the second song?
There is no night.
Maybe that's why it had resonated with her. With no night, the day or time with a loved one couldn't end. She shivered, wrapped her arms around herself, and maybe that was why the song contained a hint of sadness, because time always passed, always came to a conclusion. Will you play another? She murmured. Neil nodded, and as his music soared into the room, once more she let it carry her away to a land of misty emerald hills, magic, tragic battles, and doomed love. Let it carry her far from the hotel room where foolish women fell for unavailable, guarded men with heartbreak written all over them. Chapter 12. Chloe glanced at the digital clock on her desk. 4:53 p.m. Okay, yes, she was sneaking out of the office 7 minutes early, but this Monday had dragged on forever. With very little sleep over the weekend, her energy levels suspended somewhere between punch-drunk and comatose. She'd passed punch-drunk about 3 o'clock and was careening headlong toward the vegging out. Of course, she smiled, sliding her purse over her shoulder. If she had to choose between sleep and spending the last 3 days in Neil's bed, well, sleep was highly overrated. Shower, dinner, bed. She planned on that order for the rest of her evening, but depending on which called more when she stepped through her front door, her stomach or sleep, there might be a toss-up in the arrangement. Closing the door behind her, she headed for the elevators. By the time the notoriously slow ride finally arrived, she groused, stabbing the down button. Her pilfered 7 minutes would probably be a thing of the past.
Hello, Chloe.
She glanced up in time to catch Bennett's quick scan down her body and the fitted pinstriped suit and stilettos. When his gaze returned to her face, approval gleamed in his eyes. 2 weeks ago, maybe even 1, she would have offered her firstborn child to a wood imp to have Bennett regard her with such admiration. It was what she'd hoped for and dreamed about when she'd attended the Bachelor's auction. God, that seemed so long ago now. So much had changed since then, including her. Before the auction, she'd craved his attention, his notice because of what it meant to her future. Security, stability, acceptance, love. In a way, she'd been depending on Bennett to bring those things into her life when she was the only person responsible for obtaining and possessing them. She couldn't expect a man to make her whole. She had to love herself, accept herself first before anyone else could. And only then would the stability and security she sought come. Hell, once she loved herself for the quirky, imperfect, sometimes geeky, and curvaceous woman she was, she could live with 50 cats and be happy. Although, 50 cats, damn, she hoped Morgan would call either an intervention or animal control before then. Neil had helped her learn this lesson. He'd been her friend when she'd been a gawky teen, had introduced her to passion as an insecure young woman, had shown her acceptance as a snarky but scared woman. He hadn't required the makeup and glamorous clothing to really see her. But Bennett had needed the trappings. And the confident, learning to love herself woman who stood before him today deserved better. Wanted better. Hi, Bennett. She smiled, suddenly more free than she'd been in, well, ever. How was your day?
Wonderful. He paused. Now, I had meetings all day, so unfortunately, I wasn't able to stop by your office earlier.
Oh, that's fine. I had a busy Monday as well. The elevator doors hissed open and she stepped inside. Bennett followed.
I wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed your company Friday night at the dinner party, and thank you again for coming.
Thank you for inviting us. We had a wonderful time, she said, pressing the button for the lobby and stressing the us and we. Not that she believed a we existed. Neil had never mentioned wanting more than what they'd shared the last couple of weeks, a charade and sex. But for now, he provided a believable excuse and buffer.
I'm glad. There was only one disappointment the entire night.
The steel doors slid open to reveal the lobby. Nothing too bad, I hope, she replied, exiting the elevator.
Depends.
He hedged, keeping pace with her as she crossed the reception area. Once they cleared the revolving glass doors, he placed a restraining hand on her upper arm. Surprised, she drew to a halt.
My disappointment came when you left, and I realized I'd have to wait 2 more days to see you again.
He shifted closer.
Chloe, are you free for dinner Friday evening? I would love to get to know you better.
Shock squeezed her throat, imprisoning her breath and words. Say yes, you fool, a tiny voice screamed. The part of her that still dreamed of walking down a flower-strewn aisle with a wedding dress and cathedral-length train shrieked that she grab onto this opportunity with both hands. Yes, she might have had an epiphany, but the dreams of a loving husband and family? Those hadn't disappeared with the revelation. And Neil, between the damage his parents and ex-wife had inflicted, he didn't trust. And marriage was as appealing as a zombie apocalypse. Actually, Neil might prefer the apocalypse since his suffering would end quicker. But she loved him. Loved Neil. Holy shit. As stupid as falling in love with an emotionally unavailable man who lived a continent away was, she'd still done it. Helplessly, hopelessly, and most likely fruitlessly. Allowing Bennett to believe a relationship between them could exist was cruel. Besides, the thought of allowing another man to touch her set bile churning in her stomach. It seemed only one man could send her pulse racing, her body throbbing, and her heart pounding. Damn it.
Chloe?
I'm sorry, Bennett, she apologized gently. I can't, she said gently. Disappointment tightened his handsome features, though his hand remained on her arm.
Neil?
It's complicated. Edging back a step, she dislodged his grip. I'm sorry. A half smile quirked the corner of his mouth, though it didn't quite reach his eyes.
It's fine, really. But I would still love for you to come on Friday. It's a get-together celebrating the Shriver Systems project. We're closing the deal at the end of the week, and we decided to have drinks at Bailey's after work. Please come. You worked on the project as well.
Doubt tickled the back of her mind. It wouldn't be a date, and she had plainly expressed to Bennett that nothing could happen with them. Also, she had to work with him every day, and compromising would go a long way toward employee relations. Besides, Neil planned to leave for New York on Wednesday to check in on the Durham music offices there and wouldn't return to Boston until Saturday. Why not? Maybe she could convince Morgan to go with her to the neighborhood bar and restaurant that a good many of Systems Solutions Unlimited's employees patronized. Sure, she agreed, relief at his easy acceptance of her rejection adding extra wattage to her smile. I would be happy to.
Great, he said, nodding. Friday night, about 6.
I'll be there. See you tomorrow at work. Turning, she entered the maze of the parking lot that would resemble a graveyard in another 30 minutes as people escaped for the workday. She'd filched a rare spot close to the front doors that morning, and her feet blessed her. As a woman who'd religiously worn sensible pumps, these stilettos required time to break in. That is, if she didn't break something, a toe, an ankle, a leg, first. She didn't spot the tall figure leaning against the rear of the car until she'd rounded the driver's side. Neil straightened from his elegant sprawl, and her heart stuttered, then bolted in her chest. She pressed a hand to the door, supporting her shaky knees. She hadn't expected to see him this evening. Not after spending an entire weekend with him. True, he'd relayed his business plans for the rest of the week, but he hadn't mentioned her in the itinerary. Yet, even as surprise and joy streamed through her, lightening her head, her stomach nosedived for her pointy-toed shoes. Would he always do this? Show up in her life out of the blue? And would she always experience this leap of heady joy, only to have it trailed by the terrifying fear of inevitable hurt? Because he was like a high, euphoric while it lasted, but once it faded, the loss and pain of withdrawal kicked in with a vengeance. She loved him. But could she settle for so little? Especially when he believed a little was all he could give, all he wanted to give.
Hey.
He stalked closer. His hooded sensual perusal accomplishing what Bennett's had so miserably failed to do. Dot her palms with moisture, flush her skin, create a fire inside her only he could extinguish. Shooting a glance toward the office building, he cupped the nape of her neck and drew her forward.
Was that Bennett?
Yes, she breathed. What are you doing here? He shifted his gaze back to her.
Surprising you. I'm putting myself out of my misery.
He rumbled. Lowering his head, he crushed a hard kiss to her mouth. His tongue speared between her lips, and with a groan, she greedily opened for him. God, he could make her forget herself. They stood in a public parking lot her co-workers would be filling at any moment, and she didn't care. Only his taste, his touch mattered. Ending the carnal contact all too soon, he pressed his lips to her forehead. Satisfaction surged hard and bright as the rough rasp of his breath echoed in her ears. There was comfort in knowing this desire didn't affect her alone. You don't sound very happy about the end of your suffering, she teased.
I'm not,
he admitted, his tone dark, brusque.
Are you free for dinner?
Again, he tossed a look toward the front of the building.
Or do you already have plans?
Head reeling from the cryptic, I'm not, and his distant manner that contradicted the burning kiss he'd planted on her, she shook her head. The movement didn't clear her confusion, but it did return his attention to her. No, she said. I'm free. He studied her, the emotion fairly vibrating off him, not reflected in his shuddering gaze.
Good. I'll follow you back to your house and we can leave from there.
With another brief, hot kiss, he strode to the town car idling in the aisle directly behind her vehicle. She hadn't noticed its presence until then. So was the power of Neil's control over her senses. He captivated, enthralled, and that didn't bode well for her. Or her heart.
You've been quiet this evening. Neil closed the front door of Chloe's apartment behind him with a soft click and followed her into the living room. Almost against his will, the magnetic sway of her hips and the perfect shape of her ass lured his attention. The business suit skimmed all her seductive curves, highlighting her beautiful shape instead of concealing it like the tense masquerading as clothes she once favored. She looked professional, powerful, yet confident in her femininity. So changed from the woman he'd encountered at the Bachelor auction, and still the same. Such as the natural beauty and sensuality she wouldn't be able to hide in a blackout, or the quiet strength that radiated from her like a lighthouse's beacon over a storm-whipped sea, or her ability to monopolize his thoughts. Though he worked from opposite shores today, he'd been glued to the phone and his laptop. Yet even as he conducted business, Chloe had permeated his thoughts. Images of her from the weekend, her tangled in the hotel bed's sheets, smiling up at him. Her perched cross-legged on the mattress, tears dampening her cheeks as he played the fiddle for her. For her. He'd never played for his wife, just as he'd never shared the story about his father. Michael, the one person in his life he'd been closest with, hadn't been privy to that very private, painful memory. Somehow Chloe had entrenched herself under his skin, his life. Even when she wasn't with him, she still lingered like a delicate perfume that pervaded the room long after the owner left. He hadn't intended to see her that evening, especially after spending the last 3 days with her. Space. By now he should crave space from her. But by noon he'd been checking the clock and his cell, wanting to call just to hear her voice, chuckle at her snarky comments. And so he'd surrendered to the need and drove to her job in time to catch her before she left for home. And he'd arrived in time to find her talking to and smiling at Bennett Charles. In that instant, he'd been transported to the numerous occasions he'd caught Veronica flirting with various men behind his back, though she'd professed her love for him. But Chloe hadn't claimed to love him, had she? She realized he couldn't give her the same things Bennett could: commitment, family, stability, love. Just the kind of man Michael would have chosen for her. A man better than us. Neil? She tilted her head to the side. Is something wrong? No, he lied. Just a long day. Okay, she murmured. Squaring her shoulders, she crossed her arms over her chest. Instead of defiant, the gesture appeared to be more vulnerable, as if protecting herself. So when are you leaving? Leaving? He repeated, taken aback by the ice that had entered her tone. I already told you I have to go to the New York office on Wednesday. A wry half-smile lifted a corner of her mouth. Not what I meant. All evening you've been distant, cold. You don't need to spell it out for me. I'm a big girl. You don't have to worry I'll have an emotional breakdown that will make things awkward for you, or that my tears will ruin your suit. So just go ahead and spill. When are you going back to Dublin? Right after New York? You're not returning to Boston as planned? Chloe, if my plans had changed, I would have told you. What are you talking about? Then her words struck him. When are you leaving? You don't have to worry I'll have an emotional breakdown. What the hell? After this? He slid his hands into his pockets, clenching them to keep from grabbing her and shaking her. I promised I wouldn't abandon you again. You don't believe me. Uncertainty flickered in her gaze before she tightened her arms. I want to believe you, she confessed softly. But she shook her head, loosed a light, sad crack of laughter. What are we doing here? Are we fuck buddies until the time comes for you to go home to Ireland? What am I? The girl you visit when you come into town? We hook up, have sex, and then business as usual? Another one of those self-deprecating chuckles. I don't know if I'm cut out for that. I never asked that of you, he ground out. I would never treat you like a piece of ass, or allow you to agree to it. Anger flared inside him. She deserved more than that, more than him. Then what? She pressed. Okay, you intend to return here after New York. Then what? You leave a few days later, and we end up pen pals, best friends. Do we just pretend these past 2 weeks didn't happen? She lowered her arms, shifted forward until she stood with barely a breath separating them. Tilting her head back, she snared him with the intensity burning in her green eyes. Do I go on dating? Do I? Her voice dropped to a pained whisper. Do I take Bennett up on his offer for dinner and see where it leads? Fury snapped through his body. Like a damned dragon, he could have exhaled fire. I assume that's what you two were talking about earlier. She nodded. And I told him no, because I couldn't lead him on, make him think there's a possibility for us when I'm making love to someone else. Making love. His mind rebelled at the phrase while his cock hardened. His heart pounded. No, damn it. Sex. They had to keep it just sex between them. He couldn't afford to think of it as anything more. What do you want from me, Chloe? He snapped. I didn't ask you to. You didn't ask me for anything. The half-smile bloomed into a full-fledged one, but lost none of its sorrow. And I'm not asking you for anything either. Pain stabbed him in the chest. Ask me. The roar ricocheted off the walls of his skull, gaining volume and speed with each rebound. Part of him longed to be obligated to her, longed for her to be beholden to him, but the other section, the section seeped in doubt, fear, and insecurity, lunged at the out she offered. A get-out-of-jail-free card that would convict him to a life sentence of loneliness and regret. Damn it, he swore, thrusting his fingers through his hair and fisting them at the nape of his neck. He stalked several feet away from her. From her heat, her scent, those beautiful, too-knowing eyes. He just needed a way. I wasn't expecting you, he snarled. Wasn't prepared for you. First that damn letter, then this. Letter? Chloe asked, jumping on his slip. What letter? Fuck. Wheeling around, he stared at her, debated how much to reveal. He couldn't lie to her, not about this, even if it meant his balls would be in a Dixie cup by the time he finished. From Michael. Color leached from her face, and a trembling hand encircled her throat. How? That's not possible. Neil reached for her, cupped the nape of her neck to steady her as well as offer comfort. It was an old letter he wrote right after your 21st birthday. I found it 3 years ago. He paused. After the night we spent together. He related the contents. As he spoke, she stiffened beneath his hand, her former pale complexion darkening. Red tinted her cheekbones, and her eyes became shuttered, but not before he glimpsed the wounded shadows in their depths. Chloe shrugged out of his grip, wrapping her arms around herself once more as she crossed the room. Staring out the dark window, she remained silent through his admission, the quiet, stretching long moments afterward. If something should happen to him, she murmured. Do you think he— I hope like hell he didn't, he said, answering her unspoken question. But not long before he died, he gave me his account passwords and made sure I knew where all his insurance documents and will were located. My grandmother would often say he had the sight. He shrugged. Just a way of saying he was probably more sensitive than others. He was sensitive and overprotective. She shook her head. So you agreed to help me out of obligation to my brother because of a strangely prescient death wish. I helped you because you needed me, he corrected. But yes, Michael's letter did factor into it. And I guess you've already determined that the happiness Michael mentioned is a future with Bennett or another man, she continued. No matter what my opinion is on the matter. He was right. Just like he had a feeling he might not be here for you, he also knew you and I wouldn't work. Neil insisted. You deserve the best. A husband to love you, commit to you, sacrifice to give you anything you desire. I'm not that man. He didn't voice the words, but they hung there in the room, as if suspended from spindly puppet wires. The lonely part of him that always longed for something that belonged solely to him, the part that yearned to be accepted and loved as his parents and ex-wife never had, ached to be that man. To be able to stand beside her, claim her, have her claim him as hers. But he couldn't. Wanting something didn't make it so, didn't make it real or attainable. And she finally turned around. For once, her expression features impassive, unreadable. Having sex with me, was that because of him? The denial surged to his throat, propelled by the lust and anger roiling in his stomach. No, he growled, rushing over to her, need and a faint, bitter hint of desperation swirling in his chest. I had you in spite of him. In spite of knowing Michael didn't want me with you, that he knew I was unworthy of you, that you deserve better. Wait, what the hell are you talking about, not worthy? She frowned, shaking her head. Michael loved you. To him there wasn't a better man. How could you possibly believe anything different? Because he also knew me better than anyone, understood that I was good for a one-night stand, for temporary, but for commitment, family, the happily ever after with 2 kids and a dog, Michael knew I couldn't give that to a woman. Yes, he loved me like a brother, but he didn't allow it to blind him to my faults, and one of my faults is, not being good enough for his sister. That's bullshit, she snapped, anger glittering in her eyes, slashing color over her cheekbones. You're... She stuttered, balling the lapels of his suit jacket in her fist. You're everything, she rasped. Shock reverberated through him, her words vibrating over his skin. Then, with a dark, harsh groan, his paralysis broke. Grabbing her shoulders, he dragged her forward, crushing her chest against his. He slammed his mouth to hers, plunging his tongue between her lips, and tasted her. She didn't respond, but didn't halt him either. Clutching on to that small but important detail, he tilted his head, thrust deeper, and after a few seconds she melted, submitted with a tiny, helpless moan. She sparred with him, danced with him, lick for lick, stroke for stroke. Her fingers tunneled through his hair, fingernails nipping his scalp. Relishing the slight bite of pain, he bent his knees, cupped the backs of her thighs, and hiked her into the air. Her legs wound around his waist, and with her elevated position, she switched the position and angle of their kiss, taking him now, sucking at him now, devouring him now. With a few long strides, he had her back pressed to the living room wall. He rolled his hips, grinding himself against the soft pad of her sex. Gasping, she ripped her mouth from his, released a long, low groan. I love the sound of that, he growled, repeating the motion. Like pure sex. Neil, she whispered, bucking against him, working herself over his cock. Please. I like the sound of that, too. Dropping her feet to the floor, he shifted far enough to drag her pants and underwear down her legs and rip open the closure of his slacks. In seconds her thighs rode his hips, and her wet, hot pussy kissed the head of his erection. On the tail of a snarl, he buried himself in her to the hilt. God, he groaned. So fucking good. He withdrew, plunged in again, shuddered. So fucking tight. So goddamn it, he barked. He pulled out of her, her tight flesh resisting and urging him to remain inside her rippling core. Condom, he gritted. I don't have... No, she breathed, rubbing her drenched folds over him. I'm on the pill, please, she breathed. Come back in. A struggle warred within him. Desire pitted against reason. He never had sex without a condom, never. But... He cursed, low and harsh, as she writhed in his arms, bathing him in her wet heat. Are you sure, baby? Yes, she cried out. Just please. He couldn't resist the hunger roughening her voice, or the lure of her sex. He wanted in, needed in, and he gave in. Notching at the mouth of her pussy, he drove deep, and nearly came with that one stroke. I'm clean, he assured her, setting a fast, hard pace. He doubted she heard him as keening whimpers spilled from her lips with every plunge. Still, he'd had to tell her, let her know she was special to him, unique. Tucking his face into the crook between her shoulder and neck, he rode her. With her body pinned between him and the wall, he exerted all the control. That is, he would have exerted it if he had any. He stroked into her with no finesse, only greed. But if her cries were any indication, she didn't mind the taking that bordered on rough. And from the way her flesh clamped down and rippled over her, she enjoyed it. With a low roar, he followed her into orgasm, welcoming its dark embrace, its oblivion.
Chapter 13. I really wish you were coming with me, Chloe said, pausing on the sidewalk outside Bailey's with her cell phone pressed to her ear. Friday, 6 in the evening, and the neighborhood bar and restaurant was already more than half filled with patrons. Pinching the bridge of her nose, she exhaled a gust of breath. She should have begged off, gone home, and watched reruns of Sleepy Hollow on demand. Well, for what it's worth, I wish I could be there too, Morgan grumbled. I'm headed to another blah fundraiser where I'll have my tits ogled and ass pinched in the name of adding money to Mother's charity coffers. Believe me, you're going to have more fun than me tonight, even if it's with the nerd herd. Chloe snorted at Morgan's nickname for the programmers on the third floor, Chloe included. Maybe I should just go home, she hedged. And do what? Watch sexy Ichabod Crane and moon over Neil? I'm not mooning over Neil, she objected. Loud silence met her protest. She sighed. Mooning? No. Worrying? A resounding yes. How they'd parted. She shook her head. The argument, the letter, the sex. Though he'd taken her against her living room wall with such breath-stealing passion, he'd been on the verge of running. She'd pushed and he'd resisted. And Michael's letter. Good God. That had been such a shock, and she could only imagine Neil's as the letter tumbled out of his book. The concern and love in the message had been classic Michael. Still, if her brother had been standing in front of her, she would have gladly strangled him. First, because he'd determined, without her input, what constituted her happiness. Second, because for all Michael's astuteness and knowledge of his best friend, how could he not have noticed Neil doubted Michael's esteem and unconditional loyalty for him? It drove him to be the best, the strongest, the most successful. She could admit to herself she loved him, but Neil would always use the betrayal of his wife and now the promise of Michael's letter to maintain an emotional distance, especially with her. While Neil wanted her, leaving her also represented his last chance to prove himself worthy of Michael's friendship and love. Okay, Morgan drawled. Anyway, Neil's in New York and not returning until tomorrow. Have fun tonight. He wouldn't want you cooped up in the house withering on the vine. I'm not. Oops, gotta go. Her friend chirped with wicked glee. Just remember, don't leave your drink unattended. Somebody might slip you a Mickey. Except this group would probably be after your computer password instead of your cooch. Chloe choked out a laugh. I can't believe. But she was talking to dead air. Wench, she muttered, chuckling as she tucked the cell into her coat pocket. An hour. 2 tops, she murmured, yanking open the bar door and entering the after-5 din. Scanning the crowded room, she soon spotted Bennett seated near the window. Winding a path through the maze of tables and chairs, she apologized at least twice for knocking someone in the shoulders or head with her purse before she finally reached him. Wow, she said, breathless and chuckling. That was like running the gauntlet. Her humor faded along with her voice as she inspected the scene before her. Bennett, a high, round, intimate table, place settings, 2 coasters, 2 napkins, a pair of silverware, prepared for a couple. A sensation that rivaled the sinking of the Titanic hollowed out her stomach. She'd been set up, and didn't that just suck? I take it everyone who's coming is already here, she murmured. Bennett rose, and a tiny frown wrinkled his forehead as he waved toward the empty seat. At least he had the grace to appear a little chagrined. Please, he urged. I've ordered a white wine for you. I remember you enjoy the Pinot Grigio I served at the dinner party. Bennett, thank you. She studied his handsome face and waited for the flutter. The one, as of a week ago, that had tormented her belly when he so much as glanced in her direction. But the sensation remained MIA. Because he wasn't tall, dark, broody, and Irish. But that wasn't his fault. And though he'd invited her here under false pretenses, she couldn't be unkind to him. Because even when he didn't see her as anything more than the nerd in the second-floor office, he'd never been mean to her. Distant, maybe, but not mean. I'm sorry for deceiving you, but I A waitress appeared carrying 2 glasses of wine, one white, the other red. Once she placed the drinks on the table and disappeared, Bennett gestured toward the second empty chair once more.
Please, 1 drink.
1 drink. What could it hurt? She wavered, glancing at the seat, the glass, and then Bennett. Besides, rejecting her employer could possibly be an unwise career move. Bennett hadn't seemed angry after she'd turned down dinner with him Monday, but then again, that could be because he already placed this plan in motion. He hadn't waved the white flag yet. Even more reason to just suck it up, sit, and share a glass of wine. But she didn't want to stay. It just felt wrong. No, Neil hadn't asked her to give up dating, or even hinted he desired a commitment. Quite the opposite, actually. But no matter how ill-fated or foolish, her heart belonged to him. And she wasn't ready to betray that, or him. Thank you, but I can't stay, Bennett. I'm sorry. I hope you understand. Giving him a small smile, she headed for the exit. In the few minutes since she'd arrived, even more people had packed into the bar. And threading her way through the room ate up more time than her original trek. By the time she shoved out the front door and into the cold December night, she gratefully sucked in a lungful of air that didn't contain the loamy taste of beer, various colognes, and fried food.
Chloe,
Bennett called from behind her.
Wait, please.
Grasping her elbow, he eased her closer to the curb and out of the path of customers flowing in and out of Bailey's.
Please hear me out. I'm sorry for lying to you about this evening, but I wanted to spend time with you. Just the 2 of us, without outside.
He paused.
Interference.
His lids lowered, the lines of his firm mouth softening. He brushed his fingertips over her jaw, and her belly rebelled at the caress and the heat in his hooded gaze.
Chloe, all I'm asking for is a chance to know you, beneath the beauty and the intelligence. What makes you laugh? How do you like to spend your evenings? Do you like old movies? What are your dreams?
He moved closer, bent his knees so he could peer into her face.
I know you claim to have feelings for Neil, but how much can he offer you when he lives in Dublin? And Morgan says he's just an occasional fling. But I'm right here, Chloe. And I'm willing to give you what he can't.
Pain throbbed within her chest, as if he slashed open every doubt and desire and exposed them to the world. Every word he uttered had emerged straight from her fantasies. Only now, the wrong man professed them. Apparently taking her silence as permission, he murmured her name and grasped her chin between his fingers and thumb. Shaking her head, she stepped back away from his touch that did nothing for her, and his words that tore at her heart. Bennett, please, I
hope I'm not interrupting,
a cold voice stated behind her.
Well, that's a lie. I really hope I am.
Neil. She whipped around. Something soared inside her, heady and strong. It had only been 3 days, but God, she'd missed him. Missed tangling her fingers in the thick, dark strands that rustled around his cheekbones and jaw in the night breeze. The pressure of his full, beautiful mouth against hers. The weight of his tall, lean body moving over her, inside her. Missed the lilt of his musical accent in her ear as he held her close. She just missed him. Neil, she breathed, a smile that emanated from deep inside her, curving her lips. I wasn't expecting you back until tomorrow.
I figured that out,
he stated flatly, flicking a glance over her shoulder.
Thankfully, Morgan told me where I could find you so I could surprise you. Nice to see you again, Bennett.
She didn't need to look behind her to see the unease and alarm on Bennett's face. She detected it in his voice.
You too, Neil. Chloe, I'll, see you on Monday.
Bennett stammered, giving her elbow a small squeeze before edging around her and Neil.
Have a great weekend.
As he scurried down the sidewalk, her initial elation at Neil's appearance slowly evaporated. Fear slithered in on insidious, oil-slicked feet, leaving inky tracks on her soul. Not fear of him, never that, but rather of the fury that transformed his eyes into Arctic chips, of the contempt that hardened the planes of his face into sharp, unforgiving angles.
I guess you changed your mind about dinner.
Neil, she said, stretching an arm toward him. I know what that looked like, but... Her voice trailed off, and inside she cringed. Damn, that sounded so cliched. He arched a dark eyebrow.
No, please continue. Or better yet, let me finish, since I have quite a bit of experience in this area.
His mouth twisted into a cruel caricature of a smile.
It isn't what it looks like, or we're just friends. How about we just bumped into each other?
Bitterness coated each word like hoarfrost on a bare tree limb. Corresponding ice crackled and spread its frigid fingers over her chest and lungs, climbing to her throat. He lied. She tried to explain once more, desperate to make him listen. To get me here. I thought a group of us were meeting for drinks to celebrate tying up a work project. But he arranged all this, Neil. I didn't know.
And the cozy scene I walked up on. His hand on your face. I could tell you were offended by his supposed deception.
His sarcasm sliced at her. I didn't want him to touch me. I was telling him so when you arrived, she said through lips gone numb. Why was she bothering to defend herself? He didn't believe her. No, he didn't want to believe her. He'd probably been searching for a reason to cut this, whatever this was between them, off since Monday night. And now he had it.
You don't owe me an explanation, Chloe,
he murmured, the almost gentle tone not softening the impact of the verbal blow to her midsection.
You didn't make any promises. And this was your endgame, right? Bennett, a chance at that happy home and family. You have what you wanted all along.
Part of her longed to curl into a fetal position right there on the sidewalk, to disappear so he couldn't hurt her any longer. Already, each breath she inhaled scraped over the lining of her throat like razor-sharp nails. Straightening her shoulders, she ignored her pain. I love you. If possible, his features hardened further, became even more remote. Common sense railed, shut up. Save what scraps of pride you have left. But she ignored it, pressed on. I know you don't want to hear it, and you don't want it. Because then later you might have to search yourself and admit that yes, you lost Michael. And yes, my parents unfairly blame you. And yes, your ex-wife betrayed you. But only you are to blame for letting me go. For not opening your heart to me. For running scared out of fear of being hurt and used again.
I didn't ask for your love,
he snapped.
As a matter of fact, I warned you to keep it. I don't want it. I never did.
Anything that hurts this much should at least bleed. She inhaled, straightened her shoulders, even though it seemed as if pain pulsed through every muscle of her body. I've loved you since I was old enough to know what it meant. It's only ever been you. And there probably won't be another for me, but... A breath shuddered from between her lips. I also love myself. And I deserve to be protected, valued, accepted, and trusted. I'm not your ex-wife. I won't lie to you, abandon you, exploit you, betray you. I also won't stick around hoping, praying one day you'll wake up and decide to believe that. Goodbye, Neil. And though she left her heart and happiness behind, she walked away.
Chapter 14. Dark brown, withered grass crunched under Neil's boots as he crossed the wide, white-dusted field. The gray skies had threatened snow all day, and as he'd left his hotel and drove toward the cemetery, it had finally fallen, Instead of increasing the sense of loneliness in this resting place, it lent it a feeling of serenity, peace, and purity. Perfect for his best friend. Though he'd only visited Michael's grave once, the day they'd buried him, he walked directly to the large marble headstone. The image was engraved on his mind. The monument to his friend's life and death sat under a huge maple tree with a thick trunk and far-stretching, nude branches. In the spring and summer, pink flowers and leaves would provide shade and beauty, creating a quiet oasis. Today the silence wrapped around him, comforting him even as snowflakes melted on his cap and cold fingers of wind crept beneath the collar of his wool coat. Again, perfect. Finally, the outside matched the deep freeze that had seized his soul for the past 5 days. For several long moments he stood at the edge of the plot, staring at the marker. It contained the dates of birth and death, and then there was that dash that said so little about how he lived. And Michael had lived. He'd never taken life for granted, had grabbed every moment and wrung the hell out of it. People would probably look at Neil and then Michael and assume it had been Neil who'd viewed each day as a gift and greeted it with appreciation, joy, and a limitless enthusiasm. And they would have been wrong, because Michael had never lived in fear, while Neil had. Sighing, he moved closer to the gravestone and, sweeping the bottom of his coat beneath him, settled on the ground. "I bet you're surprised to see me here, yeah?" He held up the green and gold bottle in his hand. "You didn't think I would bring flowers, did you?" Reaching into his pocket, he withdrew 2 shot glasses. "Only the best Irish whiskey, Jameson, and I even bought you a glass." Setting the tumblers side by side on the ground, he poured a measure of the amber alcohol into each. He picked up one, downed it in one gulp. Warmth slid over his tongue, heating his esophagus before unfurling in his stomach. The woody oak flavor helped dispel the outer cold. "Damn," he rasped, nodding before sweeping up the glass. "Sláinte," he saluted, then tossed the drink back as well. "I know you're wondering what I'm doing here. In Boston, visiting you? It's only been 3 years. Why now?" he asked, pouring more whiskey into the tumblers. "Well, I have one answer that will satisfy all those questions. I fucked up." He swallowed another gulp of the smooth liquid. "Hard to believe, eh?" he snorted. "I really should be back in Dublin right now. I should have left Boston 5 days ago. That's 5 times I've rescheduled my return flight, 5 fees I've paid. The airline fucking loves me by now." He chuckled, and it scratched his throat. "If I was smart, if I was any kind of friend to you, I would get on that damn plane and return home. But I can't. I've tried, but I can't. I just sit in that damn hotel room and watch each day turn into another." Shaking his head, he stared ahead, the endless rows of headstones blurring. "I have a confession to make, Michael." He paused, studied the amber contents of the shot glass in his hand. "We were friends a long time. I could never quite believe that you chose to befriend me, the new rich, snotty kid with the funny accent. But you saw beneath the attitude and bluster to the scared, insecure boy. I loved you for that, even when I couldn't say it. But did you know that every morning I woke up afraid that would be the day you realized I wasn't worth the trouble? I saw more of the housekeeper than I did my own parents. If I was so insignificant and tedious to them, how much chance did I have with anyone else? I never felt worthy of your loyalty and friendship, and I lived in fear that you'd leave, just like everyone else in my life had." He tipped his head back, closed his eyes, and welcomed the slight bite of the falling snow on his skin not concealed by the brim of his cap. "I can hear you now. What the fuck?" He chuckled, almost able to catch the deep voice with its heavy New England accent. "But you did leave me, not through any fault of your own, but for the first time since I was 13, I was alone. I still had Da, but the one person who understood I could sometimes be selfish, arrogant, and stubborn as hell, just to name a few, and loved me anyway, was gone. Only that wasn't exactly true. There was Chloe." Downing the rest of the whiskey, he again picked up Michael's and sipped from it, inhaled, then blew it out slowly, deliberately. "I've known her just as long as I've known you. For so long she was your funny, sarcastic, and adorable kid sister. And then one moment, she wasn't. She was this beautiful, sensual, loving woman who saw past the bravado to the pain, peered past the swagger to the loneliness. And I didn't know what to do with it, with her. I ran, scared. I pushed her away, cut her off, because I feared losing her, like I'd just lost you. He loosed a rough bark of laughter, saluted the marble monument with his drink. Now I can hear you calling me an asshole, and you're right. But fate has a way of righting wrongs, or delivering swift kicks to the asses of assholes, if an asshole can have an ass, that is. He mused, then snickered. That would have been a great discussion we could have had at the pub. He shook his head, his humor ebbing, but the hot, slick glide of guilt rushed in. Not even the low glow of the whiskey could erase it. I returned to Boston because of your letter, and I tried to keep my distance because of it. When that failed, and failed miserably, I tried to compare her to Veronica, to paint her with the same brush. But she isn't my ex-wife, could never be anything like her, and out of my own fear, anger, and insecurities, I hurt Chloe, Michael. I don't know if I can forgive myself for the pain in her eyes that I caused. For 5 days, I've been in hell knowing that she's out there, hurting, and I'm too much of a goddamn coward to go to her. There's a goodness inside her, a goodness that hasn't been snuffed out by disappointment, loss, and pain. She's brave, beautiful, generous, forgiving, selfless. She's everything, he rasped. It flooded out of him as if a dam that had been creaking and bending under the weight of a constant deluge finally snapped, and all the grief, panic, vulnerability, and shame streamed free, swamping everything in its wake. But like hope in Pandora's box, the purifying bright truth fluttered behind the torrent, fragile, but there. And she loves me, he breathed, and the wonder of it filled him to overflowing, almost painful in its intensity. And I love her too. God help me, I love her too, he repeated, and the awe of the revelation would have knocked him on his ass if he hadn't already been sitting down. You said in your letter that she needs a man who will love her with everything he is, a man who will devote and commit himself to her, provide the home and family she dreams about. I am that man. Hell yes, she deserves better, and in myself I'm not worthy of her, but her love makes me worthy. Once more he inhaled a breath, but this one was cleansing, weightless as his shoulders that no longer bore the burden of guilt, as weightless as the heart that had finally shed old scars and boasted healed wounds. So I guess I'm here to tell you, while I can't keep my promise to you, I can. I can't leave Chloe alone, but I can give her the brilliant future of family, security, and a husband who worships the ground she walks on. I can give her the happily ever after. Rising to his feet, he poured one last shot for his friend, slung it back, then recapped the bottle. He tucked the empty glasses back in his pockets and crossed the short distance to the headstone. Smoothing a palm over it, he lowered and pressed a kiss to the top of it, the freezing marble numbing his lips. I didn't say it often while you were here, but I loved you. You were the best friend a boy or man could have wished for. He cleared his throat, blinked back the sting of tears that clouded his vision. If you have any pull with someone up there, now would be a good time to call in a favor. I need all the help I can as I go begging. Wish me luck.
Chloe, I know I mentioned it earlier, but I'd just like to reiterate. You, look great. Professor Jensen's nephew gushed, his bespectacled stare fixed on her breasts. Presumably, this was the same nephew her mother invited as Chloe's dinner partner the night of the company's gala. It seemed Rosalind decided to recycle prospective sons-in-law. Waste not, want not, as the old adage went. Swallowing a sigh, she forced a smile, even though with him ogling her boobs, he probably didn't notice the strained quality of it. Still, it wasn't his fault that she'd rather be anywhere else than attending the Christmas party her parents hosted every year in their home. Cheer, joy, blah, blah, blah.
When a ragged, gaping hole remained where a person's heart used to reside, well, that kind of sucked all the Yuletide glow out of things. Thank you, hell, what was his name? And thanks for coming out to celebrate tonight. I know my parents are happy to have you and your uncle here.
Oh, I wouldn't have missed it,
he raved, grinning as he pushed his glasses further up his nose. He actually had a nice smile. Too bad he couldn't keep his eyes above sea level.
Their parties are legendary.
Her eyebrows shot up. Legendary? Okay. Well, glad you could make it, she said, and skirted around him, making a beeline for the refreshments table. More specifically, the wine. To make it through this evening, she might need her personal vineyard. Oh, God, shut up, you freaking killjoy. This time she didn't contain her sigh. Damn, it was bad when she was sick of herself. All around her, people talked and laughed, enjoying the company, food, and drink. And why shouldn't they? Her parents had gone all out for the party. A huge Douglas fir stood in the corner of the living room, sparkling with white lights and battery-operated candles. Green boughs decorated with big red and gold ribbons and pine cones twisted around the stair railings, hung over doorways, and graced the mantelpiece above the roaring fireplace. A Charles Dickens novel come to life. 2 days before Christmas, they had every reason to be joyful. They were with friends and most likely had family waiting for them at home. The person they were in love with hadn't rejected them, then disappeared without a word. Again. Oh no. She topped off her glass with the bottle of chilling champagne. More wine. More wine and less thinking about him. About Neil. Chloe, don't you think you've had enough to drink? Especially with it being so early in the evening. Translation, don't embarrass me in front of my friends by getting sloppy drunk. Turning to her mother, she didn't immediately reply, but finished a long sip of the crisp alcohol. No, Mom, I'm not over-imbibing. Just celebrating. Besides, if I did become a little tipsy, I think Professor Jensen's nephew over there would jump at the opportunity to be my designated driver. She frowned, swirling the wine in her glass. What is his name, by the way? For some reason, I just can't seem to remember it. His name is Gordon, Rosalind bit out, though still maintained a smile in case anyone glanced their way. And he is a very nice young man, if you'd give him a chance. He told your father how lovely you looked tonight. Both of her parents had been taken aback by Chloe's makeover. Rosalind's eyes had nearly mated with her hairline when Chloe had removed her coat earlier, revealing the same green dress she'd wore to the Bennetts' dinner party. The dress Neil had personally selected for her. God, she was a masochist. Though surprised, both had complimented her. They probably wouldn't have been so kind if they knew her transformation was courtesy of Neil. Pain radiated through her chest, and she lifted her glass, sipping deeply. God, not the N-word. Chloe shrugged and lifted her glass. Well, that's sweet of him. I wonder if he was referring to my breasts. When we were talking, he didn't seem to be able to stop staring at them. Chloe Susanna Richardson. Her lips rolled until her mouth resembled a pink slash. I don't know what has gotten into you. I blame this change on that Hunter boy. You weren't like this before he came back. Again with the N-word. Just the reference to Neil caused butterflies to take frantic flight in her belly, caused the hurt she'd successfully preempted from making a full-fledged appearance to tug at its constraints. Let it go, Mom, she rasped, her grip tightening around the stem of her glass. I'm not discussing him with... Oh my God. She blinked again. But no, her desperate mind wasn't playing tricks on her. Neil, standing in the entrance of her parents' living room. Shock stole all moisture from her mouth. It robbed all mobility from her limbs, pilfered every thought from her brain. But her heart, the same heart she'd thought incapable of feeling anything except pain, pounded against her ribcage, pumping a potent mix of alarm, uncertainty, traitorous desire and pitiable hope. With one hand still wrapped around her champagne, she steadied herself with the other, pressing it to the table. Oh, Jesus, I have so little pride left. Please don't let me lose even that by fainting. What is he doing here? Rosalind hissed in Chloe's ear. She heard the question as if from a great distance, the roaring in her head too loud. But when her mother stepped forward, Chloe set her drink down and latched onto her mother's wrist. Wait, Mom, she breathed. Please. Maybe her mother saw the heartache in her eyes or heard the quiet desperation in her voice. Or maybe she just reconsidered causing a scene in front of her suddenly silent guests. Whichever reason persuaded her to remain by Chloe's side, she was just thankful. Her father hovered behind Neil, twisting his hands and flinging flustered glances in their direction. At that moment, Neil's gaze located her, and heat flared in his blue eyes, stunning her. The last time he'd looked at her on that sidewalk outside Bailey's, his stare had been so cold, emotionless. But now, he effortlessly wound a path through the people in the room, or more accurately, they parted before him like the Red Sea. Within seconds, he stood in front of her, so close, so here. His wild rain and wind scent clung to him, his own special cologne with the freshness of the winter night he'd just emerged from. Eyes like the hottest sky burned down into hers from a face that haunted her days and nights. Not her dreams, because in the last 5 days she hadn't slept much. And the reminder of why she'd become an insomniac rippled through her on a dissonant chord. What are you doing here? She murmured. Every pair of eyes in the room were focused on them, but if Neil noticed the stares and whispers, he didn't acknowledge them. His intense inspection never wavered from her face. Mr. and Mrs. Richardson, he said, not attempting to keep his voice low. Though he addressed her parents, he still didn't avert his regard from her. I apologize for intruding on your party without an invitation, and I hope you'll forgive my barging in. But since Chloe was here is where I needed to be, if you'll bear with me. He edged back a step, and for the first time she detected the case in his hand. His fiddle case. Surely he wasn't. There's a song I'd like to play that I wrote for Chloe. It's called Alin. In Gaelic, it means beautiful. Beside her, Rosalind gasped, as did several of the women in the room. But Chloe, she remained frozen, afraid to wonder what he meant, afraid to hope. He moved to the center of the room, and with the practiced movements of an accomplished musician, soon had the fiddle removed from its case, readied. Moments later, a pure, rich melody as lovely as its name. The notes reached into her chest and cradled the heart she'd believed broken beyond repair in its hands. Though the song didn't have words, the poignant strains spoke of love gained, then lost, of faith it might be found. He didn't need words. She understood him, the musician, the man. For Neil to expose himself to a room full of people and play a personal piece of music he'd composed for her, he'd rendered himself defenseless and vulnerable for her. He loved her. Neil Hunter loved her. Joy that couldn't be contained by so small an organ as her heart soared within her, spilled out of her in tears on her cheeks. And by the time the last note resonated in the room, she was already running those short, but so damn long steps to launch herself at him. His arms enclosed around her as she wound hers around his neck, though he still held the bow and fiddle. She clung to him, burying her face in his neck, breathing him in, relishing the big, hard frame of his body pressed to hers once more, when she'd begun to doubt she would ever feel it again. I love you too, she whispered. His low chuckle warmed her ear. I didn't get to say it yet. Yes, you did, she argued. Tilting her head back, she smiled at him. perched on her tiptoes to graze her lips over his.
And no one has ever said it in a more beautiful way.
I do love you,
he vowed, his voice urgent, as if willing her to believe him. Gently he cupped her face between his palms, brushed his thumbs over her lips, then repeated the caress again, almost as if he couldn't help touching her.
Like you, there will never be another one for me. I'm just sorry I hurt you while figuring it out. Michael was right. I'm not worthy of you. But you...
He pressed his forehead to hers, his breath sweeping her mouth in a barely there kiss.
You make me worthy. You make me want to be the best version of myself I can be. For so long, I've defined myself by what I'm not, instead of what I am. And what I am is in love with you. Nothing else matters. Not the fears, doubts, insecurities. Not the record company or the life I have in Dublin. For you, I would sacrifice it all with no regrets. That's the kind of man Michael hoped for you. And I'm him. I'm him.
He leaned his head back, stared into her eyes, and in his, she glimpsed nothing but certainty and love.
You are my world, Chloe. My joy, my heart. I'm sorry for giving you one moment of unhappiness where you ever doubted that. And if you'll have me, I'll spend the rest of my life making up for them.
Pressing his mouth to hers, he murmured,
Mokrahu. You are my beloved. Marry me.
Was that a question? She teased, tightening her embrace.
It was a demand to put me out of my misery.
Well, in that case, she whispered. Yes, 1,000 times yes. Around them, cheers and applause erupted. Well, hell, she winced. She'd forgotten about their audience. She groaned as Neil grinned down at her, true happiness and peace radiating from him. Not able to resist, she claimed some of that delight for her own, giving him a proper kiss and setting her body humming. Just so you know, she said, cradling his wonderful, beloved face between her palms, I don't think my parents will be inviting us to any future Christmas parties. His laughter rang out with pleasure, happiness, and love, just like the future they would have together. Epilogue. 6 months later.
Girl, you are doing the damn thing in this dress?
Lawrence purred, strolling around Chloe in a circle, his sharp eye inspecting and cataloging. He leaned forward, smoothed a wrinkle that must have been invisible to every naked eye except for his. Finally, he straightened, popped his hands on his narrow hips, and grinned.
You are the most fierce bride I've ever seen.
His southern accent elongated fierce into 2 syllables.
And it has nothing to do with the fact that he chose the dress,
Terry drawled.
Close your eyes,
he instructed and spritzed her hair with an apple-scented spray. Stepping back, he examined her, his chin-length bob swinging against his jaw. Hazel eyes, still unnervingly cat-like, narrowed before he nodded, satisfied with his creation. Of course not, Reese piped from the dresser where she'd set up her makeup kit.
Oh, there's such hateration in this room,
Lawrence lamented as if Tara were burning.
Anyway.
He whipped around to face her, and she couldn't contain her chuckle at his antics.
Chloe, are you ready to see yourself?
Absolutely. It feels like I've waited a lifetime.
Come on, honey.
He clasped her hand in his and led her across the bedroom to the cheval mirror in the corner.
Here you go,
he whispered and shifted out of the way. Like that night 6 months ago when Lawrence, Reese, and Terry had first transformed her, Chloe stared at the reflection, stunned, speechless. A bride. The strapless wedding gown molded to her body, the deep sweetheart neckline sparkling with tiny crystal rosettes that scattered down the torso as if tossed by a summer breeze. The white satin wrapped around her torso and hips, flaring out from her thighs in a huge train of roses and ruffles. It was a sweet, fun fantasy of a dress. Silk flowers in her drawn-back curls complemented the gown, and her fresh, elegant makeup completed the image of a deliriously happy bride. Well, the gown, hair, makeup, and the tiny baby sleeping in her belly. She smoothed a palm over her still flat stomach. They'd just found out a week earlier. Come early December, she and Neil would have a son or daughter. A knock echoed on the closed door. "Come in?" Chloe called, and her mother entered the room seconds later. "Hey, Mom." Rosalind's eyes widened slightly at her first glimpse of Chloe's glam squad, but to the other woman's credit, she didn't falter in her stride across the room. Growth. In the last 6 months since Neil crashed their Christmas party, her parents had melted in their icy manner toward him. Maybe having their daughter living in another country had jabbed home the realization that the three of them were all each other had. Neil made sure she flew back to Boston at least once every couple of months to visit her mother and father, but her place was in Dublin with him. The relationship her and her parents had wasn't perfect, but it was better. Her mother paused next to her, staring at their mirror's image. Tears didn't cloud Rosalind's eyes, but it did thicken her voice. "You look beautiful, Chloe." "Thanks, Mom." Clearing her throat, Rosalind stretched out her hand. "I brought something for you. Yours something borrowed." Diamonds winked on her palm, and the tears her mother didn't allow burned Chloe's eyes. "They were your grandmother's. I wore them on my wedding day." "Mom," she rasped, reaching for the earrings in her ears, removing them, and replacing them with the large studs her mother had gifted her with. Turning her head from side to side, she admired their simple elegance. "They're beautiful. Thank you so much. Don't you dare ruin my makeup by crying," Reese shouted, leaping forward with a tissue. As the artist carefully blotted the corners of her eyes, Chloe laughed, the sound definitely waterlogged. "Well, I'm going to leave you to finish up," Rosalind said, hesitating but clutching Chloe's hand and squeezing. "I'll see you out there." As her mother slipped from the room, Chloe smiled. In less than half an hour, she would be meeting the man she loved, to unite herself to him in front of family and friends, with their own family inside her. Today was perfect. Sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the ballroom where their reception was in full swing. Chloe laughed as Morgan strolled by, arm in arm with one of Neil's groomsmen. Earlier, her friend had informed Chloe that she might relocate to Ireland and become Chloe's assistant in her freelance software development company, if the men were so delicious. "What's funny?" She grinned at Neil. "Morgan, I think she's considering defecting thanks to your groomsmen." Laughing, he leaned back in his chair, circling her shoulders with a long arm. "I warned them about her," he said. "I told them she bites." "That's awful." Pretending offense, she smacked his chest, but ruined the effect by snickering. "Not that it put any of them off. Hell, I think." "Excuse me, now." They glanced up and smiled at David Keith, the head of Door Music's legal department. "Hey, David," Neil greeted. "Thank you for coming." "I wouldn't have missed it. Congratulations, Chloe." He nodded to her, a faintly troubled frown creasing his brow, so different from his usually pleasant expression. This is kind of awkward, but..." He reached into the inner pocket of his suit and withdrew an envelope. "I don't know how else to say this, but this is from Michael." Shock slapped her in the face, driving breath from her chest. She shifted her gaze to Neil, and all emotion had disappeared from his face. His mouth had firmed into a hard line, his cheekbones sharp blades under his skin, but his eyes blazed. "I don't understand," he ground out, but he did. The same intuition that had led Michael to write the original letter warning him away from Chloe had probably led him to pen the one David extended to him now. Another warning? A go to hell from beyond the grave?
About 4 years ago, right after you and Michael returned from a trip to the States, he gave me this letter and instructed me to deliver it to him at your and Chloe's wedding reception. But since he's not here...
He colored slightly, coughed.
Anyway, I've never opened it, so I'm not sure what it contains. Mine and Chloe's wedding,
Neil murmured, accepting the letter from the lawyer. He glanced at Chloe.
How could he have?
Carefully, he opened the envelope and removed a plain white sheet of paper. While he scanned it, his lips softened, eventually curling into a wide smile tinged with sadness. Finally, he lowered the letter, met her gaze. What? She demanded. Curiosity, excitement, sadness, joy, and a host of other emotions tumbling through her. What did it say? Instead of answering, he kissed her, the embrace soft, lingering. Then he rose from his chair and approached the microphone at the far end of the table.
Excuse me, everyone.
His deep voice flowed across the room, melodious but attention-grabbing. All eyes focused on the groom.
I realize it's not time for speeches yet, but I have a special one here that I wanted to share with my wife.
He turned and captured her with the intensity she'd come to claim for herself. The "you are my everything" intensity. Releasing her from his gaze, he lowered his attention to the letter.
Well, I always knew you were a rebellious, stubborn bastard. God willing, I'm sitting next to you on this beautiful day. But just in case I've gone on to my next great adventure, consider this my best man speech, because I know I'm the best man. After putting up with you since we were 13, it's the very least you owe me. Seriously, though, Neil, you are the strongest, most gifted, loyal, and giving man I know. And you deserve a woman who will love you, stand for you, protect you, and face down the world for you. Chloe is that woman. The reason I'm writing this in a letter and giving it to David for verification and safekeeping, and not just saving it for my speech, is that I want to prove to you how long I've known that you were meant to be. Maybe your grandmother is right. Maybe I do have the sight. Or maybe it's just obvious to anyone who knows you both as well as I do. At her birthday party, I watched her watch you. No, you didn't notice. And she would probably scream and punch me in the gut for saying this. But you are her superhero. She believes you could leap tall buildings in a single bound, deflect bullets, but still acknowledges you're not perfect. And she loves you even more because of it. You need that, Neil. You deserve that. But as hard-headed as you are, I knew the only way to open your eyes and to get you two together was to order you away from Chloe. Only then could I pry open the door for the two people I love most in this world to be together. I hope you can forgive my sneakiness and gloating as I say this with the utmost relish. I told you so. I wish you and Chloe every happiness. Enjoy each moment you have with one another. Love one another, as much as I love you both.
A deep quiet hung over the room. On shaking knees, she rose from the table and made her way to the man she adored, her partner for life, her husband. He stretched out a hand to her, slowly tugging her closer until her chest gazed his. Tearing her gaze away from his for a moment, she searched out her parents. There. Her mother sat leaning against her father, her hands covering her mouth. Tears tracked Carter's cheeks as he pulled Rosalind close and pressed a kiss to her temple. Michael had given all of them the best gift. Her, the best present of all. Neil.
To Michael.
Neil saluted, holding a glass of champagne high.
He still managed to have the last word.
Laughter filled the room, and he waited until it quieted.
And to my beautiful wife, Chloe,
he murmured, brushing the backs of his fingers over her jaw before gently cupping it.
You've given me my love, joy, hope, faith, and now a family. I'll spend the rest of my life loving you, and it still won't be enough. Thank you for choosing me as your hero.
And as his mouth caressed hers, she finally believed in fairy tales, handsome princes on white steeds, and even might have glimpsed one of those rainbow-shitting unicorns. This recording of the Millionaire Makeover was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2016 by Naima Simone. Sound recording copyright 2020, Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording was produced by arrangement with Entangled Publishing, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapeab.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.